Dedication and Author's Note of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abigail Rasmussen, Fall 2011. Dedication. In token of the earnest reverence of a man of a later generation for his character, and for that life work whereof we inherit the fruits today, this tale of the times he shaped is dedicated to the memory of one of the greatest and most noble-hearted beings that the world has known, the immortal William, called the Silent of Nassau. Author's Note. There are roughly two ways of writing an historical romance. The first, to choose some notable and leading characters of the time to be treated, and by the help of history attempt to picture them as they were. The other, to make a study of that time and history with the country in which it was enacted, and from it to deduce the necessary characters. In the case of Lysbeth, the author has attempted this second method. By an example of the trials, adventures, and victories of a burgher family of the generation of Philip II and William the Silent, he strives to set before readers of today something of the life of those who lived through perhaps the most fearful tyranny that the Western world has known. How did they live, one wonders? How is it that they did not die of very terror, those of them who escaped the scaffold, the famine, and the pestilence? This and another, why were such things suffered to be, seem problems worth consideration, especially by the young, who are so apt to take everything for granted, including their own religious freedom and personal security. How often, indeed, do any living folk give a grateful thought to their forefathers, who won for us these advantages, and many others with them. The writer has sometimes heard travellers in the Netherlands express surprise that even in an age of almost universal decoration, its noble churches are suffered to remain smeared with melancholy whitewash. Could they look backward through the centuries and behold with the mind's eye certain scenes that have taken place within these very temples and about their walls, they would marvel no longer. Here we are beginning to forget the smart at the price of which we bought deliverance from the bitter yoke of priest and king. But yonder the sword bit deeper and smote more often. Perhaps that is why in Holland they still love whitewash, which to them may be a symbol, a perpetual protest, and remembering stories that have been handed down as heirlooms to this day, frown at the sight of even the most modest sacerdotal vestment. Those who are acquainted with the facts of their history and deliverance will scarcely wonder at the prejudice. End of dedication and author's note. Book 1, Chapter 1 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by Henry Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abigail Rasmussen. Book the First, The Sowing. Chapter 1, The Wolf and the Badger. The time was in or about the year 1544, when the Emperor Charles V ruled the Netherlands and Arsene, the city of Leyden. Any one who has visited this pleasant town knows that it lies in the midst of wide, flat meadows, and is intersected by many canals filled with Rhine water. But now, as it was winter, near to Christmas indeed, the meadows and the quaint gabled roofs of the city lay buried beneath a dazzling sheet of snow, while, instead of boats and barges, skaters glided up and down the frozen surface of the canals, which were swept for their convenience. Outside the walls of the town, not far from the Morsch Poort or gate, the surface of the broad moat which surrounded them presented a sight as gay as it was charming. Just here one of the branches of the Rhine ran into this moat, and down it came the pleasure seekers in sledges, on skates, or afoot. They were dressed, most of them, in their best attire, for the day was a holiday set apart for a kind of skating carnival, with sleighing matches, such games as curling, and other amusements. Among these merry folk might have been seen a young lady of 2 or 3 and 20 years of age, dressed in a coat of dark green cloth, trimmed with fur, and close fitting at the waist. This coat opened in front, showing a broidered woolen skirt, but over the bust it was tightly buttoned and surmounted by a stiff ruff of Brussels lace. Upon her head she wore a high-crowned beaver hat, to which the nodding ostrich feather was fastened by a jewelled ornament of sufficient value to show that she was a person of some means. In fact, this lady was the only child of a sea captain and ship owner named Carolus van Hout, who, whilst still a middle-aged man, had died about a year before, leaving her heiress to a very considerable fortune. This circumstance, with the added advantages of a very pretty face, in which were set 2 deep and thoughtful grey eyes, and a figure more graceful than was common among the Netherlander women, caused Lysbeth van Hout to be much sought after and admired, especially by the marriageable bachelors of Leyden. On this occasion, however, she was unescorted, except by a serving woman somewhat older than herself, a native of Brussels, Greta by name, who in appearance was as attractive as in manner she was suspiciously discreet. As Lysbeth skated down the canal towards the moat, many of the good burghers of Leyden took off their caps to her, especially the young burghers, 1 or 2 of whom had hopes that she would choose them to be her cavalier for this day's fête. Some of the elders also asked her if she would care to join their parties, thinking that, as she was an orphan without near male relations, she might be glad of their protection in times when it was wise for beautiful young women to be protected. With this excuse and that, however, she escaped them all, for Lysbeth had already made her own arrangements. At that date there was living in Leyden a young man of 4 or 5 and 20 named Dirk van Goorl, a distant cousin of her own. Dirk was a native of the little town of Alkmaar, and the second son of one of its leading citizens, a brass founder by trade. As in the natural course of events the Alkmaar business would descend to his elder brother, their father appointed him to a Leyden firm, in which, after 8 or 9 years of hard work, he had become a junior partner. While he was still living, Lysbeth's father had taken a liking to the lad, with the result that he grew intimate at the house, which from the first was open to him as a kinsman. After the death of Carolus van Hout, Dirk had continued to visit there, especially on Sundays, when he was duly and ceremoniously received by Lysbeth's aunt, a childless widow named Clara van Ziel, who acted as her guardian. Thus, by degrees, favoured with such ample opportunity, a strong affection had sprung up between these 2 young people, although as yet they were not affianced, nor indeed had either of them said a word of open love to the other. This abstinence may seem strange, but some explanation of their self-restraint was to be found in Dirk's character. In mind he was patient, very deliberate in forming his purposes, and very sure in carrying them out. He felt impulses like other men, but he did not give way to them. For 2 years or more he had loved Lysbeth, but being somewhat slow at reading the ways of women, he was not quite certain that she loved him, and above everything on earth he dreaded a rebuff. Moreover, he knew her to be an heiress, and as his own means were still humble, and his expectations from his father small, he did not feel justified in asking her in marriage until his position was more assured. Had the Captain Carolus still been living, the case would have been different, for then he could have gone to him. But he was dead, and Dirk's fine and sensitive nature recoiled from the thought that it might be said of him that he had taken advantage of the inexperience of a kinswoman in order to win her fortune. Also, deep down in his mind he had a sincerer and quite secret reason for reticence, whereof more will be heard in its proper place. Thus matters stood between these two. To-day, however, though only with diffidence and after some encouragement from the lady, he had asked leave to be his cousin's cavalier at the ice fete, and when she consented, readily enough, appointed the moat as their place of meeting. This was somewhat less than Lysbeth expected, for she wished his escort through the town, but when she hinted as much, Dirk explained that he would not be able to leave the works before 3 o'clock, as the metal for a large bell had been run into the casting, and he must watch it while it cooled. So, followed only by her maid, Greta, Lysbeth glided lightly as a bird down the ice path on to the moat, and across it through the narrow cut to the frozen mere beyond, where the sports were to be held and the races run. There the scene was very beautiful. Behind her lay the roofs of Leyden, pointed, picturesque, and covered with sheets of snow, while above them towered the bulk of the two great churches of St. Peter and St. Pancras, and standing on a mound known as the Burg, the round tower which is supposed to have been built by the Romans. In front stretched the flat expanse of white meadows, broken here and there by windmills with narrow waists and thin tall sails, and in the distance by the church towers of other towns and villages. Immediately before her, in strange contrast to this lifeless landscape, lay the peopled mere, fringed around with dead reeds standing so still in the frosty air that they might have been painted things. On this mere half the population of Leyden seemed to be gathered, at least there were thousands of them, shouting, laughing, and skimming to and fro in their bright garments like flocks of gay plumaged birds. Among them, drawn by horses with bells tied to their harness, glided many sledges of wickerwork and wood mounted upon iron runners, their fore ends fashioned to quaint shapes such as the heads of dogs, or bulls, or tritons. Then there were vendors of cakes and sweetmeats, vendors of spirits also, who did a good trade on this cold day. Beggars, too, were numerous, and among them deformities, who nowadays would be hidden in charitable homes, slid about in wooden boxes, which they pushed along with crutches. Lastly, many loafers had gathered there with stools for fine ladies to sit on, while the skates were bound to their pretty feet, and chapmen with these articles for sale, and straps wherewith to fasten them. To complete the picture, the huge red ball of the sun was sinking to the west, and opposite to it the pale full moon began already to gather light and life. The scene seemed so charming and so happy that Lysbeth, who was young, and now that she had recovered from the shock of her beloved father's death, light-hearted, ceased her forward movement and poised herself upon her skates to watch it for a space. While she stood thus, a little apart, a woman came towards her from the throng, not as though she were seeking her, but aimlessly, much as a child's toy boat driven by light contrary winds upon the summer surface of a pond. She was a remarkable-looking woman of about 35 years of age, tall and bony in make, with deep-set eyes, light grey of colour, that seemed now to flash fiercely and now to waver as though in memory of some great dread. From beneath a coarse woollen cap a wisp of grizzled hair fell across the forehead, where it lay like a forelock of a horse. Indeed, the high cheekbones, scarred as though by burns, wide-spread nostrils, and prominent white teeth, whence the lips had strangely sunk away, gave the whole countenance a more or less equine look, which this falling lock seemed to heighten. For the rest, the woman was poorly and not too plentifully clad in a gown of black woolen, torn and stained as though with long use and journeys, while on her feet she wore wooden clogs, to which were strapped skates that were not fellows, one being much longer than the other. Opposite to Lysbeth this strange gaunt person stopped, contemplating her with a dreamy eye. Presently she seemed to recognise her, for she said in a quick, low voice, the voice of one who lives in terror of being overheard: "That's a pretty dress of yours, Van Hout's daughter.
Ah, yes, I know you. Your father used to play with me when I was a child, and once he kissed me on the ice at just such a fete as this. Think of it, kissed me, Martha the Mare," and she laughed hoarsely and went on. "Yes, well armed and well fed, and without doubt waiting for a gallant to kiss you." Here she turned and waved her hand towards the people. "All well warmed and well fed, and all with lovers and husbands and children to kiss. But I tell you, Van Hout's daughter, as I have dared to creep from my hiding hole in the great lake to tell all of them who will listen, that unless they cast out the cursed Spaniard, a day shall come when the folk of Leyden must perish by thousands of hunger behind those walls. Yes, yes, unless they cast out the cursed Spaniard and his Inquisition. Oh, I know him, I know him, for did they not make me carry my own husband to the stake upon my back? And have you heard why, Van Hout's daughter? Because what I had suffered in their torture dens had made my face, yes, mine that once was so beautiful, like the face of a horse, and they said that a horse ought to be ridden. Now, while this poor excited creature, one of a whole class of such people who in those sad days might be found wandering about the Netherlands, crazy with their griefs and sufferings, and living only for revenge, poured out these broken sentences, Lysbeth, terrified, shrank back before her. As she shrank the other followed, till presently Lysbeth saw her expression of rage and hate change to one of terror. In another instant, muttering something about a request for alms, which she did not wait to receive, the woman had wheeled round and fled away as fast as her skates would carry her, which was very fast indeed. Turning about to find what had frightened her, Lysbeth saw standing on the bank of the mere, so close that she must have overheard every word, but behind the screen of a leafless bush, a tall, forbidding-looking woman, who held in her hand some broidered caps which apparently she was offering for sale. These caps she began to slowly fold up and place one by one in a hide satchel that was hung about her shoulders. All this while she was watching Lysbeth with her keen black eyes, except when from time to time she took them off her to follow the flight of that person who had called herself the Mare. "You keep ill company, lady," said the cap seller in a harsh voice. "It was none of my seeking," answered Lysbeth, astonished into making a reply. "So much the better for you, lady, although she seemed to know you, and to know also that you would listen to her song. Unless my eyes deceived me, which is not often, that woman is an evildoer and a worker of magic, like her dead husband Van Muyden, a heretic, a blasphemer of the Holy Church, a traitor to our Lord the Emperor, and one," she added with a snarl, "with a price upon her head that before night will, I hope, be in Black Meg's pocket." Then, walking with long, firm steps towards a fat man who seemed to be waiting for her, the tall, black-eyed pedlar passed with him into the throng, where Lysbeth lost sight of them. Lysbeth watched them go and shivered. To her knowledge she had never seen this woman before, but she knew enough of the times they lived in to be sure that she was a spy of the priests. Already there were such creatures moving about in every gathering, yes, and in many a private place, who were paid to obtain evidence against suspected heretics. Whether they won it by fair means or by foul mattered not, provided they could find something, and it need be little indeed, to justify the Inquisition in getting to its work. As for the other woman, the Mare, doubtless she was one of those wicked outcasts, accursed by God and man, who were called heretics, people who said dreadful things about the Pope and the Church and God's priests, having been misled and stirred up thereto by a certain fiend in human form named Luther. Lysbeth shuddered at the thought and crossed herself, for in those days she was an excellent Catholic. Yet the wanderer said that she had known her father, so that she must be as well born as herself. And then that dreadful story. No, she could not bear to think of it, but of course heretics deserved all these things, of that there could be no doubt whatever, for had not her father, confessor, told her that thus alone might their souls be saved from the grasp of the evil one? The thought was comforting. Still Lysbeth felt upset, and not a little rejoiced when she saw Dirk van Goorl skating towards her accompanied by another young man, also a cousin of her own, on her mother's side, who was destined in days to come to earn himself an immortal renown, young Pieter van de Werff. The two took off their bonnets to her, Dirk van Goorl revealing in the act a head of fair hair beneath which his steady blue eyes shone in a rather thick-set, self-contained face. Lysbeth's temper, always somewhat quick, was ruffled, and she showed it in her manner. "I thought, cousins, that we were to meet at 3, and the kirk clock yonder has just chimed half-past," she said, addressing them both, but looking, not too sweetly, at Dirk van Goorl. "That's right, cousin," answered Pieter, a pleasant-faced and alert young man. "Look at him, scold him, for he is to blame. Ever since 2:15 have I who must drive a sledge in the great race, and am backed to win, been waiting outside the factory in the snow, but, upon my honour, he did not appear until 7 minutes since. Yes, we have done the whole distance in 7 minutes, and I call that very good skating." "I thought as much," said Lysbeth. "Dirk can only keep an appointment with a church bell or a stadhuis chandelier." "It was not my fault," broke in Dirk in his slow voice. "I have my business to attend. I promised to wait until the metal had cooled sufficiently, and hot bronze takes no account of ice parties and sledge races." "So I suppose that you stopped to blow on it, cousin. Well, the result is that being quite unescorted I have been obliged to listen to things which I did not wish to hear." "What do you mean?" asked Dirk, taking fire at once. Then she told them something of what the woman, who called herself the Mare, had said to her, adding, "Doubtless the poor creature is a heretic and deserves all that has happened to her, but it is dreadfully sad, and I came here to enjoy myself, not to be sad." Between the two young men there passed a glance which was full of meaning, but it was Dirk who spoke. The other, more cautious, remained silent. "Why do you say that, Cousin Lysbeth?" he asked in a new voice, a voice thick and eager. "Why do you say that she deserves all that can happen to her? I have heard of this poor creature who is called Mother Martha, or the Mare, although I have never seen her myself. She was noble born, much better born than any of us three, and very fair. Once they called her the Lily of Brussels when she was the Vrouw van Muyden, and she has suffered dreadfully, for one reason only, because she and hers did not worship God as you worship him." "As we worship him," broke in Van de Werff with a cough. "No," answered Dirk sullenly, "as our cousin Lysbeth van Hout worships him. For that reason only they killed her husband and her little son and drove her mad, so that she lives among the reeds of Haarlemer Meer like a beast in its den. Yes, they, the Spaniards and their Spanish priests, as I dare say that they will kill us also." "Don't you think it is getting rather cold standing here?" interrupted Pieter van de Werff before she could answer. "Look, the sledge races are just beginning. Come, cousin, give me your hand," and taking Lysbeth by the arm he skated off into the throng, followed at a distance by Dirk and the serving maid Greta. "Cousin," he whispered as he went, "this is not my place, it is Dirk's place, but I pray you, as you love him, I beg your pardon, as you esteem a worthy relative, do not enter into a religious argument with him here in public, where even the ice and sky are two great ears. It is not safe, little cousin. I swear to you that it is not safe." In the centre of the Mere, the great event of the day, the sledge races were now in progress. As the competitors were many, these must be run in heats, the winners of each heat standing on one side to compete in the final contest. Now these victors had a pretty prerogative not unlike that accorded to certain dancers in the cotillion of modern days. Each driver of a sledge was bound to carry a passenger in the little car in front of him, his own place being on the seat behind, whence he directed the horse by means of reins supported upon a guide rod so fashioned that it lifted them above the head of the traveller in the car. This passenger he could select from among the number of ladies who were present at the games, unless, indeed, the gentleman in charge of her chose to deny him in set form, namely, by stepping forward and saying in the appointed phrase, "No, for this happy hour she is mine." Among the winners of these heats was a certain Spanish officer, the Count Don Juan de Montalvo, who, as it chanced, in the absence on leave of his captain, was at that date the commander of the garrison at Leyden. He was a man still young, only about 30 indeed, reported to be of noble birth and handsome in the usual Castilian fashion. That is to say, he was tall, of a graceful figure, dark-eyed, strong-featured, with a somewhat humorous expression, and a very good if exaggerated address. As he had but recently come to Leyden, very little was known about this attractive cavalier beyond that he was very well spoken of by the priests and, according to report, a favourite with the Emperor. Also the ladies admired him much. For the rest, everything about him was handsome like his person, as might be expected in the case of a man reputed to be as rich as he was noble. Thus his sledge was shaped and coloured to resemble a great black wolf rearing itself up to charge. The wooden head was covered in wolfskin and adorned by eyes of yellow glass and great fangs of ivory. Round the neck also ran a gilded collar hung with a silver shield, whereon were painted the arms of its owner, a knight striking the chains from off a captive Christian saint, and the motto of the Montalvos, "Trust to God and me." His black horse, too, of the best breed imported from Spain, glittered in harness decorated with gilding, and bore a splendid plume of dyed feathers rising from the headband. Lysbeth happened to be standing near to the spot where this gallant had halted after his first victory. She was in the company of Dirk van Goorl alone, for as he was the driver of one of the competing sledges, her other cousin, Pieter van de Werff, had now been summoned away. Having nothing else to do at the moment, she approached and not unnaturally admired this brilliant equipage, although in truth it was the sledge and the horse rather than the driver which attracted her attention. As for the Count himself, she knew him slightly, having been introduced to and danced a measure with him at a festival given by a grandee of the town. On that occasion he was courteous to her in the Spanish fashion, rather too courteous, she thought, but as this was the manner of Castilian dons when dealing with burgher maidens, she paid no more attention to the matter. The Captain Montalvo saw Lysbeth among the throng, and recognised her, for he lifted his plumed hat and bowed to her with just that touch of condescension which in those days a Spaniard showed when greeting one whom he considered his inferior. In the 16th century it was understood that all the world were the inferiors to those whom God had granted to be born in Spain. The English, who rated themselves at a valuation of their own, and were careful to announce the fact, alone excepted. An hour or so later, after the last heat had been run, a steward of the ceremonies called aloud to the remaining competitors to select their passengers and prepare for the final contest. Accordingly, each Jehu, leaving his horse in charge of an attendant, stepped up to some young lady who evidently was waiting for him, and led her by the hand to his sledge. While Lysbeth was watching this ceremony with amusement, for those selections were always understood to show a strong preference on behalf of the chooser for the chosen, she was astonished to hear a well-trained voice addressing her, and on looking up to see Don Juan de Montalvo bowing almost to the ice. "Señora," he said in Castilian, a tongue which Lysbeth understood well enough, although she only spoke it when obliged, "unless my ears deceived me, I heard you admiring my horse and sledge. Now with the permission of your cavalier," and he bowed courteously to Dirk, "I name you as my passenger for the great race, knowing that you will bring me fortune. Have I your leave, Señor?" Now, if there was a people on earth whom Dirk van Goorl hated, the Spaniards were that people, and if there lived a cavalier who he would prefer should not take his cousin Lysbeth for a lonely drive, that cavalier was the Count Juan de Montalvo. but as a young man Dirk was singularly diffident, and so easily confused that on the spur of the moment it was quite possible for a person of address to make him say what he did not mean. Thus, on the present occasion, when he saw this courtly Spaniard bowing low to him, a humble Dutch tradesman, he was overwhelmed, and mumbled in reply, "Certainly, certainly." If a glance could have withered him, without doubt Dirk would immediately have been shrivelled to nothing. To say that Lysbeth was angry is too little, for in truth she was absolutely furious. She did not like this Spaniard, and hated the idea of a long interview with him alone. Moreover, she knew that among her fellow townspeople there was a great desire that the Count should not win this race, which in its own fashion was the event of the year, whereas if she appeared as his companion it would be supposed that she was anxious for his success. Lastly, and this was the chiefest sore, although in theory the competitors had a right to ask any one to whom they took a fancy to travel in their sledges, in practice they only sought the company of young women with whom they were on the best of terms, and who were already warned of their intention. In an instant these thoughts flashed through her mind, but all she did was to murmur something about the Heer van Goorl. "Has already given his consent, like an unselfish gentleman," broke in Captain Juan, tendering her his hand. Now, without absolutely making a scene, which then, as to-day, ladies considered an ill-bred thing to do, there was no escape, since half Leyden gathered at these sledge choosings, and many eyes were on her and the Count. Therefore, because she must, Lysbeth took the proffered hand and was led to the sledge, catching as she passed to it through the throng more than one sour look from the men and more than one exclamation of surprise, real or affected, on the lips of the ladies of her acquaintance. These manifestations, however, put her upon her mettle, so determining that at least she would not look sullen or ridiculous, she began to enter into the spirit of the adventure, and smiled graciously while the Captain Montalvo wrapped a magnificent apron of wolf skins about her knees. When all was ready, her charioteer took the reins and settled himself upon the little seat behind the sleigh, which was then led into line by a soldier servant. "Where is the course, Señor?" Lysbeth asked, hoping that it would be a short one. But in this she was to be disappointed, for he answered, "Up to the little Corkel Mere, round the island in the middle of it, and back to this spot, something over a league in all. Now, Señora, speak to me no more at present, but hold fast and have no fear, for at least I drive well, and my horse is sure-footed and roughed for ice. This is a race that I would give 100 gold pieces to win, since your countrymen, who counted against me, have sworn that I shall lose it. And I tell you at once, Señora, that grey horse will press me hard." Following the direction of his glance, Lysbeth's eye lit upon the next sledge. It was small, fashioned and painted to resemble a grey badger, that silent, stubborn, and, if molested, savage brute which will not lose its grip until the head is hacked from off its body. The horse, which matched it well in colour, was of Flemish breed, rather a raw-boned animal, with strong quarters and an ugly head, but renowned in Leyden for its courage and staying power. What interested Lysbeth most, however, was to discover that the charioteer was none other than Pieter van de Werff, though now, when she thought of it, she remembered he had told her that his sledge was named the Badger. In his choice of passenger she noted, too, not without a smile, that he showed his cautious character, disdainful of any immediate glory so long as the end in view could be attained. For there in the sleigh sat no fine young lady, decked out in brave attire, who might be supposed to look at him with tender eyes, but a little fair-haired mate aged 9, who was, in fact, his sister. As he explained afterwards, the rules provided that a lady passenger must be carried, but said nothing of her age and weight. Now the competitors, 8 of them, were in a line and coming forward, The master of the course, in a voice that everyone might hear, called out the conditions of the race and the prize for which it was to be run, a splendid glass goblet engraved with the cross keys, the arms of Leyden. This done, after asking if all were ready, he dropped a little flag, whereon the horses were loosed, and away they went. Before a minute had passed, forgetting all her doubts and annoyances, Lysbeth was lost in the glorious excitement of the moment. Like birds in the heavens, cleaving the keen, crisp air, they sped forward over the smooth ice. The gay throng vanished, the dead reeds and stark bushes seemed to fly away from them. The only sounds in their ears were the rushing of the wind, the swish of the iron runners, and the hollow tapping of the hoofs of their galloping horses. Certain sledges drew ahead in the first burst, but the Wolf and the Badger were not among these. The Count de Montalvo was holding in his black stallion, and as yet the grey Flemish gelding loped along with a constrained and awkward stride. When passing from the little mere, they entered the strait of the canal. These two were respectively fourth and fifth. Up the course they sped, through a deserted snow-clad country, past the church of the village of Alkemaade. Now, half a mile or more away, appeared the Quarkel Mere, and in the centre of it the island which they must turn. They reached it, they were round it, and when their faces were once more set homewards, Lysbeth noted that the Wolf and the Badger were third and fourth in the race, someone having dropped behind. Half a mile more, and they were second and third. Another half mile, and they were first and second, with perhaps a mile to go. Then the fight began. Yard by yard the speed increased, and yard by yard the black stallion drew ahead. Now in front of them lay a furlong or more of bad ice, encumbered with lumps of frozen snow that had not been cleared away, which caused the sleigh to shake and jump as it struck. Lysbeth looked round. "The Badger is coming up," she said. Montalvo heard, and for the first time laid his whip upon the haunches of his horse, which answered gallantly. But still the Badger came up. The grey was the stronger beast, and had begun to put out his strength. Presently his ugly head was behind him, for Lysbeth felt the breath from his nostrils blowing on her, and saw their steam. Then it was past, for the steam blew back into her face. Yes, and she could see the eager eyes of the child in the grey sledge. Now they were neck and neck, and the rough ice was done with. 600 yards away, not more, lay the goal, and all about them, outside the line of the course, were swift skaters travelling so fast that their heads were bent forward and down to within 3 feet of the ice. Van de Werff called to his horse, and the grey began to gain. Montalvo lashed the stallion, and once more they passed him. But the black was failing, and he saw it, for Lysbeth heard him curse in Spanish. Then of a sudden, after a cunning glance at his adversary, the Count pulled upon the right rein, and a shrill voice rose upon the air, the voice of the little girl in the other sledge. "Take care, brother," it cried, "he will overthrow us." True enough, in another moment the black would have struck the grey sideways. Lysbeth saw Van de Werff rise from his seat and throw his weight backward, dragging the grey onto his haunches. By an inch, not more, the Wolf sleigh missed the gelding. Indeed, one runner of it struck his hoof, and the high wood work of the side brushed and cut his nostril. "A foul! A foul!" yelled the skaters, and it was over. Once more they were speeding forward, but now the black had a lead of at least 10 yards, for the grey must find his stride again. They were in the straight. The course was lined with hundreds of witnesses, and from the throats of every one of them arose a great cry, or rather 2 cries. "The Spaniard! The Spaniard wins!" said the first cry, that was answered by another and deeper roar. "No, Hollander! The Hollander! The Hollander comes up!" Then, in the midst of the fierce excitement, bred of the excitement perhaps, some curious spell fell upon the mind of Lysbeth. The race, its details, its objects, its surroundings faded away. These physical things were gone, and in place of them was present a dream. a spiritual interpretation, such as the omens and influences of the times she lived in might well inspire. What did she seem to see? She saw the Spaniard and the Hollander striving for victory, but not a victory of horses. She saw the black Spanish wolf, at first triumphant, outmatch the Netherland badger. Still the badger, the dogged Dutch badger, held on. Who would win, the fierce beast or the patient beast? Who would be the master in this fight? There was death in it. Look, the whole snow was red, the roofs of Leyden were red, and red the heavens. In the deep hues of the sunset they seemed bathed in blood, while about her the shouts of the backers and factions transformed themselves into a fierce cry as of battling peoples. All voices mingled in that cry, voices of hope, of agony, and of despair, but she could not interpret them. Something told her that the interpretation and the issue were in the mind of God alone. Perhaps she swooned, perhaps she slept, and dreamed this dream. Perhaps the sharp rushing air overcame her. At the last Lysbeth's eyes closed and her mind gave way. When they opened and it returned again, their sledge was rushing past the winning post, but in front of it travelled another sledge, drawn by a gaunt grey horse, which galloped so hard that its belly seemed to lie upon the ice. A horse driven by a young man whose face was set like steel and whose lips were as the lips of a trap. Could that be the face of her cousin, Peter van de Werff? And, if so, what passion had stamped that strange seal thereon? She turned herself in her seat and looked at him who drove her. Was this a man, or was it a spirit escaped from doom? Blessed Mother of Christ, what a countenance! The eyeballs starting and upturned, nothing but the white of them to be seen, the lips curled, and between two lines of shining fangs, the lifted points of the mustachios touching the high cheekbones. No, no, it was neither a spirit nor a man. She knew now what it was. It was the very type and incarnation of the Spanish wolf. Once more she seemed to faint, while in her ears there rang the cry, "The Hollander outstayed, outstayed! Conquered is the accursed Spaniard!" Then Lysbeth knew that it was over, and again the faintness overpowered her. End of chapter 1. Book 1, Chapter 2 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 2. She Who Buys Pays. When Lysbeth's mind recovered from its confusion, she found herself still in the sledge and beyond the borders of the crowd that was engaged in rapturously congratulating the winner. Drawn up alongside of the Wolf was another sleigh of plain make, and harnessed to it a heavy Flemish horse. This vehicle was driven by a Spanish soldier, with whom sat a second soldier, apparently of the rank of sergeant. There was no one else near. Already people in the Netherlands had learnt to keep their distance from Spanish soldiers. "If your Excellency would come now," the sergeant was saying, "this little matter can be settled without any further trouble." "Where is she?" asked Montalvo. "Not more than a mile or so away, near the place called Steenveld." "Tie her up in the snow to wait till tomorrow morning. My horse is tired, and it may save us trouble," he began, then added, after glancing back at the crowd behind him and next at Lysbeth, "No, I will come." Perhaps the Count did not wish to listen to condolences on his defeat, or perhaps he desired to prolong the tete-a-tete with his fair passenger. At any rate, without further hesitation, he struck his weary horse with the whip, causing it to amble forward somewhat stiffly but at a good pace. "Where are we going, Señor?" asked Lysbeth anxiously. "The race is over and I must seek my friends." "Your friends are engaged in congratulating the victor, lady," he answered in his suave and courteous voice, "and I cannot leave you alone upon the ice. Do not trouble, this is only a little matter of business which will scarcely take a quarter of an hour." And once more he struck the horse, urging it to a better speed. Lysbeth thought of remonstrating, she thought even of springing from the sledge, but in the end she did neither. To seem to continue the drive with her cavalier would, she determined, look more natural and less absurd than to attempt a violent escape from him. She was certain that he would not put her down merely at her request. Something in his manner told her so, and though she had no longing for his company, it was better than being made ridiculous before half the inhabitants of Leyden. Moreover, the position was no fault of hers. It was the fault of Dirk van Goorl, who should have been present to take her from the sledge. As they drove along the frozen moat, Montalvo leant forward and began to chat about the race, expressing regret at having lost it, but using no angry or bitter words. Could this be the man, wondered Lysbeth as she listened, whom she had seen deliberately attempt to overthrow his adversary in a foul, heedless of dishonour or of who might be killed by the shock? Could this be the man whose face just now had looked like the face of a devil? Had these things happened indeed, or was it not possible that her fancy, confused with the excitement and the speed at which they were travelling, had deceived her? Certainly it seemed to have been overcome at last, for she could not remember the actual finish of the race, or how they got clear of the shouting crowd. While she was still wondering thus, replying from time to time to Montalvo in monosyllables, the sledge in front of them turned the corner of one of the eastern bastions and came to a halt. The place where it stopped was desolate and lonely, for the town being in a state of peace, no guard was mounted on the wall, nor could any living soul be found upon the snowy waste that lay beyond the moat. At first, indeed, Lysbeth was able to see nobody at all, for by now the sun had gone down and her eyes were not accustomed to the increasing light of the moon. Presently, however, she caught sight of a knot of people standing on the ice in a recess or little bay of the moat, and half hidden by a fringe of dead reeds. Montalvo saw also, and halted his horse within 3 paces of them. The people were 5 in number, 3 Spanish soldiers and 2 women. Lysbeth looked and with difficulty stifled a cry of surprise and fear, for she knew the women. The tall, dark person with lowering eyes was none other than the cap seller and Spanish spy, Black Meg. And she who crouched there upon the ice, her arms bound behind her, her grizzled locks torn loose by some rough hand, trailing on the snow, surely it was the woman who called herself the Mare, and who at that very afternoon spoke to her, saying that she had known her father, and cursing the Spaniards and their Inquisition. What were they doing here? Instantly an answer leapt into her mind, for she remembered Black Meg's words, that there was a price upon this heretic's head which before nightfall would be in her pocket. And why was there a square hole cut in the ice immediately in front of the captive? Could it be? No, that was too horrible. "Well, officer," broke in Montalvo, addressing the sergeant in a quiet, wearied voice, "what is this all about? Set out your case." "Excellency," replied the man, "it is a very simple matter. This creature here, so that woman is ready to take oath," and he pointed to Black Meg, "is a notorious heretic who has already been condemned to death by the Holy Office, and whose husband, a learned man who painted pictures and studied the stars, was burnt on a charge of witchcraft and heresy 2 years ago at Brussels. But she managed to escape the stake, and since then has lived as a vagrant, hiding in the islands of the Haarlemmer Meer, and it is suspected working murder and robbery on any of Spanish blood whom she can catch. Now she has been caught herself and identified, and of course the sentence being in full force against her can be dealt with at once on your Excellency's command. Indeed, it would not have been necessary that you should be troubled about the thing at all had it not been that this worthy woman," and he again pointed to Black Meg, "who was the one who waylaid her, pulled her down and held her till we came, requires her certificate in order that she may claim the reward from the treasurer of the Holy Inquisition. Therefore you will be asked to certify that this is, indeed, the notorious heretic commonly known as Martha the Mare, but whose other name I forget, after which, if you will please to withdraw, we will see to the rest." "You mean that she will be taken to the prison to be dealt with by the Holy Office?" queried Montalvo. "Not exactly, Excellency," answered the sergeant with a discreet smile and a cough. "The prison, I am told, is quite full, but she may start for the prison, and there seems to be a hole in the ice into which, since Satan leads the footsteps of such people astray, this heretic might chance to fall or throw herself." "What is the evidence?" asked Montalvo. Then Black Meg stood forward, and with the rapidity and unction of a spy poured out her tale. She identified the woman with one whom she had known who was sentenced to death by the Inquisition and escaped, and after giving other evidence, ended by repeating the conversation which she had overheard between the accused and Lysbeth that afternoon. "You accompanied me in a fortunate hour, Señora van Hout," said the captain gaily, "for now, to satisfy myself, as I wish to be just, and do not trust these paid hags," and he nodded toward Black Meg, "I must ask you upon your oath before God whether or no you confirm that woman's tale, and whether or no this very ugly person named the Mare called down curses upon my people and the Holy Office. Answer, and quickly if you please, Señora, for it grows cold here and my horse is beginning to shiver." Then, for the first time, the Mare raised her head, dragging at her hair, which had become frozen to the ice, until she tore it free. "Lysbeth van Hout," she cried in shrill, piercing tones, "would you, to please your Spanish lover, bring your father's playmate to her death? The Spanish horse is cold and cannot stay, but the poor Netherland mare, she may be thrust beneath the blue ice and bide there till her bones rot at the bottom of the moat. You have sought the Spaniards, you whose blood should have warned you against them, and I tell you that it shall cost you dear. But if you say this word they seek, then it shall cost you everything, not only the body but the spirit also. Woe to you, Lysbeth van Hout, if you cut me off before my work is done. I fear not death, nay, I welcome it, but I tell you I have work to do before I die." Now, in an agony of mind, Lysbeth turned and looked at Montalvo. The Count was a man of keen perceptions, and understood it all. Leaning forward, his arm resting on the back of the sledge, as though to contemplate the prisoner, he whispered into Lysbeth's ear, so low that no one else could hear his words. "Señora," he said, "I have no wishes in this matter. I do not desire to drown that poor mad woman, but if you confirm the spy's story, drown she must. At present I am not satisfied, so everything turns upon your evidence. I do not know what passed between you this afternoon, and personally I do not care. Only, if you should chance to have no clear recollection of the matter alleged, I must make one or two little stipulations, very little ones. Let me see, they are that you will spend the rest of this evening's fete in my company. Further, that whenever I choose to call upon you, your door will be open to me, though I must remind you that on 3 occasions already, when I have wished to pay my respects, it has been shut." Lysbeth heard and understood. If she would save this woman's life, she must expose herself to the attentions of the Spaniard, which she desired least of anything in the world. More, speaking upon her oath in the presence of God, she must utter a dreadful lie, she who as yet had never lied. For 30 seconds or more she thought, staring round her with anguished eyes, while the scene they fell on sank into her soul in such fashion that never till her death's day did she forget its aspect. The Mare spoke no more. She only knelt, searching her face with a stern and wondering glance. A little to the right stood Black Meg, glaring at her sullenly, for the blood money was in danger. Behind the prisoner were two of the soldiers, one patting his hand to his face to hide a yawn, while the other beat his breast to warm himself. The third soldier, who was placed somewhat in front, stirred the surface of the hole with the shaft of his halbert to break up the thin film of ice which was forming over it, while Montalvo himself, still leaning sideways and forwards, watched her eyes with an amused and cynical expression. And over all, over the desolate snows and gabled roofs of the town behind, over the smooth blue ice, the martyr and the murderers, over the gay sledge and the fur-wrapped girl who sat within it, fell the calm light of the moon through a silence broken only by the beating of her heart and now and again by the sigh of a frost wind breathing among the bushes. "Well, Señora," asked Montalvo, "if you have sufficiently reflected, shall I administer the oath in the form provided?" "Administer it," she said hoarsely. So, descending from the sledge, he stood in front of Lysbeth and, lifting his cap, repeated the oath to her, an oath strong enough to blast her soul if she swore to it with false intent. "In the name of God the Son and of his blessed Mother, you swear?" he asked. "I swear," she answered. "Good, Señora. Now listen to me. Did you meet that woman this afternoon?" "Yes, I met her on the ice." "And did she, in your hearing, utter curses upon the government and the Holy Church, and call upon you to assist in driving the Spaniards from the land, as this spy, whom I believe is called Black Meg, has borne witness?" "No," said Lysbeth. "I am afraid that is not quite enough, Señora. I may have misquoted the exact words. Did the woman say anything of the sort?" For 1 second Lysbeth hesitated. Then she caught sight of the victim's watching, speculative eyes, and remembered that this crazed and broken creature once had been a child whom her father had kissed and played with, and that the crime of which she was accused was that she had escaped from death at the stake. "The water is cold to die in," the Mare said in a meditative voice, as though she were thinking aloud. "Then why did you run away from the warm fire, heretic witch?" jeered Black Meg. Now Lysbeth hesitated no longer, but again answered in a monosyllable, "No." "Then what did she do or say, Señora?" "She said she had known my father, who used to play with her when she was a child, and begged for alms. That is all. Then that woman came up and she ran away, whereon the woman said there was a price upon her head, and that she meant to have the money." "It is a lie!" screamed Black Meg in fierce, strident tones. "If that person will not be silent, silence her," said Montalvo, addressing the sergeant. "I am satisfied," he went on, "that there is no evidence at all against the prisoner except the story of a spy, who says she believes her to be a vagrant heretic of bad character who escaped from the stake several years ago in the neighbourhood of Brussels, whither it is scarcely worth while to send to inquire about the matter. So that charge may drop. There remains the question as to whether or no the prisoner uttered certain words this afternoon which, if she did utter them, are undoubtedly worthy of the death that, under my authority as acting commandant of this town, I have power to inflict. This question I foresaw, and that is why I asked the Señora, to whom the woman is alleged to have spoken the words, to accompany me here to give evidence. She has done so, and her evidence on oath, as against the statement of a spy woman not on oath, is that no such words were spoken. This being so, as the Señora is a good Catholic whom I have no reason to disbelieve, I order the release of the prisoner, whom for my part I take for nothing more than a crazy and harmless wanderer." "At least you will detain her till I can prove that she is the heretic who escaped from the stake near Brussels," shouted Black Meg. "I will do nothing of the sort. The prison here is over full already. Untie her arms and let her go." The soldiers obeyed, wondering somewhat, and the Mare scrambled to her feet. For a moment she stood looking at her deliverer, then crying, "We shall meet again, Lysbeth van Hout." Suddenly she turned and sped up a dyke at extraordinary speed. In a few seconds there was nothing to be seen of her but a black spot upon the white landscape, and presently she had vanished altogether. "Gallop as you will, Mare, I shall catch you yet," screamed Black Meg after her. "And you too, my pretty little liar, you who have cheated me out of a dozen florins, wait till you are up before the Inquisition as a heretic, for that's where you'll end. No fine Spanish lover will save you then. So you have gone to the Spanish, have you, and thrown over your fat-faced burgher? Well, you will have enough of Spaniards before you have done with them, I can tell you." Twice had Montalvo tried to stop this flood of furious eloquence, which had become personal and might prove prejudicial to his interests, but without avail. Now he adopted other measures. "Seize her," he shouted to two of the soldiers. "That's it. Now hold her under water in that hole till I tell you to let her up again." They obeyed, but it took all three of them to carry out the order, for Black Meg fought and bit like a wild cat until at last she was thrust into the icy moat head downwards. When at length she was released, soaked and shivering, she crept off silently enough, but the look of fury which she cast at Montalvo and Lysbeth drew from the captain a remark that perhaps it would have been as well to have kept her under water 2 minutes longer. "Now, sergeant," he added in a genial voice, "it is a cold night, and this has been a troublesome business for a feast day, so here's something for you and your watch to warm yourselves with when you go off duty," and he handed him what in those days was a very handsome present. "By the way," he said as the men saluted him gratefully, "perhaps you will do me a favour. It is only to take this black horse of mine to a stable and harness that grey trooper nag to the sledge instead, as I wish to go to the round of the moat, and my beast is tired." Again the men saluted and set to work to change the horses, whereon Lysbeth, guessing her cavalier's purpose, turned as though to fly away, for her skates were still upon her feet. But he was watching. "Señora," he said in a quiet voice, "I think that you gave me the promise of your company for the rest of this evening, and I am certain," he added with a slight bow, "that you are a lady whom nothing would induce to tell an untruth. Had I not been sure of that, I should scarcely have accepted your evidence so readily just now." Lysbeth winced visibly. "I thought, Señor, that you were going to return to the fete." "I do not remember saying so, Señora, and as a matter of fact I have pickets to visit. Do not be afraid, the drive is charming in this moonlight, and afterwards perhaps you will extend your hospitality so far as to ask me to supper at your house." Still she hesitated, dismay written on her face. "Jufvrouw Lysbeth," he said in an altered voice, "in my country we have a homely proverb which says, 'She who buys pays.' You have bought, and the goods have been delivered. Do you understand? Ah, allow me to have the pleasure of arranging those furs. I knew that you were the soul of honour, and were but, shall we say, teasing me? Otherwise, had you really wished to go, of course you would have skated away just now while you had the opportunity. That is why I gave it to you, as naturally I should not desire to detain you against your will." Lysbeth heard and was aghast, for this man's cleverness overwhelmed her. At every step he contrived to put her in the wrong. Moreover, she was crushed by the sense that he had justice on his side. She had bought, and she must pay. Why had she bought? Not for any advantage of her own, but from an impulse of a human pity, to save a fellow creature's life. And why should she have perjured herself so deeply in order to save that life? She was a Catholic, and she had no sympathy with such people. Probably this person was an Anabaptist, one of that dreadful sect which practised nameless immoralities, and ran stripped through the streets, crying that they were the naked truth. Was it then because the creature had declared that she had known her father in her childhood? To some extent, yes. But was not there more behind? Had she not been influenced by the woman's invocation about the Spaniards, of which the true meaning came home to her during that dreadful sledge race? At the moment, indeed, when she saw the satanic look upon the face of Montalvo. It seemed to her that this was so, though at the time she had not understood it. It seemed to her that she was not a free agent, that some force pushed her forward which she could neither control nor understand. Moreover, and this was the worst of it, she felt that little good could come of her sacrifice, or that if good came, at least it would not be to her or hers. Now she was as a fish in a net, though why it was worth this brilliant Spaniard's while to snare her she could not understand, for she forgot that she was beautiful and a woman of property. Well, to save the blood of another she had bought, and in her own blood and happiness, or in that of those dear to her, assuredly she must pay, however cruel and unjust might be the price. Such were the thoughts that passed through Lysbeth's mind as the strong Flemish gelding lumbered forward, dragging the sledge at the same steady pace over rough ice and smooth, and all the while Montalvo behind her was chatting pleasantly about this matter and that, telling her of the orange groves in Spain, of the court of the Emperor Charles, of adventures in French wars, and many other things, to which conversation she made such answers as courtesy demanded, and no more. What would Dirk think, she was wondering, and her cousin Peter van de Werff, whose good opinion she valued, and all the gossips of Leyden? She only prayed that they might not have missed her, or at least that they took it for granted that she had gone home. On this point, however, she was soon destined to be undeceived, for presently, trudging over the snow-covered ice and carrying his useless skates in his hand, they met a young man whom she knew as Dirk's fellow apprentice. On seeing them he stopped in front of the sledge in such a position that the horse, a steady and a patient animal, pulled up of its own accord. "Is the Jufvrouw Lysbeth van Hout there?" he asked anxiously. "Yes," she replied, but before she could say more, Montalvo broke in, inquiring what might be the matter. "Nothing," he answered, "except that she was lost, and Dirk van Goorl, my friend, sent me to look for her this way while he took the other." "Indeed? Then, noble sir, perhaps you will find the Heer Dirk van Goorl and tell him that the Señora, his cousin, is merely enjoying an evening drive, and that if he comes to her house in an hour's time he will find her safe and sound, and with her myself, the Count Juan de Montalvo, whom she has honoured with an invitation to supper." Then, before the astonished messenger could answer, before indeed Lysbeth could offer any explanation of his words, Montalvo lashed up the horse and left him standing on the moat, bewildered, his cap off and scratching his head. After this they proceeded on a journey which seemed to Lysbeth almost interminable. When the circuit of the walls was finished, Montalvo halted at one of the shut gates, and calling to the guard within, summoned them to open. This caused delay and investigation, for at first the sergeant of the guard would not believe that it was his acting commandant who spoke without. "Pardon, Excellency," he said when he had inspected him with a lantern, "but I did not think that you would be going the rounds with a lady in your sledge," and holding up the light, the man took a long look at Lysbeth, grinning visibly as he recognized her. "Ah, he is a gay bird, the captain, A very gay bird, and it's a pretty Dutch dicky he is teaching to pipe now," she heard him call to a comrade as he closed the heavy gates behind their sleigh. Then followed more visits to other military posts in the town, and with each visit a further explanation. All this while the Count Montalvo uttered no word beyond those of ordinary compliment, and ventured on no act of familiarity, his conversation and demeanour, indeed, remaining perfectly courteous and respectful. So far as it went this was satisfactory, but at length there came a moment when Lysbeth felt that she could bear the position no longer. "Señor," she said briefly, "take me home. I grow faint." "With hunger, doubtless," he interrupted. "Well, by heaven, so do I. But, my dear lady, as you are aware, duty must be attended to, and, after all, you may have found some interest in accompanying me on a tour of the pickets at night. I know your people speak roughly of us Spanish soldiers, but I hope that after this you will be able to bear testimony to their discipline. Although it is a fête day, you will be my witness that we have not found a man off duty or the worse for drink. Here you," he called to a soldier who stood up to salute him, "follow me to the house of the Jufvrouw Lysbeth van Hout, where I sup, and lead this sledge back to my quarters." Chapter 2. Book 1, Chapter 3 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 3. Montalvo wins a trick. Turning up the Bree Straat, then as now perhaps the finest in the town of Leyden, Montalvo halted his horse before a substantial house fronted with 3 rounded gables, of which the largest, that over the entrance in the middle, was shaped into 2 windows with balconies. This was Lysbeth's house, which had been left to her by her father, where, until such time as she should please to marry, she dwelt with her aunt Clara van Ziel. The soldier whom he had summoned having run to the horse's head, Montalvo leapt from his driver's seat to assist the lady to alight. At the moment Lysbeth was occupied with wild ideas of swift escape, but even if she could make up her mind to try it, there was an obstacle which her thoughtful cavalier had foreseen. "Jufvrouw van Hout," he said as he pulled up, "do you remember that you are still wearing skates?" It was true, though in her agitation she had forgotten all about them, and the fact put sudden flight out of the question. She could not struggle into her own house, walking on the sides of her feet like the tame seal which old fisherman Hans had brought from northern seas. It would be too ridiculous, and the servants would certainly tell the story all about the town. Better for a while longer to put up with the company of the odious Spaniard than to become a laughing-stock in an attempt to fly. Besides, even if she found herself on the other side of it, could she shut the door in his face? Would her promise let her, and would he consent? "Yes," she said briefly, "I will call my servant." Then for the first time the Count became complimentary in a dignified Spanish manner. "Let no base-born menial hold the foot which it is an honour for an hidalgo of Spain to touch. I am your servant," he said, and resting one knee on the snow-covered step he waited. Again there was nothing to be done, so Lysbeth must needs thrust out her foot, from which very delicately and carefully he unstrapped the skate. "What Jack can bear Jill must put up with," muttered Lysbeth to herself as she advanced the other foot. Just at that moment, however, the door behind them began to open. "She who buys," murmured Montalvo as he commenced on the second set of straps. Then the door swung wide, and the voice of Dirk van Goorl was heard, saying in a tone of relief, "Yes, sure enough it is she, Tante Clara, and someone is taking off her boots." "Skates, Señor, skates," interrupted Montalvo, glancing backward over his shoulder, then added in a whisper as he bent once more to his task, "pays. You will introduce me, is it not so? I think it will be less awkward for you." So, as flight was impossible, for he held her by the foot, and an instinct told her that, especially to the man she loved, the only thing to do was to make light of the affair, Lysbeth said, "Dirk, cousin Dirk, I think you know this is the honourable Captain, the Count Juan de Montalvo." "Ah, it is the Señor van Goorl," said Montalvo, pulling off the skate and rising from his knee, which, from his excess of courtesy, was now wet through. "Señor, allow me to return to you, safe and sound, the fair lady of whom I have robbed you for a while." "For a while, Captain!" blurted Dirk. "Why, from the first to the last she has been gone nearly 4 hours, and a fine state we have been in about her." "That will all be explained presently, Señor, at supper, to which the Jufvrouw has been so courteous as to ask me." Then, aside and below his breath, again the ominous word of reminder, pays. "Most happily your cousin's presence was the means of saving a fellow creature's life. But, as I have said, the tale is long. Señor, permit." And in another second Lysbeth found herself walking down her own hall upon the arm of the Spaniard, while Dirk, her aunt, and some guests followed obediently behind. Now Montalvo knew that his difficulties were over for that evening at any rate, since he had crossed the threshold and was a guest. Half unconsciously Lysbeth guided him to the balconied sycamore on the first floor, which in our day would answer to the drawing room. Here several other of her friends were gathered, for it had been arranged that the ice festival should end with a supper as rich as the house could give. To these, too, she must introduce her cavalier, who bowed courteously to each in turn. Then she escaped, but as she passed him, distinctly she could swear did she see his lips shape themselves to the hateful word pays. When she reached her chamber, so great was Lysbeth's wrath and indignation that almost she choked with it, till again reason came to her aid, and with reason a desire to carry the thing off as well as might be. So she told her maid Greta to robe her in her best garment, and to hang about her neck the famous collar of pearls which her father had brought from the East, that was the talk and envy of half the women in Leyden. On her head, too, she placed the cap of lovely lace which had been a wedding gift to her mother by her grandmother, the old dame who wove it. Then she added such golden ornaments as it was customary for women of her class of wear, and descended to the gathering room. Meanwhile Montalvo had not been idle. Taking Dirk aside and pleading his travel-worn condition, he had prayed him to lead him to some room where he might order his dress and person. Dirk complied, though with an ill grace, but so pleasant did Montalvo make himself during those few moments, that before he ushered him back to the company in some way, Dirk found himself convinced that this particular Spaniard was not, as the saying went, as black as his mustachios. He felt almost sure, too, although he had not yet found him time to tell him the details of it, that there was some excellent reason to account for his having carried off the adorable Lysbeth during an entire afternoon and evening. It is true that there still remained the strange circumstance of the attempted foul of his cousin Van de Werff's sledge in the great race, but, after all, why should there not be some explanation of this also? It had happened, if it did happen, at quite a distance from the winning post, when there were few people to see what passed. Indeed, now that he came to think of it, the only real evidence on the matter was that of his cousin, the little girl passenger, since Van de Werff himself had brought no actual accusation against his opponent. Shortly after they returned to the company, it was announced that supper had been served, whereon ensued a pause. It was broken by Montalvo, who, stepping forward, offered his hand to Lysbeth, saying in a voice that all could hear, "Lady, my companion of the race, permit the humblest representative of the greatest monarch in the world to have an honour which doubtless that monarch would be glad to claim." That settled the matter, for as the acting commandant of the Spanish garrison of Leyden had chosen to refer to his official position, it was impossible to question his right of precedence over a number of folk who, although prominent in their way, were but unennobled Netherlander burghers. Lysbeth, indeed, did find courage to point to a rather flurried and spasmodic lady with grey hair, who was fanning herself as though the season were July, and wondering whether the cook would come up to the Grand Spaniard's expectations, and to murmur "My aunt." But she got no further, for the Count instantly added in a low voice, "Doubtless comes next in the direct line, but unless my education has been neglected, the heiress of the house, who is of age, goes before the collateral, however aged." By this time they were through the door, so it was useless to argue the point further, and again Lysbeth felt herself overmatched and submitted. In another minute they had passed down the stairs, entered the dining hall, and were seated side by side at the head of the long table, of which the foot was occupied presently by Dirk van Goorl and her aunt, who was also his cousin, the widow Clara van Ziel. There was a silence while the domestics began their service, of which Montalvo took opportunity to study the room, the table, and the guests. It was a fine room, panelled with German oak, and lighted sufficiently, if not brilliantly, by two hanging brass chandeliers of the famous Flemish workmanship, in each of which were fixed 18 of the best candles, while on the sideboards were branch candlesticks, also of worked brass. The light thus provided was supplemented by that from the great fire of peat and old ship's timber which burned in a wide blue tiled fireplace half-way down the chamber, throwing its reflections upon many a flagon and bowl of cunningly hammered silver that adorned the table and the sideboards. The company was of the same character as the furniture, handsome and solid, people of means, every man and woman of them accumulated by themselves or their fathers in the exercise of the honest and profitable trade whereof at this time the Netherlands had a practical monopoly. "I have made no mistake," thought Montalvo to himself, as he surveyed the room and its occupants. "My little neighbour's necklace alone is worth more cash than ever I had the handling of, and the plate would add up handsomely. Well, before very long I hope to be in possession to make its inventory." Then, having first crossed himself devoutly, he fell to upon a supper that was well worth his attention, even in a land noted for the luxury of its food and wines, and the superb appetites of those who consumed them. It must not be supposed, however, that the gallant captain allowed eating to strangle conversation. On the contrary, finding that his hostess was in no talkative mood, he addressed himself to his fellow guests, chatting with them pleasantly upon every convenient subject. Among these guests were none other than Pieter van de Werff, his conqueror in that afternoon's conquest, upon whose watchful and suspicious reserve he brought all his batteries to bear. First he congratulated Pieter and lamented his own ill luck, and this with great earnestness, for as a matter of fact he had lost much more money on the event than he could afford to pay. Then he praised the grey horse and asked if he was for sale, offering his own black in part exchange. "A good nag," he said, "but one that I do not wish to conceal has his faults, which must be taken into consideration if it comes to the point of putting a price upon him. For instance, Mynheer van de Werff, you may have noticed the dreadful position in which the brute put me towards the end of the race. There are certain things that this horse always shies at, and one of them is a red cloak. Now I don't know if you saw that a girl in a red cloak suddenly appeared on the bank. In an instant the beast was round, and you may imagine what my feelings were, being in charge of your fair kinswoman, for I thought to a certainty that we should be over. What is more, it quite spoilt my chance of the race, for after he has shied like that, the black turns sulky and won't let himself go." When Lysbeth heard the amazing explanation, remembering the facts, she gasped. And yet now that she came to think of it, a girl in a red cloak did appear near them at the moment, and the horse did whip round as though it had shied violently. Was it possible, she wondered, that the captain had not really intended to foul the Badger sledge? Meanwhile, Van de Werff was answering in his slow voice. Apparently he accepted Montalvo's explanation, At least he said that he, too, saw the red-cloaked girl, and was glad that nothing serious had come of the mischance. As regarded the proposed deal, he should be most happy to go into it upon the lines mentioned, as the grey, although a very good horse, was aged, and he thought the Barb one of the most beautiful animals that he had ever seen. At this point, as he had not the slightest intention of parting with his valuable charger, at any rate on such terms, Montalvo changed the subject. At length, when men, and for the matter of that, women too, had eaten well, and the beautiful tall Flemish glasses, not for the first time, were replenished with the best Rhenish or Spanish wines, Montalvo, taking advantage of a pause in the conversation, rose and said that he wished to claim the privilege of a stranger among them and propose a toast, namely, the health of his late adversary, Pieter van de Werff. At this the audience applauded, for they were all very proud of the young man's success, and some of them had won money over him. Still more did they applaud, being great judges of culinary matters, when the Spaniard began his speech by an elegant tribute to the surpassing excellence of the supper. Rarely, he assured them, and especially did he assure the honourable widow van Ziel, who blushed all over with pleasure at his compliments, and fanned herself with such vigour that she upset Dirk's wine over his new tunic, cut in the Brussels fashion, the fame of whose skill in such matters had travelled so far as The Hague, for he had heard of it there himself. Rarely even in the courts of kings and emperors, or at the tables of popes and archbishops, had he eaten food so exquisitely cooked, or drunk wines of a better vintage. Then, passing on to the subject of his speech, Van de Werff, he toasted him, and his horse, and his little sister, and his sledge, in really well chosen and appropriate terms, not by any means overdoing it, for he confessed frankly that his defeat was a bitter disappointment to him, especially as every soldier in the camp had expected him to win, and, he was afraid, backed him for more than they could afford. Also, incidentally, so that everyone might be well acquainted with it, he retold the story of the girl with the red cloak. Next, suddenly dropping his voice and adopting a quieter manner, he addressed himself to the Aunt Clara and the well-beloved Heer Dirk, saying that he owed them both an apology, which he must take this opportunity to make, for having detained the lady at his right during so unreasonable a time that afternoon. When, however, they had heard the facts, they would, he was sure, blame him no longer, especially if he told them that his breach of good manners had been the means of saving a human life. Immediately after the race, he explained, one of his sergeants had found him out to tell him that a woman suspected of certain crimes against life and property, and believed to be a notorious escaped witch or heretic, had been captured, asking for reasons which he need not trouble them with, that he would deal with the case at once. This woman also, said the man, had been heard that very afternoon to make use of the most horrible, the most treacherous and blaspheming language to a lady of Leyden, the Jufvrouw Lysbeth van Hout, indeed, as was deposed by a certain spy named Black Meg, who had overheard the conversation. Now, went on Montalvo, as he knew well every man and woman in that room would share his horror of treacherous and blasphemous heretics. Here most of the company crossed themselves, especially those who were already secret adherents of the new religion. Still, even heretics had a right to a fair trial, at least he, who, although a soldier by profession, was a man who honestly detested unnecessary bloodshed, held that opinion. Also, long experience taught him great mistrust of the evidence of informers who had a money interest in the conviction of the accused. Lastly, it did not seem well to him that the name of a young and noble lady should be mixed up in such a business. As they knew under the recent edicts, his powers in these cases were absolute. Indeed, in his official capacity he was ordered at once to consign any suspected of Anabaptism or other forms of heresy to be dealt with by the appointed courts, and in the case of people who had escaped, to cause them, on satisfactory proof of their identity, to be executed instantly without further trial. Under these circumstances, fearing that did the lady knew his purpose, she might take fright, he confessed, resorted to artifice, as he was very anxious, both for her sake and in the interest of justice, that she should bear testimony in the matter. So he asked her to accompany him on a short drive while he attended to a business affair, a request to which she had graciously assented. "Friends," he went on in a still more solemn voice, "the rest of my story is short. Indeed, I do congratulate myself on the decision that I took, for when confronted with the prisoner our young and honourable hostess was able upon oath to refute the story of the spy, with the result that I in my turn was to save an unfortunate and, as I believe, a half-crazed creature from an immediate and a cruel death. Is that not so, lady?" And, helpless in the net of circumstance, not knowing indeed what else to do, Lysbeth bowed her head in assent. "I think," concluded Montalvo, "that after this explanation, what may have appeared to be a breach of manners will be forgiven. I have only one other word to add. My position is peculiar. I am an official here, and I speak boldly among friends, taking the risk that any of you present will use what I say against me, which for my part I do not believe. Although there is no better Catholic and no truer Spaniard in the Netherlands, I have been accused of showing too great a sympathy with your people, and of dealing too leniently with those who have incurred the displeasure of our Holy Church. In the cause of right and justice I am willing to bear such aspersions. Still, this is a slanderous world, a world in which truth does not always prevail. Therefore, although I have told you nothing but the bare facts, I do suggest in the interest of your hostess, in my own humble interest who might be misrepresented, and I may add in the interest of everyone present at this board, that it will perhaps be well that the details of the story which I have had the honour of telling you should not be spread about, that they should in fact find a grave within these walls. Friends, do you agree?" Then, moved by a common impulse and by a common if a secret fear, with the single exception of Lysbeth, every person present, yes, even the cautious and far-seeing young Van de Werff, echoed, "We agree." "Friends," said Montalvo, "those simple words carry to my mind conviction deep as any vow, however solemn, deep, if that were possible, as did the oath of your hostess, upon the faith of which I felt myself justified in acquitting the poor creature who was alleged to be an escaped heretic." Then, with a courteous and all-embracing bow, Montalvo sat down. "What a good man, what a delightful man," murmured Aunt Clara to Dirk in the buzz of conversation which ensued. Yes, cousin, but— "And what discrimination he has, what taste! Did you notice what he said about the cooking?" "I heard something, but—" "It is true that folk have told me that my capon stewed in milk such as we had tonight. Why, lad, what is the matter with your doublet? You fidget me by continually rubbing at it." "You have upset the red wine over it, that is all," answered Dirk sulkily. "It is spoiled." "And little loss either. To tell you the truth, Dirk, I never saw a coat worse cut. You young men should learn in the matter of clothes from the Spanish gentlemen. Look at his Excellency, the Count Montalvo, for instance." "See here, Aunt," broke in Dirk with suppressed fury, "I think I have heard enough about Spaniards and the Captain Montalvo for one night. First of all he spirits off Lysbeth and is absent with her for 4 hours. Then he invites himself to supper and places himself at the head of the table with her, setting me down to the dullest meal I ever ate at the other end." "Cousin Dirk," said Aunt Clara with dignity, "your temper has got the better of your manners. Certainly you might learn courtesy as well as dress, even from so humble a person as a Spanish hidalgo and commander." Then she rose from the table, adding, "Come, Lysbeth, if you are ready, let us leave these gentlemen to their wine." After the ladies had gone, the supper went on merrily. In those days nearly everybody drank too much liquor, at any rate at feasts, and this company was no exception. Even Montalvo, his game being won, and the strain on his nerves relaxed, partook pretty freely, and began to talk in proportion to his potations. Still, so clever was the man that in his cups he yet showed a method, for his conversation revealed a sympathy with Netherlander grievances and a tolerance of view in religious matters rarely displayed by a Spaniard. From such questions they drifted into a military discussion, and Montalvo, challenged by Van de Werff, who, as it happened, had not drunk too much wine, explained how, were he officer in command, he would defend Leyden from attack by an overwhelming force. Very soon Van de Werff saw that he was a capable soldier who had studied his profession, and being himself a capable civilian with a thirst for knowledge, pressed the argument from point to point. "And suppose," he asked at length, "that the city were starving and still untaken, so that its inhabitants must either fall into the hands of the enemy or burn the place over their heads. What would you do then?" "Then, Mynheer, if I were a small man I should yield to the clamour of the starving folk and surrender." "And if you were a big man, captain?" "If I were a big man, if I were a big man, why then I should cut the dykes and let the sea beat once more against the walls of Leyden. An army cannot live in salt water, Mynheer." "That would drown out the farmers and ruin the land for 20 years." "Quite so, Mynheer, but when the corn has to be saved, who thinks of spoiling the straw?" "I follow you, Señor. Your proverb is good, although I have never heard it." "Many good things come from Spain, Mynheer, including this red wine. One more glass with you, for, if you will allow me to say it, you are a man worth meeting over a beaker or a blade." "I hope that you will always retain the same opinion of me," answered Van de Werff as he drank, "at the trencher or in the trenches." Then Peter went home, and before he slept that night made careful notes of all the Spaniards' suggested military dispositions, both of attackers and attacked, writing underneath them the proverb about the corn and the straw. There existed no real reason why he should have done so, as he was only a civilian engaged in business. But Peter van de Werff chanced to be a provident young man who knew many things might happen which could not precisely be foreseen. As it fell out in after years, a time came when he was able to put Montalvo's advice to good use. All readers of the history of the Netherlands know how the burgomaster Peter van de Werff saved Leyden from the Spanish. As for Dirk van Goorl, he sought his lodging rather tipsy, and arm in arm with none other than Captain the Count Don Juan de Montalvo. End of chapter 3. Book 1, Chapter 4 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 4. 3 Wakings. There were 3 persons in Leyden whose reflections when they awoke on the morning after the sledge race are not without interest, at any rate to the student of their history. First, there was Dirk van Goorl, whose work made an early riser of him, to say nothing of a splitting headache which on this morning called him into consciousness just as the clock in the bell tower was chiming 4:30. Now there are a few things more depressing than to be awakened by a bad headache at 4:30 in the black frost of a winter dawn. Yet as Dirk lay and thought, a conviction took hold of him that his depression was not due entirely to the headache or to the cold. One by one he recalled the events of yesterday. First, he had been late for this appointment with Lysbeth, which evidently vexed her. Then the Captain Montalvo had swooped down and carried her away, as a hawk bears off a chicken under the very eyes of the henwife, while he, donkey that he was, could find no words in which to protest. Next, thinking it his duty to back the sledge wherein Lysbeth rode, although it was driven by a Spaniard, he had lost 10 florins on that event, which, being a thrifty young man, did not at all please him. The rest of the fete he had spent hunting for Lysbeth, who mysteriously vanished with the Spaniard, an unentertaining and even an anxious pastime. Then came the supper, when once more the Count swooped down on Lysbeth, leaving him to escort his cousin Clara, whom he had considered an old fool and disliked, and who, having spoilt his new jacket by spilling wine over it, ended by abusing his taste in dress. Nor was that all. He had drunk a great deal more strong wine than was wise, for to this his head certified. Lastly, he had walked home arm in arm with his lady-snatching Spaniard, and by heaven, yes, he had sworn eternal friendship with him on the doorstep. Well, there was no doubt that the Count was an uncommonly good fellow for a Spaniard. As for that story of the fowl, he had explained it quite satisfactorily, and he had taken his beating like a gentleman. Could anything be nicer or in better feeling than his allusions to Cousin Peter in his after-supper speech? Also, and this was a graver matter, the man had shown that he was tolerant and kindly by the way in which he dealt with the poor creature called the Mare, a woman whose history Dirk knew well, one whose sufferings had made of her a crazy and rash-tongued wanderer who, so it was rumoured, could use a knife. In fact, for the truth may as well be told at once, Dirk was a Lutheran, having been admitted to that community 2 years before. To be a Lutheran in those days, that is in the Netherlands, meant, it need scarcely be explained, that you walked through the world with a halter around your neck and a vision of the rack and the stake before your eyes, circumstances under which religion became a more earnest and serious thing than most people find it in this century. Still, even at that date, the dreadful penalties attaching to the crime did not prevent many of the burgher and lower classes from worshipping God in their own fashion. Indeed, if the truth had been known, of those who were present at Lysbeth's supper on the previous night, more than half, including Peter van de Werff, were adherents of the new faith. To dismiss religious considerations, however, Dirk could have wished that this kindly-natured Spaniard was not quite so good-looking or quite so appreciative of the excellent points of the young Leyden ladies, and especially of Lysbeth's, with whose sterling character, he now remembered, Montalvo had assured him he was much impressed. What he feared was that this regard might be reciprocal. After all, a Spanish hidalgo in command of the garrison was a distinguished person, and alas, Lysbeth also was a Catholic. Dirk loved Lysbeth. He loved her with that patient sincerity which was characteristic of his race and his own temperament, but in addition to and above the reasons that have been given already, it was this fact of the difference of religion which hitherto had built a wall between them. Of course, she was unaware of anything of the sort. She did not know even that he belonged to the new faith, and without the permission of the elders of his sect he would not dare to tell her, for the lives of men and of their families could not be confided lightly to the hazard of a girl's discretion. Herein lay the real reason why, although Dirk was so devoted to Lysbeth, and although he imagined that she was not indifferent to him, as yet no word had passed between them of love or marriage. How could he, who was a Lutheran, ask a Catholic to become his wife without telling her the truth? And if he told her the truth, and she consented to take the risk, how could he drag her into that dreadful net? Supposing even that she kept to her own faith, which of course she would be at liberty to do, although equally, of course, he was bound to try to convert her, their children, if they had any, must be brought up in his beliefs. Then, sooner or later, might come the informer, that dreadful informer whose shadow already lay heavy upon thousands of homes in the Netherlands, and after the informer, the officer, and after the officer, the priest, and after the priest, the judge, and after the judge, the executioner and the stake. In this case, what would happen to Lysbeth? She might prove herself innocent of the horrible crime of heresy, if by that time she was innocent, but what would life become to the loving young woman whose husband and children perhaps had been haled off to the slaughter chambers of the Papal Inquisition? This was the true first cause why Dirk had remained silent, even when he was so sorely tempted to speak, Yes, although his instinct told him that his silence had been misinterpreted and set down to over caution or indifference, or to unnecessary scruples. The next to wake up that morning was Lysbeth, who, if she was not troubled with headache resulting from indulgence, and in that day women of her class sometimes suffered from it, had pains of her own to overcome. When sifted and classified, these pains resolved themselves into a sense of fiery indignation against Dirk van Goorl. Dirk had been late for his appointment, alleging some ridiculous excuse about the cooling of a bell, as though she cared whether the bell were hot or cold, with the result that she had been thrown into the company of that dreadful Martha the Mare. After the Mare, aggravated by Black Meg, came the Spaniard. Here again Dirk had shown contemptible indifference and insufficiency, for he allowed her to be forced into the Wolf's sledge against her will. Nay, he had actually consented to the thing. Next, in a fateful sequence, followed all the other incidences of that hideous carnival, the race, the fowl, if it was a fowl, the dreadful nightmare vision called into her mind by the look upon Montalvo's face, the trial of the Mare, her own unpremeditated but indelible perjury, the lonely drive with the man who compelled her to it, the exhibition of herself before all the world as his willing companion, and the feast in which he appeared as her cavalier, and was accepted by the simple company almost as an angel entertained by chance. What did he mean? Doubtless, for on that point she could scarcely be mistaken, he meant to make love to her, for had he not in practice said as much? And now this was the terrible thing. She was in his power, since if he chose to do so, without doubt he could prove that she had sworn a false oath for her own purposes. Also that lie weighed upon her mind, although it had been spoken in a good cause, if it was good to save a wretched fanatic from the fate which, were the truth known, without doubt her crime deserved. Of course the Spaniard was a bad man, if an attractive one, and he had behaved wickedly, if with grace and breeding. But who expected anything else from a Spaniard, who only acted after his kind and for his own ends? It was Dirk that was to blame, not so much, and here again came the rub, for his awkwardness and mistakes of yesterday, as for his general conduct. Why had he not spoken to her before, and put her beyond the reach of such accidents as these to which a woman of her position and substance must necessarily be exposed? The saints knew that she had given him opportunity enough. She had gone as far as a maiden might, and not for all the Dirks on earth would she go 1 inch further. Oh, why had she ever come to care for his foolish face? Why had she refused so and so, and so and so, and so and so, all of them honourable men, with the result that now no other bachelor ever came near her, comprehending that she was under bond to her cousin? In the past she had persuaded herself that it was because of something she felt but could not see, of a hidden nobility of character, which after all was not very evident upon the surface, that she loved Dirk van Goorl. But where was this something, this nobility? Surely a man who was a man ought to play his part and not leave her in his false position, especially as there could be no question of means. She would not have come to him empty-handed, very far from it indeed. Oh, were it not for the unlucky fact that she still happened to care about him, to her sorrow, never, never would she speak to him again. The last of our 3 friends to awake on this particular morning, between 9 and 10 o'clock indeed, when Dirk had been already 2 hours at his factory and Lysbeth was buying provisions in the market-place, was that accomplished and excellent officer, Captain the Count Juan de Montalvo. For a few seconds after his dark eyes opened he stared at the ceiling, collecting his thoughts. Then, sitting up in bed, he burst into a prolonged roar of laughter. Really, the whole thing was too funny for any man of humour to contemplate without being moved to merriment. That gabby Dirk van Goorl, the furiously indignant but helpless Lysbeth, the solemn, fat-headed fools of Netherlanders at the supper, and the fashion in which he had played his own tune on the whole pack of them, as though they were the strings of a fiddle. Oh, it was delicious. As the reader by this time may have guessed, Montalvo was not the typical Spaniard of romance, and indeed of history. He was not gloomy and stern, he was not even particularly vengeful or bloodthirsty. On the contrary, he was a clever and utterly unprincipled man, with a sense of humour and a gift of bonhomie, which made him popular in all places. Moreover, he was brave, a good soldier, in a certain sense sympathetic, and, strange to say, no bigot. Indeed, which seems to have been a rare thing in those days, his religious views were so enlarged that he had none at all. His conduct, therefore, if from time to time it was affected by passing spasms of acute superstition, was totally uninfluenced by any settled spiritual hopes or fears, a condition which, he found, gave him great advantages in life. In fact, had it suited his purpose, Montalvo was prepared at a moment's notice to become Lutheran, or Calvinist, or Mohammedan, or mystic, or even Anabaptist, on the principle, he would explain, that it is easy for the artist to paint any picture he likes upon a blank canvas. And yet this curious pliancy of mind, this lack of conviction, this absolute want of moral sense, which ought to have given the Count such great advantages in his conflict with the world, were in reality the main source of his weakness. Fortune had made a soldier of the man, and he filled the part as he would have filled any part, but nature intended him for a play actor, and from day to day he posed and mimed and mouthed through life in this character or in that, though never in his own character, principally because he had none. Still, far down in Montalvo's being there was something solid and genuine, and that something not good but bad. It was very rarely on view, the hand of circumstance must plunge deep to find it, but it dealt there, the strong, cruel Spanish spirit which would sacrifice anything to save, or even to advance itself. It was this spirit that Lysbeth had seen looking out of his eyes on the yesterday, which, when he knew that the race was lost, had prompted him to try to kill his adversary, although he killed himself and her in the attempt. Nor did she see it then for the last time, for twice more, at least in her life, she was destined to meet and tremble at its power. In short, although Montalvo was a man who really disliked cruelty, he could upon occasion be cruel to the last degree. Although he appreciated friends and desired to have them, he could be the foulest of traitors. Although without a cause he would do no hurt to a living thing, yet if that cause were sufficient he would cheerfully consign a whole cityful to death. No, not cheerfully. He would have regretted their end very much, and often afterwards might have thought of it with sympathy and even sorrow. This, where he differed from the majority of his countrymen in that age, who would have done the same thing, and more brutally, from honest principle, and for the rest of their lives rejoiced at the memory of the deed. Montalvo had his ruling passion. It was not war, it was not women, it was money. But here again he did not care about the money for itself, since he was no miser, and being the most inveterate of gamblers, never saved a single stiver. He wanted it to spend and to stake upon the dice. Thus again, in variance to the taste of most of his countrymen, he cared little for the other sex. He did not even like their society, and as for their passion and the rest, he thought it something of a bore. He did not care intensely for their admiration, so much so that if no better game were at hand, he would take enormous trouble to fascinate even a serving maid or a fish girl. Wherever he went, it was his ambition to be reported the man the most admired of the fair in that city, and to attain this end he offered himself upon the altar of numerous love affairs which did not amuse him in the least. Of course, the indulgence of this vanity meant expense, since the fair require money and presents, and he who pursues them should be well dressed and horsed, and able to do things in the very finest style. Also, their relatives must be entertained, and when they were entertained, impressed with the sense that they had the honour to be guests of a grandee of Spain. Now that of a grandee has never been a cheap profession. Indeed, as many a pauper peer knows to-day, rank without resources is a terrific burden. Montalvo had the rank, for he was a well-born man, whose sole heritage was an ancient tower built by some warlike ancestor in a position admirably suited to the purpose of the said ancestor, namely the pillage of travellers through a neighbouring mountain pass. When, however, travellers ceased to use that pass, or for other reasons robbery became no longer productive, the revenues of the Montalvo family declined till at the present date they were practically nil. Thus it came about that the status of the last representative of this ancient stock was that of a soldier of fortune of the common type, endowed, unfortunately for himself, with grand ideas, a gambler's fatal fire, expensive tastes, and more than the usual pride of race. Although perhaps he had never defined them very clearly even to himself, Juan de Montalvo had two aims in life. First, to indulge his every freak and fancy to the full, and next, but this was secondary and somewhat nebulous, to re-establish the fortunes of his family. In themselves they were quite legitimate aims, and in those times, when fishers of troubled waters generally caught something, and when men of ability and character might force their way to splendid positions, there was no reason why they should not have led him to success. Yet so far, at any rate, in spite of many opportunities, he had not succeeded, although he was now a man of more than 30. The causes of his failures were various, but at the bottom of them lay his lack of stability and ingenuousness. A man who is always playing a part amuses every one but convinces nobody. Montalvo convinced nobody. When he discoursed on the mysteries of religion with priests, even priests who in those days for the most part were stupid, felt that they assisted in a mere intellectual exercise. When his theme was war, his audience guessed that his object was probably love. When love was his song, an inconvenient instinct was apt to assure the lady immediately concerned that it was love of self and not of her. They were all more or less mistaken, but as usual the women went nearest to the mark. Montalvo's real aim was self, but he spelt it money. Money in large sums was what he wanted, and what in this way or that he meant to win. Now, even in the 16th century, fortunes did not lie to the hand of every adventurer. Military pay was small and not easily recoverable. Loot was hard to come by and quickly spent. Even the ransom of a rich prisoner or two soon disappeared in the payment of such debts of honour as could not be avoided. Of course, there remained the possibility of wealthy marriage, which in a country like the Netherlands, that was full of rich heiresses, was not difficult to a high-born, handsome and agreeable man of the ruling Spanish caste. Indeed, after many chances and changes, the time had come at length when Montalvo must either marry or be ruined. For his situation and debts, especially his gaming debts, were enormous, and creditors met him at every turn. Unfortunately for him, also, some of these creditors were persons who had the ear of people in authority. So at last it came about that an intimation reached him that this scandal must be abated, or he must be back to Spain, a country which, as it happened, he did not in the least wish to visit. In short, the sorry hour of reckoning, that hour which overtakes all procrastinators, had arrived, and marriage, wealthy marriage, was the only way wherewith it could be defied. It was a sad alternative to a man who for his own very excellent reasons did not wish to marry, but this had to be faced. Thus it came about that as the only suitable party in Leyden, the Count Montalvo had sought out the well-favoured and well-endowed Jufvrouw Lysbeth van Hout to be his companion in the great sledge race, and taken so much trouble to ensure that himself a friendly reception at her house. So far things went well, and, what was more, the opening of the chase had proved distinctly entertaining. Also the society of the place, after his appropriation of her at a public festival, and their long moonlight tete-a-tete, which by now must be common gossip's talk, would be quite prepared for any amount of attention which he might see fit to pay to Lysbeth. Indeed, Why should he not pay any attention to an unaffianced woman whose rank was lower if her means were greater than his own? Of course he knew that her name had been coupled with that of Dirk van Goorl. He was perfectly aware also that these two young people were attached to each other, for as they walked home together on the previous night, Dirk, possibly for motives of his own, had favoured him with a semi-intoxicated confidence to that effect. But as they were not affianced, what did that matter? Indeed, had they been affianced, what would it matter? Still, Dirk van Goorl was an obstacle, and therefore, although he seemed to be a good fellow, and he was sorry for him, Dirk van Goorl must be got out of the way, since he was convinced that Lysbeth was one of those stubborn-natured creatures who would probably decline to marry himself until this young Leyden lout had vanished. And yet he did not want to be mixed up with duels, if for no other reason because in a duel the unexpected may always happen, and that would be poor end. Certainly also he did not wish to be mixed up with murder, first because he intensely disliked the idea of killing anybody, unless he was driven to it, and secondly because murder was a nasty way of coming out. One could never be quite sure in what light the dispatching of a young Netherlander of respectable family and fortune would be looked at by those in authority. Also, there was another thing to be considered. If this young man died, it was impossible to know exactly how Lysbeth would take his death. Thus she might elect to refuse to marry, or decide to mourn him for 4 or 5 years, which for all practical purposes would be just as bad. And yet, while Dirk lived, how could he possibly persuade her to transfer her affections to himself? It seemed therefore that Dirk ought to decease. For quite a quarter of an hour Montalvo thought the matter over, and then, just as he had given it up, and determined to leave things to chance, for a while at least, inspiration came, a splendid, a heaven-sent inspiration. Dirk must not die. Dirk must live, but his continued existence must be the price of the hand of Lysbeth van Hout. If she was half as fond of the man as he believed, it was probable that she would be delighted to marry anybody else in order to save his precious neck, for that was just the kind of sentimental idiocy of which 9 women out of 10 really enjoyed the indulgence. Moreover, this scheme had other merits. It did everyone a good turn. Dirk would be saved from extinction, for which he should be grateful. Lysbeth, besides earning the honour of an alliance, perhaps only temporary, with himself, would be able to go through life wrapped in a heavenly glow of virtue arising from the impression that she had really done something very fine and tragic, while he, Montalvo under Providence, the humble purveyor of these blessings, would also benefit to some small extent. The difficulty was, how could the situation be created? How could the interesting Dirk be brought to a pass that would give the lady an opportunity of exercising her finer feelings on his behalf? If only he were a heretic now. Well, by the Pope, why shouldn't he be a heretic? If ever a fellow had the heretical cut, this fellow had. Flat-faced, sanctimoniously looking, and with a fancy for dark-coloured stockings. He had observed that all heretics, male and female, wore dark-coloured stockings, perhaps by way of mortifying the flesh. He could think of only one thing against it. The young man had drunk too much last night. But there were certain breeds of heretics who did not mind drinking too much. Also, the best could slip sometimes, for, as he had learned from the old Castilian priest who taught him Latin, humanum est, etc. This, then, was the summary of his reflections. 1. That to save the situation within 3 months or so, he must be united in holy matrimony with Lysbeth van Hout. 2. That if it proved impossible to remove the young man, Dirk van Goorl, from his path by overmatching him in the lady's affections, or by playing on her jealousy. Query: could a woman be egged into becoming jealous of that flounder of a fellow, and into marrying someone else out of pique? Stronger measures must be adopted. 3. That such stronger measures should consist of inducing the lady to save her lover from death by uniting herself in marriage with one who for her sake would do violence to his conscience and manipulate the business. 4. That this plan would be best put into execution by proving the lover to be a heretic, but if unhappily this could not be proved because he was not, still he must figure in that capacity for this occasion only. 5. That meanwhile it would be well to cultivate the society of Mynheer van Goorl as much as possible, first because he was a person with whom, under the circumstances, he, Montalvo, would naturally wish to become intimate, and secondly, because he was quite certain to be an individual with cash to lend. Now, these researches after heretics invariably cost money, for they involve the services of spies. Obviously, therefore, friend Dirk the Dutch flounder was a man to provide the butter in which he was going to be fried. Why, if any Hollander had a spark of humour, he would see the joke of it himself, and Montalvo ended his reflections as he had begun them, with a merry peal of laughter, after which he rose and ate a most excellent breakfast. It was about 5:30 o'clock that afternoon before the captain and acting commandant Montalvo returned from some duty to which he had been attending, for it may be explained that he was a zealous officer and a master of detail. As he entered his lodgings, the soldier who acted as his servant, a man selected for silence and discretion, saluted and stood at attention. "Is the woman here?" he asked. "Excellency, she is here, though I had difficulty enough in persuading her to come, for I found her in bed and out of humour." "Peace to your difficulties. Where is she?" "In the small inner room, Excellency." "Good. Then see that no one disturbs us, and stay, when she goes out, follow her and note her movements till you trace her home." The man saluted, and Montalvo passed upstairs into the inner room, carefully shutting both doors behind him. The place was unlighted, but through the large stone-mullioned windows the rays of the full moon poured brightly, and by then, seated in a straight-backed chair, Montalvo saw a draped form. There was something forbidding, something almost unnatural, in the aspect of this sombre form perched thus upon a chair in expectant silence. It reminded him, for he had a touch of inconvenient imagination, of an evil bird squatted upon the bough of a dead tree, awaiting the dawn that it might go forth to devour some appointed prey. "Is that you, Mother Meg?" he asked, in tones from which most of the jocosity had vanished. "Quite like old times at The Hague, isn't it?" The moonlit figure turned its head, for he could see the light shine upon the whites of the eyes. "Who else, Excellency?" said a voice, hoarse and thick with rheum, a voice like the croak of a crow, "though it is little thanks to your Excellency. Those must be strong who can bathe in Rhine water through a hole in the ice and take no hurt." "Don't scold, woman," he answered. "I have no time for it. If you were ducked yesterday it served you right for losing your accursed temper. Could you not see that I had my own game to play and you were spoiling it? Must I be flouted before my men and listen while you warn a lady with whom I wish to stand well against me?" "You generally have a game to play, Excellency, but when it ends in my being first robbed and then nearly drowned beneath the ice, well, that is a game which Black Meg does not forget." "Hush, mother, you are not the only person with a memory. What was the reward? 12 florins? Well, you shall have them, and 5 more. That's a good pay for a lick of cold water. Are you satisfied?" "No, Excellency. I wanted the life, that heretic's life. I wanted to baste her while she burned, or to tread her down while she was buried. I have a grudge against the woman because I know, yes, because I know," she repeated fiercely, "that if I do not kill her, she will try to kill me. Her husband and her young son were burnt, upon my evidence mostly, but this is the 3rd time she has escaped me." "Patience, mother, patience, and I dare say that everything will come right in the end. You have bagged 2 of the family, Papa Heretic and young Hopeful. Really, you should not grumble if the 3rd takes a little hunting, or wonder that in the meanwhile you are not popular with mamma. Now, listen. You know the young woman whom it was necessary that I should humour yesterday. She is rich, is she not? Yes, I know her, and I knew her father. He left her house, furniture and jewellery, and 30,000 crowns, which are placed out at a good interest. A nice fortune for a gallant who wants money, but it will be Dirk van Goorl's, not yours. Ah, that is just the point. Now what do you know about Dirk van Goorl? A respectable, hard-working burgher, son of a well-to-do parents, brass workers who live in Alkmaar. Honest, but not very clever. The kind of man who grows rich, becomes a burgomaster, founds a hospital for the poor, and has a fine monument put up to his memory. Mother, the cold water has dulled your wits. When I ask you about a man, I want to learn what you know against him. Naturally, Excellency, naturally. But against this one I can tell you nothing. He has no lovers, he does not gamble, he does not drink except a glass after dinner. He works in his factory all day, goes to bed early, rises early, and calls on the Jufvrouw van Hout on Sundays. That is all. Where does he attend mass? At the Groote Kerk once a week, but he does not take the sacrament or go to confession. That sounds bad, mother, very bad. You don't mean to say that he is a heretic? Probably he is, Excellency. Most of them are about here. Dear me, how very shocking. Do you know, I should not like that excellent young woman, a good Catholic too, like you and me, mother, to become mixed up with one of these dreadful heretics, who might expose her to all sorts of dangers. For, mother, who can touch pitch and not be defiled? You waste your time, Excellency, replied his visitor with a snort. What do you want? Well, in the interests of this young lady, I want to prove that this man is a heretic, and it has struck me that, as one accustomed to this sort of thing, you might be able to find the evidence. Indeed, Excellency, and has it struck you what my face would look like after I had thrust my head into a wasp's nest for your amusement? Do you know what it means to me if I go peering about among the heretics of Leyden? Well, I will tell you, it means that I should be killed. They are a strong lot and a determined lot, and so long as you leave them alone, they will leave you alone. But if you interfere with them, why then it is a good night. Oh yes, I know all about the law and the priests and the edicts and the Emperor, but the Emperor cannot burn a whole people, and though I hate them, I tell you," she added, standing up suddenly and speaking in a fierce, convinced voice, "that in the end the law and the edicts and the priests will get the worst of this fight. Yes, these Hollanders will beat them all and cut the throats of you Spaniards and thrust those of you who are left alive out of their country, and spit upon your memories and worship God in their own fashion, and be proud and free, when you are dogs gnawing the bones of your greatness, dogs kicked back into your kennels to rot there." "Those are not my words," said Meg in a changed voice as she sat down again. "They are the words of that devil Martha the Mare, which she spoke in my hearing when we had her on the rack, but somehow I think they will come true, and that is why I always remember them." "Indeed, her ladyship the Mare is a more interesting person than I thought, though if she can talk like that, perhaps after all it would have been as well to drown her. And now, dropping prophecy and leaving posterity to arrange for itself, let us come to business. How much? For evidence which would suffice to produce his conviction, mind." 500 florins, not a stiver less, so, Excellency, you need not waste your time trying to beat me down. You want good evidence, evidence on which the council, or whoever they may appoint, will convict, and that means the unshaken testimony of 2 witnesses. Well, I tell you, it isn't easy to come by. There is great danger to the honest folk who seek it, for these heretics are desperate people, and if they find a spy while they are engaged in devil worship at one of their conventicles, why, they kill him. I know all that, mother. What are you trying to cover up that you are so talkative? It isn't your usual way of doing business. Well, it is a bargain. You shall have your money when you produce the evidence. And now really, if we stop here much longer people will begin to make remarks. for who shall escape aspersion in this censorious world? So good night, mother, good night," and he turned to leave the room. "No, Excellency," she croaked with a snort of indignation. "No pay, no play. I don't work on the faith of your Excellency's word alone." "How much?" he asked again. 100 florins down. Then for a while they wrangled hideously, their heads held close together in the patch of moonlight, and so loathsome did their faces look, so plainly was the wicked purpose of their hearts written upon them, that in that luminous glow they might have been mistaken for emissaries from the underworld chaffering over the price of a human soul. At last the bargain was struck for 50 florins, and having received it into her hand, Black Meg departed. 67 in all, she muttered to herself as she regained the street. Well, it was no use holding out for any more, for he hasn't got the cash. The man's as poor as Lazarus, but he wants to live like Dives, and, what is more, he gambles, as I learned at the Hog. Also, there's something queer about his past. I have heard as much as that. It must be looked into, and perhaps the bundle of papers which I helped myself to out of his desk while I was waiting," and she touched the bosom of her dress to make sure that they were safe, "may tell me a thing or two, though likely enough they are only unpaid bills. Ah, most noble cheat and captain, before you have done with her you may find that Black Meg knows how to pay back hot water for cold." End of chapter 4. Book 1, Chapter 5 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 5. The Dream of Dirk. On the day following Montalvo's interview with Black Meg, Dirk received a message from that gentleman, sent to his lodging by an orderly, which reminded him that he had promised to dine with him this very night. Now he had no recollection of any such engagement. Remembering with shame, however, that there were various incidents of the evening of the supper whereof his memory was most imperfect, he concluded that this must be one of them. So much against his own wishes, Dirk sent back an answer to say that he would appear at the time and place appointed. This was the third thing that had happened to annoy him that day. First, he had met Pieter van de Werff, who informed him that all Leyden was talking about Lysbeth and the Captain Montalvo, to whom she was said to have taken a great fancy. Next, when he went to call at the house in the Bree Straat, he was told that both Lysbeth and his cousin Clara had gone out sleighing, which he did not believe, for as a thaw had set in the snow was no longer in a condition suitable to that amusement. Moreover, he could almost have sworn that as he crossed the street he caught sight of Cousin Clara's red face peeping at him from between the curtains of the upstairs sitting room. Indeed, he said as much to Greta, who, contrary to custom, had opened the door to him. "I am sorry if Mynheer sees visions," answered that young woman imperturbably. "I told Mynheer that the ladies had gone out sleighing." "I know you did, Greta, but why should they go out sleighing in a wet thaw?" "I don't know, Mynheer. Ladies do things that please them. It is not my place to ask their reasons." Dirk looked at Greta and was convinced that she was lying. He put his hand in his pocket, to find to his disgust that he had forgotten his purse. Then he thought of giving her a kiss and trying to melt the truth out of her in this fashion, but remembering that if he did she might tell Lysbeth, which would make matters worse than ever, refrained. So the end of it was that he merely said, "Oh, indeed," and went away. Great soft head, reflected Greta, as she watched his retreating form. He knew I was telling lies. Why didn't he push past me or do anything? Ah, Mynheer Dirk, if you are not careful, that Spaniard will take your wind. Well, he is more amusing, that's certain. I am tired of these duck-footed Leydeners, who daren't wink at a donkey lest he should bray, and among such holy folk somebody a little wicked is rather a change. Then Greta, who it may be remembered came from Brussels and had French blood in her veins, went upstairs to make a report to her mistress, telling her all that passed. "I did not ask you to speak falsehoods as to my being out sleighing and the rest. I told you to answer that I was not at home, and mind you say the same to the Captain Montalvo if he calls," said Lysbeth with some acerbity as she dismissed her. In truth, she was very sore and angry, and yet ashamed of herself because it was so. But things had gone so horribly wrong, and as for Dirk, he was the most exasperating person in the world. It was owing to his bad management and lack of readiness that her name was coupled with Montalvo's at every table in Leyden. And now what did she hear in a note from the captain himself, sent to make excuses for not having called upon her after the supper party, but that Dirk was going to dine with him that night? Very well, let him do it. She would know how to pay him back, and if necessary was ready to act up to any situation which he had chosen to create. Thus thought Lysbeth, stamping her foot with vexation, but all the time her heart was sore. All the time she knew well enough that she loved Dirk, and however strange might be his backwardness in speaking out his mind, that he loved her. And yet she felt as though a river was running between them. In the beginning it had been a streamlet, but now it was growing to a torrent. Worse still, the Spaniard was upon her bank of the river. After he had to some extent conquered his shyness and irritation, Dirk became aware that he was really enjoying his dinner at Montalvo's quarters. There were 3 guests besides himself, 2 Spanish officers and a young Netherlander of his own class and age, Brant by name. He was the only son of a noted and very wealthy goldsmith at The Hague, who had sent him to study certain mysteries of the metal worker's art under a Leyden jeweller famous for the exquisite beauty of his designs. The dinner and the service were both of them perfect in style, but better than either proved the conversation, which was of a character that Dirk had never heard at the tables of his own class and people. Not that there was anything even broad about it, as might perhaps have been expected. No, it was the talk of highly accomplished and travelled men of the world, who had seen much and been actors in many moving events, men who were not overtrammelled by prejudices, religious or other, and who were above all things desirous of making themselves agreeable and instructive to the stranger within their gates. The Heer Brant also, who had but just arrived in Leyden, showed himself an able and polished man, one that had been educated more thoroughly than was usual among his class, and who, at the table of his father, the opulent burgomaster of The Hague, from his youth had associated with all classes and conditions of men. Indeed, it was there that he made the acquaintance of Montalvo, who, recognizing him in the street, had asked him to dinner. After the dishes were cleared, one of the Spanish officers rose and begged to be excused, pleading some military duty. When he had saluted his commandant and gone, Montalvo suggested that they should play a game of cards. This was an invitation which Dirk would have liked to decline, but when it came to the point he did not, for fear of seeming peculiar in the eyes of these brilliant men of the world. So they began to play, and as the game was simple, very soon he picked up the points of it, and what is more, found them amusing. At first the stakes were not high, but they doubled themselves in some automatic fashion, till Dirk was astonished to find that he was gambling for considerable sums, and winning them. Towards the last his luck changed a little, but when the game came to an end he found himself the richer by about 350 florins. "What am I to do with this?" he asked, colouring up, as with sighs, which in one instance were genuine enough, the losers pushed the money across to him. "Do with it?" laughed Montalvo. "Did anybody ever hear such an innocent? Why, buy your lady love, or someone else's lady love, a present. No, I tell you a better use than this. You give us to-morrow night at your lodging the best dinner that Leyden can produce, and a chance of winning some of this coin back again. Is it agreed?" "If the other gentlemen wish it," said Dirk modestly. though my apartment is but a poor place for such company." "Of course we wish it," replied the three as with one voice, and the hour for meeting having been fixed, they parted, the Heer Brant walking with Dirk to the door of his lodging. "I was going to call on you to-morrow," he said, "to bring to you a letter of introduction from my father, though that should scarcely be needed, as, in fact, we are cousins, second cousins only, our mothers having been first cousins." "Oh, yes, Brant of The Hague, of whom my mother used to speak, saying that they were kinsmen to be proud of, although she had met them but little. Well, welcome, cousin. I trust that we shall be friends." "I am sure of it," answered Brant, and putting his arm through Dirk's, he pressed it in a peculiar fashion that caused him to start and look around. "Hush," muttered Brant, "not here," and they began to talk of their late companions and the game of cards which they had played, an amusement as to the propriety of which Dirk intimated that he had doubts. Young Brant shrugged his shoulders. "Cousin," he said, "we live in the world, so it is as well to understand the world. If the risking of a few pieces at play, which it will not ruin us to lose, helps us to understand it, well, for my part I am ready to risk them, especially as it puts us on good terms with those who, as things are, it is wise we should cultivate. Only, cousin, if I may venture to say it, be careful not to take more wine than you can carry with discretion. Better lose 1,000 florins than let drop one word that you cannot remember." I know," answered Dirk, thinking of Lysbeth's supper, and at the door of his lodgings they parted. Like most Netherlanders, when Dirk made up his mind to do anything, he did it thoroughly. Thus, having undertaken to give a dinner party, he determined to give a good dinner. In ordinary circumstances his first idea would have been to consult his cousins Clara and Lysbeth. After that monstrous story about the sleighing, however, which by inquiry from the coachman of the house, whom he happened to meet, he ascertained to be perfectly false, this, for the young man had some pride, he did not feel inclined to do. So in place of it he talked first to his landlady, a worthy dame, and by her advice afterwards with the first innkeeper of Leyden, a man of resource and experience. The innkeeper, well knowing that this customer would pay for anything which he ordered, threw himself into the affair heartily, with the result that by 5 o'clock relays of cooks and other attendants were to be seen streaming up Dirk's staircase, carrying every variety of dish that could be supposed to tempt the appetite of high-class cavaliers. Dirk's apartment consisted of 2 rooms, situated upon the first floor of an old house in a street that had ceased to be fashionable. Once, however, it had been a fine house, and according to the ideas of the time, the rooms themselves were fine, especially the sitting chamber, which was oak panelled, low and spacious, with a handsome fireplace carrying the arms of its builder. Out of it opened his sleeping room, which had no other doorway, likewise oak panelled, with tall cupboards, not unlike the canopy of a tomb in shape and general appearance. The hour came, and with it the guests. The feast began, the cooks streamed up and down bearing relays of dishes from the inn. Above the table hung a 6-armed brass chandelier, and in each of its sockets guttered a tallow candle furnishing light to the company beneath, although outside of its bright ring there was shadow more or less dense. Towards the end of dinner a portion of the rush wick of one of these candles fell into the brass saucer beneath, causing the molten grease to burn up fiercely. As it chanced, by the light of this sudden flare, Montalvo, who was sitting opposite to the door, thought that he caught sight of a tall, dark figure gliding along the wall towards the bedroom. For one instant he saw it, then it was gone. "Caramba, my friend," he said, addressing Dirk, whose back was turned towards the figure, "have you any ghosts in this gloomy old room of yours? Because if so, I think I have just seen one." "Ghosts?" answered Dirk. "No, I never heard of any. I do not believe in ghosts. Take some more of that pasty." Montalvo took some more pasty and washed it down with a glass of wine, but he said no more about ghosts. Perhaps an explanation of the phenomenon had occurred to him. At any rate, he decided to leave the subject alone. After the dinner they gambled, and this evening the stakes began where those of the previous night left off. For the first hour Dirk lost, then the luck turned and he won heavily, but always from Montalvo. "My friend," said the captain at last, throwing down his cards, "certainly you are fated to be unfortunate in your matrimonial adventures, for the devil lives in your dice box, and his Highness does not give everything." "I pass," and he rose from the table. "I pass also," said Dirk, following him into the window place, for he wished to take no more money. "You have been very unlucky, Count," he said. "Very indeed, my young friend," answered Montalvo, yawning. "In fact, for the next 6 months I must live on, well, nothing except the recollection of your excellent dinner." "I am sorry," muttered Dirk confusedly. "I did not wish to take your money. It was the turn of those accursed dice. See here, let us say no more about it." "Sir," said Montalvo with a sudden sternness, "an officer and a gentleman cannot treat a debt of honour thus. But," he added with a little laugh, "if another gentleman chances to be good enough to charge a debt of honour for a debt of honour, the affair is different. If, for instance, it would suit you to lend me 400 florins, which, added to the 600 which I have lost to-night, would make 1,000 in all, well, it will be a convenience to me, though should it be any inconvenience to you, pray do not think of such a thing." "Certainly," answered Dirk. "I have won nearly as much as that, and here at my own table. Take them, I beg of you, captain," and emptying a roll of gold into his hand, he counted it with the skill of a merchant and held it towards him. Montalvo hesitated. Then he took the money, pouring it carelessly into his pocket. "You have not checked the sum," said Dirk. "My friend, it is needless," answered his guest. "Your word is rather better than any bond," and again he yawned, remarking that it was getting late. Dirk waited a few minutes, thinking in his coarse, businesslike way that the noble Spaniard might wish to say something about a written acknowledgment. As, however, this did not seem to occur to him, and the matter was not one of ordinary affairs, he led the way back to the table, where the other two were now showing their skill in card tricks. A few minutes later the two Spaniards took their departure, leaving Dirk and his cousin Brant alone. "A very successful evening," said Brant, "and, cousin, you won a great deal." "Yes," answered Dirk, "but all the same I am a poorer man than I was yesterday." Brant laughed. "Did he borrow of you?" he asked. "Well, I thought he would, and what's more, don't you count on that money. Montalvo is a good sort of fellow in his own fashion, but he is an extravagant man and a desperate gambler, with a queer history. I fancy, at least, nobody knows much about him, not even his brother officers. If you ask them, they shrug their shoulders and say that Spain is a big kettle full of all sorts of fish. One thing I do know, however, that he is over head and ears in debt. Indeed, there was trouble about it down at the Hague. So, cousin, don't you play with him more than you can help, and don't reckon on that 1,000 florins to pay your bills with. It is a mystery to me how the man gets on, but I am told that a foolish old vrouw in Amsterdam lent him a lot till she discovered—but there, I don't talk scandal. And now," he added, changing his voice, "is this place private?" "Let's see," said Dirk. "They have cleared the things away, and the old housekeeper has tidied up my bedroom. Yes, I think so. Nobody ever comes up here after 10 o'clock. What is it?" Brant touched his arm, and understanding the truth, Dirk led the way into the window place. There, standing with his back to the room and his hands crossed in a peculiar fashion, he uttered the word "Jesus," and paused. Brant also crossed his hands and answered, or rather continued, "Wept." It was the password of those of the new religion. "You are one of us, cousin?" said Dirk. "I and all my house, my father, my mother, my sister, and the maiden whom I am to marry. They told me at The Hague that I must seek of you or the young Heer Pieter van de Werff knowledge of those things which we of the faith need to know, who are to be trusted and who are not to be trusted, where prayer is held, and where we may take of the pure sacrament of God the Son." Dirk took his cousin's hand and pressed it. the pressure was returned, and thenceforward brother could not have trusted brother more completely, for now between them was the bond of a common and burning faith. Such bonds, the reader may say, tie 90 out of 100 people to each other in the present year of grace, but it is not to be observed that a like mutual confidence results. No, because the circumstances have changed. Thanks very largely to Dirk van Goorl and his fellows of that day, especially to one William of Orange, it is no longer necessary for devout and God-fearing people to creep into holes and corners, like felons hiding from the law, that they may worship the Almighty after some fashion as pure as it is simple, knowing the while that if they are found so doing, their lot and the lot of their wives and children will be the torment and the stake. Now the thumbscrew and the rack, as instruments for the discomfiture of heretics, are regulated to the dusty cases of museums. But some short generations since all this was different, and then a man who dared to disagree with certain doctrines was treated with far less mercy than is shown to a dog on the vivisector's table. Little wonder, therefore, that those who lay under such a ban, those who were continually walking in the cold shadow of this dreadful doom, clung to each other, loved each other, and comforted each other to the last, passing often enough hand in hand through the fiery gates to that country in which there is no more pain. To be a member of the new religion in the Netherlands, under the awful rule of Charles the Emperor and Philip the King, was to be one of a vast family. It was not sir or mistress or madam. It was my father and my mother, or my sister and my brother. Yes, and between people who were of very different status and almost strangers in the flesh. Strangers in the flesh, but brethren in the spirit. It will be understood that in these circumstances Dirk and Brant, already liking each other and being already connected by blood, were not slow in coming to a complete understanding and fellowship. There they sat in the window place, telling each other of their families, their hopes and fears, and even of their lady loves. In this, as in every other respect, Hendrik Brant's story was one of simple prosperity. He was betrothed to a lady of The Hague, the only daughter of a wealthy wine merchant, who, according to his account, seemed to be as beautiful as she was good and rich, and they were to be married in the spring. But when Dirk told him of his affair, he shook his wise young head. "You say that both she and her aunt are Catholics?" he asked. "Yes, cousin, this is the trouble. I think that she is fond of me, or at any rate she was until a few days since," he added ruefully. "But how can I, being a heretic, ask her to plight her troth to me unless I tell her? And that, you know, is against the rule. Indeed, I scarcely dare to do so." "Had you not best consult with some godly elder who by prayer and words may move your lady's heart till the light shines on her?" asked Brant. "Cousin, it has been done, but always there is the other in the way, the red-nosed Aunt Clara, who is a mad idolater. Also there is the serving woman Greta, whom I take for little better than a spy. Therefore, between the two of them, I see little chance that Lysbeth will ever hear the truth this side of marriage. And yet, how dare I marry her? Is it right that I should marry her, and therefore perhaps bring her, too, to some dreadful fate such as may wait for you or me? Moreover, now, since this man Montalvo has crossed my path, all things seem to have gone wrong between me and Lysbeth. Indeed, but yesterday her door was shut on me." "Women have their fancies," answered Brant slowly. "Perhaps he has taken hers. She would not be the first who walked that plank. Or perhaps she is vexed with you for not speaking out ere this, for, man, not knowing what you are, how can she read your mind?" "Perhaps, perhaps," said Dirk, "but I know not what to do," and in his perplexity he struck his forehead with his hand. "Then, brother, in that case what hinders that we should ask him, who can tell you?" said Brant calmly. Dirk understood what he meant at once. "It is a wise thought, and a good one, cousin. I have the Holy Book. First let us pray, and then we can seek wisdom there." "You are rich indeed," answered Brant. "Sometime you must tell me how and where you came by it." Here in Leyden, if one can afford to pay for them, such goods are not hard to get," said Dirk. "What is hard is to keep them safely, for to be found with a Bible in your pocket is to carry your own death warrant." Brant nodded. "Is it safe to show it here?" he asked. "As safe as anywhere, cousin. The window is shuttered, the door is, or will be, locked, but who can say that he is safe this side of the stake in a land where the rats and mice carry news and the wind bears witness? Come, I will show you where I keep it," and going to the mantelpiece he took down a candlestick, a quaint brass, ornamented on its massive oblong base with 2 copper snails, and lit the candle. "Do you like the piece?" he asked. "It is my own design, which I cast and filed out in my spare hours," and he gazed at the holder with the affection of an artist. Then, without waiting for an answer, he led the way to the door of his sitting room and paused. "What is it?" asked Brant. "I thought I heard a sound, that is all, but doubtless the old Vrouw moves upon the stairs. Turn the key, cousin. So, now come on." They entered the sleeping chamber, and having glanced round and made sure that it was empty, and the window shut, Dirk went to the head of the bed, which was formed of oak panels, the centre one carved with a magnificent coat of arms, fellow to that in the fireplace of the sitting room. At this panel Dirk began to work, till presently it slid aside, revealing a hollow out of which he took a book bound in boards covered with leather. Then, having closed the panel, the 2 young men returned to the sitting room and placed the volume upon the oak table beneath the chandelier. "First let us pray," said Brant. It seems curious, does it not, that 2 young men, as a finale to a dinner party and a gambling match at which the stakes had not been low, young men who like others had their weaknesses, for one of them, at any rate, could drink too much wine at times, and both being human doubtless had further sins to bear, should suggest kneeling side by side to offer prayers to their Maker before they studied the Scriptures. But then in those strange days prayer, now so common and so neglected, an exercise, was an actual luxury. To these poor hunted men and women it was a joy to be able to kneel and offer thanks and petitions to God, believing themselves to be safe from the sword of those who worshipped otherwise. Thus it came about that religion being forbidden was to them a very real and earnest thing, a thing to be indulged in at every opportunity with solemn and grateful hearts. So there, beneath the light of the guttering candles, they knelt side by side while Brant, speaking for both of them, offered up a prayer, a sight touching enough and in its way beautiful. The words of his petition do not matter. He prayed for their church, he prayed for their country, that it might be made strong and free. He even prayed for the Emperor, the carnal, hair-lipped, guzzling Abel Habsburg self-seeker. Then he prayed for themselves, and all who were dear to them, and lastly, that light might be vouchsafed to Dirk in his present difficulty. No, not quite lastly, for he ended with a petition that their enemies might be forgiven, yes, even those who tortured them and burnt them at the stake, since they knew not what they did. It may be wondered whether any human aspirations could have been more thoroughly steeped in the true spirit of Christianity. When at length he had finished, they rose from their knees. "Shall I open the book at a hazard," asked Dirk, "and read what my eye falls on?" "No," answered Brant, "for it savours of superstition. Thus did the ancients with the writings of the poet Virgilius, and it is not fitting that we, who hold the light, should follow the example of those blind heathen. What work of the book, brother, are you studying now?" "The first letter of Paul to the Corinthians, which I have never read before," he answered. "Then begin where you left off, brother, and read your chapter. Perhaps we may find instruction in it. If not, no answer is vouchsafed to us tonight." So from the black letter volume before him Dirk began to read the 7th chapter, in which, as it chances, the great apostle deals with the marriage state. On he read in a quiet, even voice, till he came to the 12th and 4 following verses, of which the last 3 run: "For the unbelieving husband is sanctified by the wife, and the unbelieving wife is sanctified by the husband. Else were your children unclean, but now they are holy. But if the unbelieving depart, let him depart. A brother or a sister is not under bondage in such cases. But God has called us to peace. For what knowest thou, O wife, whether thou shalt save thy husband? Or how knowest thou, O man, whether thou shalt save thy wife?" Dirk's voice trembled, and he paused. "Continue to the end of the chapter," said Brant. So the reader went on. "There is a sound. They do not hear it, but the door of the bedchamber behind them opens ever so little. They do not see it, but between door and lintel something white thrusts itself, a woman's white face crowned with black hair and set in two evil staring eyes. Surely, when first he raised his head in Eden, Satan might have worn such a countenance as this. It cranes itself forward till the long, thin neck seems to stretch. Then suddenly a stir or a movement alarms it, and back the face draws like the crest of a startled snake. Back it draws, and the door closes again. The chapter is read, the prayer is prayed, and strange may seem the answer to that prayer, an answer to shake out faith from the hearts of men, men who are impatient, who do not know that as the light takes long in travelling from a distant star, so the answer from the throne to the supplication of trust may be long in coming. It may not come today or tomorrow. It may not come in this generation or this century. The prayer of today may receive its crown when the children's children of the lips that uttered it have in their turn vanished in the dust. And yet that divine reply may in no wise be delayed, even as our liberty of this hour may be the fruit of those who died when Dirk van Goorl and Hendrik Brant walked upon the earth. Even as the vengeance that but now is falling on the Spaniard may be the reward of the deeds of shame that he worked upon them and upon their kin long generations gone. For the throne is still the throne, and the star is still the star. From the one flows justice, and from the other light, and to them time and space are naught. Dirk finished the chapter and closed the book. "It seems that you have your answer, brother," said Brant quietly. "Yes," replied Dirk, "it is written large enough. The unbelieving wife is sanctified by the husband. How knowest thou, O man, whether thou shalt save thy wife?" Had the apostle foreseen my case, he could not have set the matter forth more clearly. He, or the Spirit in him, knew all cases, and wrote for every man that ever shall be born," answered Brant. "This is a lesson to us. Had you looked sooner, you would have learned sooner, and mayhap much trouble might have been spared. As it is, without doubt you must make haste and speak to her at once, leaving the rest with God." "Yes," said Dirk, "as soon as may be, but there is one thing more. Ought I tell her all the truth?" "I should not be careful to hide it, friend. And now, good night. No, do not come to the door with me. Who can tell, there may be watchers without, and it is not wise that we should be seen together so late." When his cousin and new-found friend had gone, Dirk sat for a while, till the guttering tallow lights overhead burned to the sockets indeed. Then, taking the candle from the snail-adorned holder, he lit it, and having extinguished those in the chandeliers, went into his bedroom and undressed himself. The Bible he returned to its hiding-place and closed the panel, after which he blew out the light and climbed into the tall bed. As a rule, Dirk was a most excellent sleeper. When he laid his head on the pillow his eyes closed, nor did they open again until the appointed and accustomed hour. But this night he could not sleep. Whether it was the dinner or the wine or the gambling, or the prayer and the searching of the Scripture with his cousin Brant, the result remained the same. He was very wakeful, which annoyed him the more as a man of his race and phlegm found it hard to attribute this unrest to any of these trivial causes. Still, as vexation would not make him sleep, he lay awake watching the moonlight flood the chamber in broad bars and thinking. Somehow, as Dirk thought thus, he grew afraid. It seemed to him as though he shared that place with another presence, an evil and malignant presence. Never in his life before had he troubled over or been troubled by tales of spirits, yet now he remembered Montalvo's remark about a ghost, and of a surety he felt as though one were with him there. In this strange and new alarm he sought for comfort, and could think of none save that which an old and simple pastor had recommended to him in all hours of doubt and danger, namely, if it could be had, to clasp a Bible to his heart and pray. Well, both things were easy. Raising himself in bed, in a moment he had taken the book from its hiding place and closed the panel. Then, pressing it against his breast between himself and the mattress, he lay down again, and it would seem that the charm worked, for presently he was asleep. Yet Dirk dreamed a very evil dream. He dreamed that a tall black figure leaned over him, and that a long white hand was stretched out to his bed head, where it wandered to and fro till at last he heard the panel slide home with a rattling noise. Then it seemed to him that he woke, and that his eyes met two eyes bent down over him, eyes which searched him as though they would read the very secrets of his heart. He did not stir, he could not, but lo! in this dream of his the figure straightened itself and glided away, appearing and disappearing as it crossed the bars of moonlight until it vanished by the door. A while later and Dirk woke up in truth, to find that although the night was cold enough, the sweat ran in big drops from his brow and body. But now, strangely enough, his fear was gone, and knowing that he had but dreamed a dream, he turned over, touched the Bible on his breast, and fell sleeping like a child, to be awakened only by the light of the rising winter sun pouring on his face. Then Dirk remembered that dream of the bygone night, and his heart grew heavy, for it seemed to him that this vision of a dark woman searching his face with those dreadful eyes was a portent of evil not far away. End of chapter 5. Book 1, Chapter 6 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 6. The Betrothal of Lysbeth. On the following morning, when Montalvo entered his private room after breakfast, he found a lady awaiting him, in whom, notwithstanding the long cloak and veil she wore, he had little difficulty in recognising Black Meg. In fact, Black Meg had been waiting some while, and being a person of industrious habits, she had not neglected to use her time to the best advantage. The reader may remember that when Meg visited the gallant Captain Montalvo upon a previous occasion, she had taken the liberty of helping herself to certain papers which she found lying just inside an unlocked desk. These papers, on examination, as she feared might be the case, for the most part proved to be quite unimportant. Unpaid accounts, military reports, a billet or two from ladies, and so forth. But in thinking the matter over, Black Meg remembered that this desk had another part to it, which seemed to be locked, and therefore, just in case they should prove useful, she took with her a few skeleton keys and one or two little instruments of steel, and attended the pleasure of her noble patron at an hour when she believed that he would be at breakfast in another room. Things went well. He was at breakfast, and she was left alone in the chamber with the desk. The rest may be guessed. Replacing the worthless bundle in the unlocked part, by the aid of her keys and instruments she opened the inner half. There, sure enough, were letters hidden, and in a little drawer two miniatures framed in gold, one of a lady, young and pretty, with dark eyes, and the other of two children, a boy and a girl of 5 or 6 years of age. Also there was a curling lock of hair, labelled in Montalvo's writing, "Juanita's hair, which she gave me as a keepsake." Here was treasure indeed, whereof Black Meg did not fail to possess herself. Thrusting the letters and other articles into the bosom of her dress to be examined at leisure, she was clever enough, before closing and relocking the desk, to replace them with a dummy bundle, hastily made up from some other papers that lay around. When everything had been satisfactorily arranged, she went outside and chattered for a while with the soldier on guard, only re-entering the room by one door as Montalvo appeared in it through the other. "Well, my friend," he said, "have you the evidence?" "I have some evidence, Excellency," she answered. "I was present at the dinner that you ate last night, although none of it came my way, and I was present afterwards." "Indeed, I thought I saw you slip in, and allow me to congratulate you on that. It was very well thought out and done, just as folk were moving up and down the stairs. Also, when I went home, I believe that I recognised a gentleman in the street whom I have been given to understand you honour with your friendship, a short, stout person with a bald head. Let me see, he was called the Butcher at the Hog, was he not? No, do not pout. I have no wish to pry into the secrets of ladies, but still, in my position, here it is my business to know a thing or two. Well, what did you see?" "Excellency, I saw the young man I was sent to watch, and Hendrik Brant, the son of the rich goldsmith at the Hague, praying side by side upon their knees." "That is bad, very bad," said Montalvo, shaking his head. "But I saw," she went on in her hoarse voice, "the pair of them read the Bible." "How shocking!" replied Montalvo with a simulated shudder. "Think of it, my orthodox friend. If you are to be believed, these two persons, hitherto supposed to be respectable, have been discovered in the crime of consulting that work upon which our faith is founded. Well, those who could read anything so dull must, indeed, as the edicts tell us, be monsters unworthy to live. But if you please, your proofs. Of course you have this book?" Then Black Meg poured forth all her tale, how she had watched and seen something, how she had listened and heard little, how she had gone to the secret panel, bending over the sleeping man, and found nothing. "You are a poor sort of spy, mother," commented the captain when she had done, "and upon my soul I do not believe that even a papal inquisitor could hang that young fellow on your evidence. You must go back and get some more." "No," answered Black Meg with decision. "If you want to force your way into conventicles you had best do it yourself. As I wish to go on living here is no job for me. I have proved to you that this young man is a heretic, so now give me my reward." "Your reward? Ah, your reward. No, I think not at present, for a reward presupposes services, and I see none." Black Meg began to storm. "Be silent," said Montalvo, dropping his bantering tone. "Look, I will be frank with you. I do not want to burn anybody. I am sick of all this nonsense about religion, and for aught I care, every Netherlander in Leyden may read the Bible until he grows tired. I seek to marry that Jufvrouw Lysbeth van Hout, and to do this I desire to prove that the man whom she loves, Dirk van Goorl, is a heretic. What you have told me may or may not be sufficient for my purpose. If it is sufficient, you shall be paid liberally after my marriage. If not, well, you have had enough. As for your evidence, for my part I may say that I do not believe a word of it, for were it true you would have brought the Bible." As he spoke he rang a bell which stood upon a table, and before Meg could answer the soldier appeared. "Show this good woman out," he said, adding in a loud voice, "Mother, I will do my best for you and forward your petition to the proper quarter. Meanwhile take this trifle in charity," and he pressed a florin into her hand. "Now, guard, the prisoners, I have no time to waste, and listen, let me be troubled with no more beggars, or you will hear of it." That afternoon Dirk, filled with a solemn purpose and dressed in his best suit, called at the house in the Bree Straat, where the door was again opened by Greta, who looked at him expectantly. "Is your mistress in?" he stammered. "I have come to see your mistress." "Alas, Mynheer," answered the young woman, "you are just too late. My mistress and her aunt, the Vrouw Clara, have gone away to stay for a week or 10 days, as the Vrouw Clara's health required change." "Indeed," said Dirk aghast, "and where have they gone?" "Oh, Mynheer, I do not know that. They did not tell me," and no other answer could he extract from her. So Dirk went away discomfited and pondering. An hour later the Captain Montalvo called, and, strange to say, proved more fortunate. By hook or by crook he obtained the address of the ladies who were visiting, it appeared, at a seaside village within the limits of a ride. By a curious coincidence, that very afternoon Montalvo, also seeking rest and change of air, appeared at the inn of this village, giving it out that he proposed to lodge there for a while. As he walked upon the beach next day, whom should he chance to meet but the Vrouw Clara van Ziel, and never did the worthy Clara spend a more pleasant morning. So at least she declared to Lysbeth when she brought her cavalier back to dinner. The reader may guess the rest. Montalvo paid his court, and in due course Montalvo was refused. He bore the blow with a tender resignation. "Confess, dear lady," he said, "that there is some other man more fortunate." Lysbeth did not confess, but on the other hand, neither did she deny. "If he makes you happy I shall be more than satisfied," the Count murmured. "But, lady, loving you as I do not wish to see you married to a heretic." "What do you mean, Señor?" asked Lysbeth, bridling. "Alas," he answered, "I mean that, as I fear, the worthy Heer Dirk van Goorl, a friend of mine for whom I have every respect, although he has outstripped me in your regard, has fallen into that evil net." "Such accusations should not be made," said Lysbeth sternly, "unless they can be proved. Even then—" and she stopped. "I will inquire further," replied the swain. "For myself I accept the position, that is until you learn to love me, if such should be my fortune. Meanwhile I beg of you at least to look upon me as a friend, a true friend who would lay down his life to serve you." Then, with many a sigh, Montalvo departed home to Leyden upon his beautiful black horse, but not before he had enjoyed a few minutes' earnest conversation with the worthy Tante Clara. "Now, if only this old lady were concerned," he reflected as he rode away, "the matter might be easy enough, and the saints know it would be one to me, but unhappily that obstinate pig of a Hollander girl has all the money in her own right. In what labours do not the necessities of rank and station involve a man who by disposition requires only ease and quiet? Well, my young friend Lysbeth, if I do not make you pay for these exertions before you are 2 months older, my name is not Juan de Montalvo." 3 days later the ladies returned to Leyden. Within an hour of their arrival the Count called and was admitted. "Stay with me," said Lysbeth to her Aunt Clara as the visitor was announced, and for a while she stayed. Then, making an excuse, she vanished from the room, and Lysbeth was left face to face with her tormentor. "Why do you come here?" she asked. "I have given you my answer." "I come for your own sake," he replied, "to give you my reasons for conduct which you may think strange. You remember a certain conversation—" "Perfectly," broke in Lysbeth. "A slight mistake, I think, Jufvrouw. I mean a conversation about an excellent friend of yours, whose spiritual affairs seem to interest you." "What of it, Señor?" "Only this. I have made inquiries, and—" Lysbeth looked up, unable to conceal her anxiety. "Oh, Jufvrouw, let me beg of you to learn to control your expression. The open face of childhood is so dangerous in these days." "He is my cousin." "I know. Were he anything more I should be so grieved, but we can most of us spare a cousin or two." "If you would cease amusing yourself, Señor—" "And come to the point? Of course I will. Well, the result of my inquiries has been to find out that this worthy person is a heretic of the most pernicious sort. I said inquiries, but there was no need for me to make any. He has been—" "Not denounced?" broke in Lysbeth. Oh, my dear lady, again that tell-tale emotion from which all sorts of things might be concluded. Yes, denounced, but fortunately to myself as a person appointed under the edict. It will, I fear, be my duty to have him arrested this evening. You wish to sit down, allow me to hand you a chair, but I shall not deal with the case myself. Indeed, I propose to pass him over to the worthy Ruard Taper, the papal inquisitor. You know, every one has heard of the unpleasant Taper, who is to visit Leyden next week, and who, no doubt, will make short work of him." "What has he done?" asked Lysbeth in a low voice, and bending down her head to hide the working of her features. "Done, my dear lady, it is almost too dreadful to tell you. This misguided and unfortunate young man, with another person whom the witnesses have not been able to identify, was seen at midnight reading the Bible." "The Bible? Why should that be wrong?" "Hush! Are you also a heretic? Do you not know that all this heresy springs from the reading of the Bible? You see, the Bible is a very strange book. It seems that there are many things in it which, when read by an ordinary layman, appear to mean this or that. When read by a consecrated priest, however, they mean something quite different. In the same way, there are many doctrines which the layman cannot find in the Bible that to the consecrated eye are plain as the sun and moon. The difference between heresy and orthodoxy is, in short, the difference between what can actually be found in the letter of this remarkable work and what is really there, according to their holinesses." "Almost thou persuadest me," began Lysbeth bitterly. "Hush, lady, to be what you are, an angel." There came a pause. "What will happen to him?" asked Lysbeth. After the usual painful preliminaries to discover accomplices, I presume the stake, but possibly as he has the freedom of Leyden he might get off with hanging." "Is there no escape?" Montalvo walked to the window, and looking out of it remarked that he thought it was going to snow. Then suddenly he wheeled round and, staring hard at Lysbeth, asked, "Are you really interested in this heretic, and do you desire to save him?" Lysbeth heard and knew at once that the buttons were off the foils. The bantering, whimsical tone was gone. Now her tormentor's voice was stern and cold, the voice of a man who was playing for great stakes and meant to win them. She also gave up fencing. "I am and I do," she answered. "Then it can be done at a price." "What price?" "Yourself in marriage within 3 weeks." Lysbeth quivered slightly, then sat still. "Would not my fortune do instead?" she asked. "Oh, what a poor substitute you offer me," Montalvo said, with a return to his hateful banter. Then he added, "That offer might be considered were it not for the abominable laws which you have here. In practice it would be almost impossible for you to hand over any large sum, much of which is represented by real estate, to a man who is not your husband. Therefore I am afraid I must stipulate that you and your possessions shall not be separated." Again Lysbeth sat silent. Montalvo, watching her with genuine interest, saw signs of rebellion, perchance of despair. He saw the woman's mental and physical loathing of himself conquering her fears for Dirk. Unless he was much mistaken, she was about to defy him, which, as a matter of fact, would have proved exceedingly awkward, as his pecuniary resources were exhausted. Also, on the very insufficient evidence which he possessed, he would not have dared to touch Dirk, and thus to make himself 1,000 powerful enemies. "It is strange," he said, "that the irony of circumstances should reduce me to pleading for a rival. But, Lysbeth van Hout, before you answer, I beg you to think. Upon the next movements of your lips it depends whether that body you love shall be stretched upon the rack, whether those eyes which you find pleasant shall grow blind with agony in the darkness of a dungeon, and whether that flesh which you think desirable shall scorch and wither in the furnace. Or On the other hand, whether none of these things shall happen, whether this young man shall go free, to be a month or two a little piqued, a little bitter, about the inconsistency of women, and then to marry some opulent and respected heretic, surely you could scarcely hesitate. Oh, where is the self-sacrificing spirit of the sex of which we hear so much? Choose. Still there was no answer. Montalvo, playing his trump card, drew from his vest an official-looking document, sealed and signed. "This," he said, "is the information to be given to the incorruptible Ruard Taper. Look, here written on it is your cousin's name. My servant waits for me in your kitchen. If you hesitate any longer, I call him and in your presence charge him to hand that paper to the messenger who starts this afternoon for Brussels. Once given, it cannot be recalled, and the pious Dirk's doom is sealed." Lysbeth's spirit began to break. "How can I?" she asked. "It is true that we are not affianced, perhaps for this very reason which I now learn. But he cares for me and knows that I care for him. Must I then, in addition to the loss of him, be remembered all his life as little better than a light of love caught by the tricks and glitter of such a man as you? I tell you that first I will kill myself." Again Montalvo went to the window, for this hint of suicide was most disconcerting. No one can marry a dead woman, and Lysbeth was scarcely likely to leave a will in his favour. It seemed that what troubled her particularly was the fear lest the young man should think her conduct light. Well, why should she not give him a reason which he would be the first to acknowledge as excellent for breaking with him? Could she, a Catholic, be expected to wed a heretic, and could he not be made to tell her that he was a heretic? Behold, an answer to his question. The saints themselves, desiring that this pearl of price should continue to rest in the bosom of the true Church, had interfered in his behalf, for there in the street below was Dirk van Goorl approaching Lysbeth's door. Yes, there he was, dressed in his best burgher's suit, his brow knit with thought, his step hesitating, a very picture of the timid, doubtful lover. "Lysbeth van Hout," said the Count, turning to her, "as it chances, the Heer Dirk van Goorl is at your door. You will admit him, and this matter can be settled one way or the other. I wish to point out to you how needless it is that the young man should be left believing that you have treated him ill. All which is necessary is that you should ask whether or no he is of your faith. If I know him, he will not lie to you. Then it remains only for you to say, for doubtless the man comes here to seek your hand, that however much it may grieve you to give such an answer, you can take no heretic to husband. Do you understand?" Lysbeth bowed her head. "Then listen. You will admit your suitor. You will allow him to make his offer to you now, if he is so inclined. You will, before giving an answer, ask him of his faith. If he replies that he is a heretic, you will dismiss him as kindly as you wish. If he replies that he is a true servant of the Church, you will say that you have heard a different tale and must have time to make inquiries. Remember also that if by one jot you do otherwise than I have bid you, when Dirk van Goorl leaves the room you see him for the last time, unless it pleases you to attend his execution. Whereas, if you obey and dismiss him finally, as the door shuts behind him, I put this information in the fire and satisfy you that the evidence upon which it is based is for ever deprived of weight and done with." Lysbeth looked a question. "I see you are wondering how I should know what you do or do not do. It is simple. I shall be the harmless but observant witness of your interview. Over this doorway hangs a tapestry. You will grant me the privilege, not a great one for a future husband, of stepping behind it." "Never, never," said Lysbeth. "I cannot be put to such a shame. I defy you." As she spoke came the sound of knocking at the street door. Glancing up at Montalvo for the second time, she saw that look which he had worn at the crisis of the sledge race. All its urbanity, its careless bonhomie, had vanished. Instead of these appeared a reflection of the last and innermost nature of the man, the rock foundation, as it were, upon which was built the false and decorated superstructure that he showed to the world. There were the glaring eyes, there the grinning teeth of the Spanish wolf, a ravening brute ready to rend and tear if so he might satisfy himself with the meat his soul desired. "Don't play tricks with me," he muttered, "and don't argue, for there is no time. Do as I bid you, girl, or on your head will be this psalm-singing fellow's blood. And, look you, don't try setting him on me, for I have my sword, and he is unarmed. If need be, a heretic may be killed at sight, you know, that is by one clothed with authority. When the servant announces him, go to the door and order that he is to be admitted." And picking up his plumed hat, which might have betrayed him, Montalvo stepped behind the arras. For a moment Lysbeth stood thinking. Alas! She could see no possible escape. She was in the toils, the rope was about her throat. Either she must obey, or, so she thought, she must give the man she loved to a dreadful death. For his sake she would do it, for his sake, and might God forgive her, might God avenge her and him. Another instant and there came a knock upon the door. She opened it. "The Heer van Goorl stands below," said the voice of Greta, "wishing to see you, madam." "Admit him," answered Lysbeth, and going to a chair almost in the centre of the room, she seated herself. Presently Dirk's step sounded on the stair, that known, beloved step for which so often she had listened eagerly. Again the door opened and Greta announced the Heer van Goorl. That she could not see the Captain Montalvo evidently surprised the woman, for her eyes roamed round the room wonderingly, but she was too well trained, or too well bribed, to show her astonishment. Gentlemen of this kidney, as Greta had from time to time remarked, have a faculty for vanishing upon occasion. So Dirk walked into the fateful chamber, as some innocent and unsuspecting creature walks into a bitter snare, little knowing that the lady whom he loved and whom he came to win was set as a bait to ruin him. "Be seated, cousin," said Lysbeth, in a voice so forced and strained that it caused him to look up. But he saw nothing, for her head was turned away from him, and for the rest his mind was too preoccupied to be observant. By nature simple and open, it would have taken much to wake Dirk into suspicion in the home and presence of his love and cousin Lysbeth. "Good day to you, Lysbeth," he said awkwardly. "Why, how cold your hand is. I have been trying to find you for some time, but you have always been out or away, leaving no address." "I have been to the sea with my Aunt Clara," she answered. Then for a while, 5 minutes or more, there followed a strained and stilted conversation. "Will the booby never come to the point?" reflected Montalvo, surveying him through a join in the tapestry. "By the saints, what a fool he looks!" "Lysbeth," said Dirk at last, "I want to speak to you." "Speak on, cousin," she answered. "Lysbeth, I have loved you for a long while, and I have come to ask you to marry me. I have put it off for a year or more for reasons which I hope to tell you some day, but I can keep silent no longer, especially now when I see that a much finer gentleman is trying to win you. I mean the Spanish Count Montalvo," he added with a jerk. She said nothing in reply, so Dirk went on, pouring out all his honest passion in words that momentarily gathered weight and strength, till at length they were eloquent enough. He told her how since first they met he had loved her and only her, and how his one desire in life was to make her happy and be happy with her. Pausing at length, he began to speak of his prospects. Then she stopped him. "Your pardon, Dirk," she said, "but I have a question to ask of you," and her voice died away in a kind of sob. "I have heard rumours about you," she went on presently, "which must be cleared up. I have heard, Dirk, that by faith you are what is called a heretic. Is it true?" He hesitated before answering, feeling that much depended on that answer. But it was only for an instant, since Dirk was far too honest a man to lie. "Lysbeth," he said, "I will tell to you what I would not tell to any other living creature, not being one of my own brotherhood. For whether you accept me or reject me, I know well that I am as safe in speaking to you as when upon my knees I speak to the God I serve. I am what you call a heretic. I am a member of that true faith to which I hope to draw you, but which, if you do not wish it, I should never press upon you. It is chiefly because I am what I am that for so long I have hung back from speaking to you, since I did not know whether it would be right, things being thus, to ask you to mix your lot with mine, or whether I ought to marry you, if you would marry me, keeping this secret from you. Only the other night I sought counsel of—well, never mind of whom, and we prayed together, and together searched the word of God, and there, Lysbeth, by some wonderful mercy, I found my prayer answered and my doubts solved, for the great St. Paul had foreseen this case, as in that book all cases are foreseen, and I read how the unbelieving wife may be sanctified by the husband, and the unbelieving husband by the wife. Then everything grew clear to me, and I determined to speak. And now, dear, I have spoken, and it is for you to answer." "Oh, Dirk, dear Dirk," she replied almost with a cry, "alas for the answer which I must give you. Renounce the error of your ways, make confession, and be reconciled to the Church, and I will marry you. Otherwise I cannot. No, and although I love you, you and no other man," here she put an energy into her voice that was almost dreadful, "with all my heart and soul and body, I cannot. Dirk heard, and his ruddy face turned ashen grey. "Cousin," he replied, "you seek of me the one thing which I must not give. Even for your sake I may not renounce my vows and my God as I behold him. Though it break my heart to bid you farewell and live without you, here I pay you back in your own words. I cannot. Lysbeth looked at him, and lo, his short, massive form and his square-cut, honest countenance in that ardour of renunciation had suffered a change to things almost divine. At that moment, to her sight at least, this homely Hollander wore the aspect of an angel. She ground her teeth and pressed her hands upon her heart. "For his sake, to save him," she muttered to herself. Then she spoke. "I respect you for it, I love you for it more than ever, but Dirk, it is over between us. One day, here or hereafter, you will understand and you will forgive." "So be it," said Dirk hastily, stretching out his hand to find his hat, for he was too blind to see it. "It is a strange answer to my prayer, a very strange answer, but doubtless you are right to follow your lights, as I am sure that I am right to follow mine. We must carry our cross, dear Lysbeth, each of us. You see that we must carry our cross. Only I beg of you, I don't speak as a jealous man, because the thing has gone further than jealousy. I speak as a friend, and come what may while I live, you will always find me that. I beg of you, beware of the Spaniard Montalvo. I know that he followed you to the coast. I have heard too he boasts that he will marry you. The man is wicked, although he took me in at first. I feel it. His presence seems to poison the air. Yes, this very air I breathe. But oh, and I should like him to hear me say it, because I am sure that he is at the bottom of all this. His hour will come. For whatever he does, he will be paid back. He will be paid back here and hereafter. And now, goodbye. God bless you and protect you, dear Lysbeth. If you think it wrong, you are quite right not to marry me, and I know that you will keep my secret. Goodbye again," and lifting her hand, Dirk kissed it. Then he stumbled from the room. As for Lysbeth, she cast herself at full length, and in the bitterness of her heart beat her brow upon the boards. When the front door had shut behind Dirk, but not before, Montalvo emerged from his hiding place and stood over the prostrate Lysbeth. He tried to adopt his airy and sarcastic manner, but he was shaken by the scene which he had overheard, shaken and somewhat frightened also, for he felt that he had called into being passions of which the force and fruits could not be calculated. "Bravo, my little actress," he began, then gave it up and added in his natural voice, "You had best rise and see me burn this paper." Lysbeth struggled to her knees and watched him thrust the document between two glowing peats. "I have fulfilled my promise," he said, "and that evidence is done with, but in case you should think of playing any tricks and not fulfilling yours, please remember that I have fresh evidence infinitely more valuable and convincing, to gain which, indeed, I condescended to a stratagem not quite in keeping with my traditions. With my own ears I heard this worthy gentleman, who is pleased to think so poor of me, admit that he is a heretic. That is enough to burn him any day, and I swear that if within 3 weeks we are not man and wife, burn he shall." While he was speaking, Lysbeth had risen slowly to her feet. Now she confronted him, no longer the Lysbeth whom he had known, but a new being filled like a cup with fury that was the more awful because it was so quiet. "Juan de Montalvo," she said in a low voice, "your wickedness has won, and for Dirk's sake my person and my goods must pay its price. So be it, since so it must be, but listen. I make no prophecies about you. I do not say that this or that shall happen to you, but I call down upon you the curse of God and the execration of men." Then she threw up her hands and began to pray. "God, whom it has pleased that I should be given to a fate far worse than death, oh God, blast the mind and the soul of this monster. Let him henceforth never know a peaceful hour. Let misfortune come upon him through me and mine. Let fears haunt his sleep. Let him live in heavy labour and die in blood and misery and through me. And if I bear children to him, let the evil be upon them also." She ceased. Montalvo looked at her and tried to speak. Again he looked, and again he tried to speak, but no words would come. Then the fear of Lysbeth van Hout fell upon him, that fear which was to haunt him all his life. He turned and crept from the room, and his face was like the face of an old man, nor, notwithstanding the height of his immediate success, could his heart have been more heavy if Lysbeth had been an angel sent straight from heaven to proclaim to him the unalterable doom of God. End of chapter 6. Book 1, Chapter 7 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Hendrik Brant has a visitor. 9 months had gone by, and for more than 8 of them Lysbeth had been known as the Countess Juan de Montalvo. Indeed, of this there could be no doubt, since she was married with some ceremony by the bishop in the Groote Kerk before the eyes of all men. Folk had wondered much at these hurried nuptials, though some of the more ill-natured shrugged their shoulders and said that when a young woman had compromised herself by long and lonely drives with a Spanish cavalier, and was in consequence dropped by her own admirer, why the best thing she could do was to marry as soon as possible. So the pair, who looked handsome enough before the altar, were wed, and went to taste of such nuptial bliss as was reserved for them in Lysbeth's comfortable house in the Bree Straat. Here they lived almost alone, for Lysbeth's countrymen and women showed their disapproval of her conduct by avoiding her company, and, for reasons of his own, Montalvo did not encourage the visiting of Spaniards at his house. Moreover, the servants were changed, while Tante Clara and the girl Greta had also disappeared. Indeed, Lysbeth, finding out the false part which they had played towards her, dismissed them both before her marriage. It will be guessed that after the events that led to their union, Lysbeth took little pleasure in her husband's society. She was not one of those women who can acquiesce in marriage by fraud or capture, and even learn to love the hand which snared them. So it came about that to Montalvo she spoke very seldom. Indeed, after the first week of marriage she only saw him on rare occasions. Very soon he found out that his presence was hateful to her, and turned her detestation to account with his usual cleverness. In other words, Lysbeth bought freedom by parting with her property. In fact, a regular tariff was established, so many guilders for a week's liberty, so many for a month's. This was an arrangement that suited Montalvo well enough, for in his heart he was terrified of this woman, whose beautiful face had frozen into a perpetual mask of watchful hatred. He could not forget that frightful curse which had taken deep root in his superstitious mind, and already seemed to flourish there, for it was true that since she spoke it he had never known a quiet hour. How could he, when he was haunted night and day by the fear lest his wife should murder him? Surely, if ever death looked out of a woman's eyes, it looked out of hers, and it seemed to him that such a deed might trouble her conscience little, that she might consider it in the light of an execution and not as murder. Bah! He could not bear to think of it. What would it be to drink his wine one day and then feel a hand of fire gripping at his vitals because poison had been set within the cup? Or, worse still, if anything could be worse, to wake at night and find a stiletto point grating against his backbone. Little wonder that Montalvo slept alone, and was always careful to lock his door. He need not have taken such precautions. Whatever her eyes might say, Lysbeth had no intention of killing this man. In that prayer of hers she had, as it were, placed the matter in the hand of a higher power, and there she meant to leave it, feeling quite convinced that although vengeance might tarry, it would fall at last. As for her money, he could have it. From the beginning her instinct told her that her husband's object was not amorous, but purely monetary, a fact of which she soon had plentiful proof, and her great, indeed her only hope, was that when the wealth was gone he would go too. An otter, says the Dutch proverb, does not nest in a dry dyke. But oh, what months those were, what dreadful months! From time to time she saw her husband when he wanted cash, and every night she heard him returning home, often with unsteady steps. Twice or thrice a week also she was commanded to prepare a luxurious meal for himself and some 6 or 8 companions, to be followed by a gambling party at which the stakes ruled high. Then in the morning, before he was up, strange people would arrive, Jews some of them, and wait till they could see him or catch him as he slipped from the house by a back way. These men, Lysbeth discovered, were duns seeking payment of old debt. Under such constant calls her fortune, which if substantial was not great, melted rapidly. Soon the ready money was gone, then the shares in certain ships were sold, then the land and the house itself were mortgaged. So the time went on. Almost immediately after his refusal by Lysbeth, Dirk van Goorl had left Leyden and returned to Alkmaar, where his father lived. His cousin and friend, however, Hendrik Brant, remained there studying the jeweller's art under the great master of filigree work, who was known as Petrus. One morning, as Hendrik was sitting at breakfast in his lodging, it was announced that a woman who would not give her name wished to see him. Moved more by curiosity than by any other reason, he ordered her to be admitted. When she entered he was sorry, for in the gaunt person and dark-eyed face he recognized one against whom he had been warned by the elders of his church as a spy, a creature who was employed by the papal inquisitors to get up cases against heretics, and who was known as Black Meg. "What is your business with me?" Brant asked sternly. "Nothing to your hurt, worthy Heir, believe me, nothing to your hurt. Oh yes, I know that tales are told against me, who only earn an honest living in an honest way to keep my poor husband, who is an imbecile. Once, alas, he followed that mad Anabaptist fool, John of Leyden, the fellow who set up as a king and said that men might have as many wives as they wished. That was what sent my husband silly, but thanks be to the saints he has repented of his errors and is reconciled to the Church and Christian marriage, and now I, who have a forgiving nature, am obliged to support him." "Your business?" said Brant. "Mynheer," she answered, dropping her husky voice, "you are a friend of the Countess Montalvo, who was Lysbeth van Hout?" "No, I am acquainted with her, that is all." "At least you are a friend of the Heir Dirk van Goorl, who has left this town for Alkmaar, he who was her lover?" "Yes, I am his cousin, but he is not the lover of any married woman." "No, no, of course not. Love could not look through a bridal veil, can it? Still, you are his friend, and therefore perhaps her friend, and she isn't happy." "Indeed. I know nothing of her present life. She must reap the field which she has sown. That door is shut." "Not altogether, perhaps. I thought it might interest Dirk van Goorl to learn that it is still ajar." "I don't see why it should. Fish merchants are not interested in rotten herrings. They write off the loss and send out the smack for a fresh cargo." "The first fish we catch is ever the finest, Mynheer, and if we haven't quite caught it, oh, what a fine fish is that!" "I have no time to waste in chopping riddles. What is your errand? Tell it, or leave it untold, but be quick." Black Meg leant forward, and the hoarse voice sank to a cavernous whisper. "What will you give me," she asked, "if I prove to you that the Captain Montalvo is not married at all to Lysbeth van Hout?" "It does not matter much what I would give you, for I saw the thing done in the Groote Kerk yonder." "Things are not always done that seem to be done." "Look here, woman, I have had enough of this," said Brant, pointing to the door. Black Meg did not stir, only she produced a packet from the bosom of her dress and laid it on the table. "A man cannot have two wives living at once, can he?" "No, I suppose not, that is, legally." "Well, if I show you that Montalvo has two wives, how much?" Brant became interested. He hated Montalvo. He guessed, indeed, he knew something of the part which the man had played in this infamous affair, and knew also that it would be a true kindness to Lysbeth to rid her of him. "If you proved it," he said, "let us say 200 florins." "It is not enough, Mynheer." "It is all I have to offer, and, mind you, what I promise to pay." "Ah, yes, the other promises and doesn't pay. The rogue, the rogue," she added, striking a bony fist upon the table. "Well, I guess I agree, and I ask no bond, for you merchant folk are not like cavaliers. Your word is as good as your paper. Now read these," and she opened the packet and pushed its contents towards him. With the exception of two miniatures which he placed upon one side, they were letters written in Spanish and in a very delicate hand. Brant knew Spanish well, and in 20 minutes he had read them all. They proved to be the epistles from a lady who signed herself Juanita de Montalvo, written to the Count Juan de Montalvo, whom she addressed as her husband. Very piteous documents they were also, telling a tale that need not be set out here of heartless desertion, pleading for the writer's sake and for the sake of certain children, that the husband and father would return to them, or at least remit them means to live, for they, his wife and family, were sunk in great poverty. "All this is sad enough," said Brant, with a gesture of disgust as he glanced at the miniature of the lady and her children, but it proves nothing. How are we to know that she is the man's wife?" Black Meg put her hand into the bosom of her dress and produced another letter, dated not more than 3 months ago. It was, or purported to be, written by the priest of the village where the lady lived, and was addressed to the captain, the Count Juan de Montalvo, at Leyden. In substance, his epistle was an earnest appeal to the noble Count from one who had a right to speak, as the man who had christened him, taught him, and married him to his wife, either to return to her or to forward her the means to join him. "A dreadful rumour," the letter ended, "has reached us here in Spain that you have taken to wife a Dutch lady at Leyden named Van Hout, but this I do not believe, since never could you have committed such a crime before God and man. Write, write at once, my son, and disperse this black cloud of scandal which is gathering on your honoured and ancient name." "How did you come by these, woman?" asked Brant. "The last I had from a priest who brought it from Spain. I met him at The Hague and offered to deliver the letter, as he had no safe means of sending it to Leyden. The others and the pictures I stole out of Montalvo's room." "Indeed, most honest merchant, and what might you have been doing in his Excellency's room?" "I will tell you," she answered, "for, as he never gave me my pay, my tongue is loosed. He wished for evidence that the Heer Dirk van Goorl was a heretic, and employed me to find it." Brant's face hardened, and he became more watchful. "Why did he wish such evidence?" "To use it to prevent the marriage of Jufvrouw Lysbeth with the Heer Dirk van Goorl." "How?" Meg shrugged her shoulders. "By telling his secret to her, so that she might dismiss him, I suppose, or more likely by threatening that if he did not, he would hand her lover over to the Inquisitors." "I see. And did you get the evidence?" "Well, I hid in the Heer Dirk's bedroom one night, and looking through a door saw him and another young man whom I do not know, reading the Bible and praying together." "Indeed, what a terrible risk you must have run, for had those young men, or either of them, chanced to catch you, it is quite certain that you would not have left that room alive. You know these heretics think they are justified in killing a spy at sight, and upon my word I do not blame them. In fact, my good woman," and he leaned forward and looked her straight in the eyes, "were I in the same position I would have knocked you on the head as readily as though you had been a rat." Black Meg shrank back and turned a little blue about the lips. "Of course, Mynheer, of course it is a rough game, and the poor agents of God must take their risks. Not that the other young man had any cause to fear. I wasn't paid to watch him, and, as I have said, I neither know nor care who he is." "Well, who can say? That may be fortunate for you, especially if he should ever come to know or to care who you are. But it is no affair of ours, is it? Now give me those letters. What? Do you want your money first? Very well." And rising, Brant went to a cupboard and produced a small steel box, which he unlocked, and having taken from it the appointed sum, locked it again. "There you are," he said. "Oh, you needn't stare at the cupboard. The box won't live there after to-day, or anywhere in this house. By the way, I understand that Montalvo never paid you." "Not a stiver," she answered, with a sudden access of rage. "The low thief, he promised to pay me after his marriage, but instead of rewarding her who put him in the warm nest, I tell you that already he has squandered every florin of the noble lady's money in gambling and satisfying such debts as he was obliged to, so that to-day I believe that she is almost a beggar." "I see," said Brant. "And now, good morning, and look you, if we should chance to meet in the town, you will understand that I do not know you." "I understand, Mynheer," said Black Meg with a grin, and vanished. When she had gone, Brant rose and opened the window. "Bah!" he said, "the air is poisoned, but I think I frightened her. I think that I have nothing to fear. Yet who can tell? My God, she saw me reading the Bible, and Montalvo knows it. Well, it is some time ago now, and I must take my chance." Ah, who could tell indeed? Then, taking the miniatures and documents with him, Brant started to call upon his friend and co-religionist, the Heer Pieter van de Werff, Dirk van Goorl's friend and Lysbeth's cousin, a young man for whose judgment and abilities he had a great respect. As a result of this visit, these two gentlemen left that afternoon for Brussels, the seat of government, where they had very influential friends. It will be sufficient to tell the upshot of their visit. Just at that time the government of the Netherlands wished for its own reasons to stand well with the citizen class, and when those in authority learned of the dreadful fraud that had been played off upon a lady of note who was known to be a good Catholic, for the sole object of robbing her of her fortune, there was indignation in high places. Indeed, an order was issued, signed by a hand which could not be resisted, so deeply was one woman moved by the tale of another's wrong, that the Count Montalvo should be seized and put upon his trial, just as though he were any common Netherland malefactor. Moreover, since he was a man with many enemies, no one was found to stand between him and the royal decree. 3 days later Montalvo made an announcement to Lysbeth. For a wonder he was supping at home alone with his wife, whose presence he had commanded. She obeyed and attended, sitting at the further end of the table, whence she rose from time to time to wait upon him with her own hands. Watching him the while with her quiet eyes, she noticed that he was ill at ease. "Cannot you speak?" he asked at last and savagely. "Do you think it is pleasant for a man to sit opposite a woman who looks like a corpse in her coffin till he wishes she were one?" "So do I," answered Lysbeth, and again there was silence. Presently she broke it. "What do you want?" she asked. "More money?" "Of course I want money," he answered furiously. "Then there is none. Everything has gone, and the notary tells me that no one will advance another stiver on the house. All my jewellery is sold also." He glanced at her hand. "You still have that ring," he said. She looked at it. It was a hoop of gold set with emeralds of considerable value, which her husband had given her before marriage and always insisted upon her wearing. In fact, it had been bought with the money which he borrowed from Dirk van Goorl. "Take it," she said, smiling for the first time, and drawing off the ring she passed it over to him. He turned his head aside as he stretched his hand towards the trinket lest his face should betray the shame which even he must feel. "If your child should be a son," he muttered, "tell him that his father had nothing but a piece of advice to leave him, that he should never touch a dice box." "Are you going away then?" she asked. "For a week or two I must. I have been warned that a difficulty has arisen, about which I need not trouble you. Doubtless you will hear of it soon enough, and though it is not true, I must leave Leyden until the thing blows over. In fact, I am going now." "You are about to desert me," she answered. "Having got all my money, I say that you are going to desert me who am thus. I see it in your face." Montalvo turned away and pretended not to hear. "Well, thank God for it," Lysbeth added, "only I wish that you could take your memory and everything else of yours with you." As these bitter words passed her lips, the door opened, and there entered one of his own subaltern, followed by 4 soldiers and a man in a lawyer's robe. "What is this?" asked Montalvo furiously. The subaltern saluted as he entered. "My captain, forgive me, but I act under orders, and they are to arrest you alive, or," he added significantly, "dead." "Upon what charge?" asked Montalvo. "Here, notary, you had best read the charge," said the subaltern, "but perhaps the lady would like to retire first," he added awkwardly. "No," answered Lysbeth, "it might concern me." "Alas, Señora, I fear it does," put in the notary. Then he began to read the document, which was long and legal, but she was quick to understand. Before ever it was done, Lysbeth knew that she was not the lawful wife of Count Juan de Montalvo, and that he was to be put upon his trial for his betrayal of her and the trick he had played the Church. So she was free. free, and overcome by that thought, she staggered, fell, and swooned away. When her eyes opened again, Montalvo, officer, notary, and soldiers, all had vanished. End of chapter 7. Book 1, Chapter 8 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Mare's Stable. When Lysbeth's reason returned to her in that empty room, her first sense was one of wild exultation. She was free. She was not Montalvo's wife. Never again could she be obliged to see him, never again could she be forced to endure the contamination of his touch. That was her thought. She was sure that the story was true. Were it not true, who could have moved the authorities to take action against him? Moreover, now that she had the key, 1,000 things were explained, trivial enough in themselves, each of them but in their sum amounting to proof positive of his guilt. Had he not spoken of some entanglement in Spain and of children? Had he not in his sleep? But it was needless to remember all these things. She was free. She was free, and there on the table still lay the symbol of her bondage, the emerald ring that was to give him the means of flight from his charge which he knew was hanging over him. She took it up, dashed it to the ground, and stamped upon it. Next she fell upon her knees, praising and blessing God, and then, worn out, crept away to rest. The morning came, the still and beautiful autumn morning, but now all her exultation had left her, and Lysbeth was depressed and heavy-hearted. She rose and assisted the one servant who remained in the house to prepare their breakfast, taking no heed of the sidelong glances that the woman cast at her. Afterwards she went to the market to spend some of her last florins in necessaries. Here and in the streets she became aware that she was the object of remark, for people nudged each other and stared at her. Moreover, as she hurried home, appalled, her quick ear caught the conversation of 2 coarse women while they walked behind her. "She's got it now," said one. "Serve her right too," answered the other, "for running after and marrying a Spanish don." "Marrying," broke in the first. "It was the best that she could do. She couldn't stop to ask questions. Some corpses must be buried quickly." Glancing behind her, Lysbeth saw the creature nip her nostrils with her fingers as though to shut out an evil smell. Then she could bear it no longer, and turned upon them. "You are evil slanderers," she said, and walked away swiftly, pushed by the sound of their loud, insulting laughter. At the house she was told that 2 men were waiting to see her. They proved to be creditors clamouring for large sums of money, which she could not pay. Lysbeth told them that she knew nothing of the matter. Thereupon they showed her her own writing at the foot of deeds, and she remembered that she had signed more things than she chose to keep count of, everything indeed that the man who called himself her husband put before her, if only to win an hour of blessed freedom from his presence. At length the duns went away, vowing that they would have their money if they dragged the bed from under her. After that came loneliness and silence. No friend appeared to cheer her. Indeed, she had no friends left, for by her husband's command she had broken off her acquaintance with all who, after the strange circumstances connected with her marriage, were still inclined to know her. He said that he would have no chattering Dutch vrouws about the house, and they said and believed that the Countess de Montalvo had become too proud to associate with those of her own class and people. Midday came and she could eat no food. Indeed, she had touched none for 24 hours. Her gorge rose against it, although in her state she needed food. Now the shame of her position began to come home to Lysbeth. She was a wife, and no wife. Soon she must bear the burden of motherhood, and oh, what would that child be? And what should she be, its mother? What, too, would Dirk think of her? Dirk, for whom she had done and suffered all these things. Through the long afternoon hours she lay upon her bed, thinking such thoughts as these, till at length her mind gave, and Lysbeth grew light-headed. Her brain became a chaos, a perfect hell of distorted imaginations. Then out of its turmoil and confusion rose a vision and a desire, a vision of peace and a desire for rest. But what rest was there for her except the rest of death? Well, why not die? God would forgive her. The Mother of God would plead for her who was shamed and broken-hearted and unfit to live. Even Dirk would think kindly of her when she was dead, though doubtless now if he met her he would cover his eyes with his hand. She was burning hot and she was thirsty. How cool the water would be on this fevered night. What could be better than to slip into it and slowly let it close above her poor aching head? She would go out and look at the water. In that, at any rate, there could be no harm. She wrapped herself in a long cloak and drew its hood over the head. Then she slipped from the house and stole like a ghost through the darkling streets and out of the Marine or sea port, where the guard let her pass, thinking that she was a country woman returning to her village. Now the moon was rising, and by the light of it Lysbeth recognised the place. Here was the spot where she had stood on the day of the ice carnival, when that woman who was called Martha the Mare, and who said that she had known her father, had spoken to her. On that water she had galloped in Montalvo's sledge, and up yonder canal the race was run. She followed along its banks, remembering the reedy mere some miles away, spotted with islets that were only visited from time to time by fishermen and wild fowlers, the great Haarlemer Mere which covered many thousands of acres of ground. That mere she felt must look very cool and beautiful on such a night as this, and the wind would whisper sweetly among the tall bushes which fringed its banks. On Lysbeth went, and on. It was a long, long walk, but at last she came there, and oh, the place was sweet and vast and lonely. For so long as her eye could reach in the light of the low moon, there was nothing but glimmering water broken here and there by the reed-wreathed islands. Hark, how the frogs croaked and the bitterns boomed among the rushes. Look where the wild ducks swam, leaving behind them broad trails of silver as their breasts broke the surface of the great mere into rippling lines. There, on an island not a bowshot from her, grew tufts of a daisy-like marsh bloom, white flowers such as she remembered gathering when she was a child. A desire came upon her to pluck some of these flowers, and the water was shallow. Surely she could wade to the island, or if not, what did it matter? Then she could turn to the bank again, or she might stay to sleep a while in the water. What did it matter? She stepped from the bank. How sweet and cool it felt to her feet. Now it was up to her knees. Now it reached her middle. And now the little wavelets beat against her breast. But she would not go back, for there ahead of her was the island, and the white flowers were so close that she could count them, 8 upon one bunch and 12 upon the next. Another step and the water struck her in the face. One more and it closed above her head. She rose and a low cry broke from her lips. Then, as in a dream, Lysbeth saw a skiff glide out from among the rushes before her. She also saw a strange mutilated face, which she remembered dimly, bending over the edge of the boat, and a long brown hand stretched out to clasp her, while a hoarse voice bade her keep still and fear nothing. After this came a sound of singing in her ears, and darkness. When Lysbeth woke again she found herself lying upon the ground, or rather upon a soft mattress of dry reeds and aromatic grasses. Looking around her, she saw that she was in a hut, reed-roofed and plastered with thick mud. In one corner of this hut stood a fireplace with a chimney artfully built of clay, and on the fire of turfs boiled an earthen pot. Hanging from the roof by a string of twisted grass was a fish fresh caught, a splendid pike, and near to it a bunch of smoked eels. Over her also was thrown a magnificent rug of otter skins. Noting these things, she gathered that she must be in the hovel of some fisherman. Now by degrees the past came back to Lysbeth, and she remembered her parting with the man who called himself her husband, remembered also her moonlight flight, and how she had waded out into the waters of the great mere to pluck the white flowers, and how, as they closed above her head, a hand had been stretched out to save her. Lysbeth remembered, and remembering, she sighed aloud. The sound of her sighing seemed to attract the attention of someone who was listening outside the hut. At any rate, a rough door was opened or pushed aside, and a figure entered. "Are you awake, lady?" asked a hoarse voice. "Yes," answered Lysbeth, "but tell me, how did I come here, and who are you?" The figure stepped back so that the light from the open door fell full upon it. "Look, Carlos van Hout's daughter, and Juan Montalvo's wife, those who have seen me once do not forget me." Lysbeth sat up on the bed and stared at the gaunt, powerful form, the deep-set grey eyes, the wide-spread nostrils, the scarred, high cheekbones, the teeth made prominent by some devil's work upon the lips, and the grizzled lock of hair that hung across the forehead. In an instant she knew her. "You are Martha, the Mare," she said. "Yes, I am the Mare, none other, and you are in the Mare's stable. What has he been doing to you, that Spanish dog, that you come last night to ask the great water to hide you and your shame?" Lysbeth made no answer. The story seemed hard to begin with this strange woman. Then Martha went on. "What did I tell you, Lysbeth van Hout? Did I not say that your blood should warn you against the Spaniards? Well, well, you saved me from the ice, and I have saved you from the water. Ah, who was it that led me to row around by that outer isle last night because I could not sleep? But what does it matter? God willed it so, and here you lie in the Mare's stable. Nay, do not answer me. First you must eat." Then, going to the pot, she took it from the fire, pouring its contents into an earthen basin, and at the smell of them, for the first time for days, Lysbeth felt hungry. Of what that stew was compounded she never learned, but she ate it to the last spoonful and was thankful, while Martha, seated on the ground beside her, watched her with delight, from time to time stretching out a long, thin hand to touch the brown hair that hung about her shoulders. "Come out and look," said Martha, when her guest had done eating, and she led her through the doorway of the hut. Lysbeth gazed round her, but in truth there was not much to see. The hut itself was hidden away in a little clump of swamp willows that grew upon a mound in the midst of a marshy plain, broken here and there by patches of reed and bulrushes. Walking across this plain for 100 yards or so, they came to more reeds, and in them a boat, hidden cunningly, for here was the water of the lake, and not 50 paces away what seemed to be the shore of an island. The Mare bade her get into the boat, and rowed her across to this island, then round it to another, and thence to another, and yet another. "Now tell me," she said, "upon which of them is my stable built?" Lysbeth shook her head helplessly. "You cannot tell, no, nor any living man. I say that no man lives who can find it, save I myself, who know the path there by night or by day. Look," and she pointed to the vast surface of the mere. "On this great sea are thousands of such islets, and before they find me the Spaniards must search them all, for here upon the lonely waters no spies or hound will help them." Then she began to row again without even looking round, and presently they were in the clump of reeds from which they had started. "I must be going home," faltered Lysbeth. "No," answered Martha, "it is too late. You have slept long. Look, the sun is westering fast. This night you must stop with me. Oh, do not be afraid. My fare is rough, but it is sweet and fresh and plenty. Fish from the mere as much as you will, for who can catch them better than I? And waterfowl that I snare, yes, and their eggs. Moreover, dried flesh and bacon which I get from the mainland, for there I have friends whom sometimes I meet at night." So Lysbeth yielded, for the great peace of this lake pleased her. Oh, after all that she had gone through, it was like heaven to watch the sun sinking towards the quiet water, to hear the wild fowl call, to see the fish leap, and the halcyons flash by, and above all to be sure that by nothing short of a miracle could this divine silence, broken only by nature's voices, be defiled with the sound of the hated accents of the man who had ruined and betrayed her. Yes, she was weary, and a strange, unaccustomed languor kept over her. She would rest there this night also. So they went back to the hut and made ready their evening meal, and as she fried the fish over the fire of peats, verily Lysbeth found herself laughing like a girl again. Then they ate it with appetite, and after it was done, Mother Martha prayed aloud. Yes, and without fear, although she knew Lysbeth to be a Catholic, read from her one treasure, a Testament, crouching there in the light of the fire, and saying, "See, lady, what a place this is for a heretic to hide in. Where else may a woman read from the Bible and fear no spy or priest?" Remembering a certain story, Lysbeth shivered at her words. "Now," said the Mare, when she had finished reading, "tell me before you sleep what it was that brought you into the waters of the Haarlemer Meer, and what that Spanish man has done to you. Do not be afraid, for though I am mad, or so they say, I can keep counsel, and between you and me are many bonds, Carolus van Hout's daughter, some of which you know and see, and some that you can neither know nor see, but which God will weave in his own season." Lysbeth looked at the weird countenance, distorted and made unhuman by long torment of body and mind, and found in it something to trust, yes, even signs of that sympathy which she so sorely needed. So she told her all the tale from the first word of it to the last. The Mare listened in silence, for no story of evil perpetrated by a Spaniard seemed to move or astonish her. Only when Lysbeth had done, she said, "Ah, child, had you but known of me, and where to find me, you should have asked my aid." "Why, mother, what could you have done?" answered Lysbeth. "Done? I would have followed him by night until I found my chance in some lonely place, and there I would have—" Then she stretched out her bony hand to the red light of the fire, and Lysbeth saw that in it was a knife. She sank back aghast. "Why are you frightened, my pretty lady?" asked the Mare. "I tell you that I live on for only one thing, to kill Spaniards, yes, priests first and then the others. Oh, I have a long count to pay. For every time that he was tortured, a life; for every groan he uttered at the stake, a life. Yes, so many for the father, and half as many for the son. Well, I shall live to be old. I know that I shall live to be old, and the count will be discharged, aye, to the last stiver." As she spoke, the outlawed water wife had risen, and the flare of the fire struck full upon her. It was an awful face that Lysbeth beheld by the light of it, full of fierceness and energy, the face of an inspired avenger, dread and unnatural, yet not altogether repulsive. Indeed, that countenance was such as an imaginative artist might give to one of the beasts in the book of Revelation. Amazed and terrified, Lysbeth said nothing. "I frighten you, gentle one," went on the Mare, "you who, although you have suffered, are still full of the milk of human kindness. Wait, woman, Wait till they have murdered the man you love, till your heart is like my heart, and you also live on, not for love's sake, not for life's sake, but to be a sword, a sword, a sword in the hand of God." "Cease, I pray you," said Lysbeth in a low voice. "I am faint, I am ill." Ill she was indeed, and before morning there, in that lonely hovel on the island of the Mere, a son was born to her. When she was strong enough, her nurse spoke. "Will you keep the brat, or shall I kill it?" she asked. "How can I kill my child?" said Lysbeth. "It is the Spaniard's child also, and remember, the curse you told me of, your own curse uttered on this thing before ever you were married. If it lives, that curse shall cling to it, and through it you too shall be accursed. Best let me kill it and have done." "How can I kill my own child? Touch it not," answered Lysbeth sullenly. So the black-eyed boy lived and throve. Somewhat slowly, lying there in the island hut, Lysbeth won back her strength. The Mare, or Mother Martha, as Lysbeth had learned to call her, tended her as few midwives would have done. Food too she had in plenty, for Martha snared the fowl and caught the fish, or she made visits to the mainland, and thence brought eggs and milk and flesh, which, so she said, the boors of that country gave her as much as she wanted of them. Also, to while away the hours, she would read to her out of the Testament, and from that reading Lysbeth learnt many things which until then she had not known. Indeed, before it was done with, Catholic though she was, she began to wonder in what lay the wickedness of these heretics, and how it came about that they were worthy of death and torment, since, sooth to say, in this book she could find no law to which their lives and doctrine seemed to give offence. Thus it happened that Martha, the fierce, half-crazy water dweller, sowed the seed in Lysbeth's heart that was to bear fruit in due season. When 3 weeks had gone by and Lysbeth was on her feet again, though as yet scarcely strong enough to travel, Martha told her that she had business which would keep her from home a night, but what the business was she refused to say. Accordingly, on a certain afternoon, having left good store of all things to Lysbeth's hand, the Mare departed in her skiff, nor did she return till after midday on the morrow. Now Lysbeth talked of leaving the island, but Martha would not suffer it, saying that if she desired to go she must swim, and indeed when Lysbeth went to look she found that the boat had been hidden elsewhere. So, nothing loath, she stayed on, and in the crisp autumn air her health and beauty came back to her, till she was once more much as she had been before the day when she went sledging with Juan de Montalvo. On a November morning, leaving her infant in the hut with Martha, who had sworn to her on the Bible that she would not harm it, Lysbeth walked to the extremity of the island. During the night the first sharp frost of late autumn had fallen, making a thin film of ice upon the surface of the lake, which melted rapidly as the sun grew high. The air too was very clear and calm, and among the reeds, now turning golden at their tips, the finches flew and chirped, forgetful that winter was at hand. So sweet and peaceful was the scene that Lysbeth, also forgetful of many things, surveyed it with a kind of rapture. She knew not why, but her heart was happy that morning. It was as though a dark cloud had passed from her life, as though the blue skies of peace and joy were spread about her. Doubtless after clouds might appear upon the horizon, doubtless in their season they would appear, but she felt that this horizon was as yet a long way off, and meanwhile above her bent the tender sky, serene and sweet and happy. Upon the crisp grass behind her suddenly she heard a footfall, a new footfall, not that of the long stealthy stride of Martha, who was called the Mare, and swung round upon her heel to meet it. Oh God, who was this? Oh God, there before her stood Dirk van Goorl, Dirk, and no other than Dirk, unless she dreamed. Dirk with his kind face wreathed in a happy smile, Dirk with his arms outstretched towards her. Lysbeth said nothing. She could not speak, only she stood still, gazing, 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 and always he came on, till now his arms were round her. Then she sprang back. "Do not touch me," she cried. "Remember what I am and why I stay here." "I know well what you are, Lysbeth," he answered slowly. "You are the holiest and purest woman who ever walked this earth. You are an angel upon this earth. You are the woman who gave her honour to save the man she loved. Oh, be silent, be silent. I have heard the whole story, I know it every word, and here I kneel before you, and, next to my God, I worship you, Lysbeth, I worship you." "But the child," she murmured, "it lives, and it is mine and the man's." Dirk's face hardened a little, but he only answered, "We must bear our burdens. You have borne yours, I must bear mine." And he seized her hands and kissed them, yes, and the hem of her garment, and kissed it also. So these two plighted their troth. Afterwards Lysbeth heard all the story. Montalvo had been put upon his trial, and as it chanced things went hard with him. Among his judges one was a great Netherlander lord, who despised to uphold the rights of his countrymen. One was a high ecclesiastic, who was furious because of the fraud that had been played upon the Church, which had been trapped into celebrating a bigamous marriage, and a third was a Spanish grandee, who, as it happened, knew the family of the first wife, who had been deserted. Therefore, for the luckless Montalvo, when the case had been proved to the hilt against him by the evidence of the priest who brought the letter, of the wife's letters, and of the truculent Black Meg, who now found an opportunity of paying back hot water for cold, there was little mercy. His character was bad, and it was said, moreover, that because of his cruelties and the shame she had suffered at his hands, Lysbeth van Hout had committed suicide. At least, this was certain, that she was seen running at night towards the Haarlemer Meer, and that after this, search as her friends would, nothing more could be heard of her. So, that an example might be made, although he writhed and fenced his best, the noble captain, Count Juan de Montalvo, was sent to serve for 14 years in the galleys as a common slave, and there for the while was an end of him. There also was an end of the strange and tragic courtship of Dirk van Goorl and Lysbeth van Hout. 6 months after they were married, and by Dirk's wish took the child, who was christened Adrian, to live with them. A few months later Lysbeth entered the community of the new religion, and less than 2 years after her marriage a son was born to her, the hero of this story, who is named Foy. As it happened, she bore no other children. End of chapter 8. End of book the first. Book 2, Chapter 9 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the second, The Ripening, Chapter 9, Adrian, Foy, and Martin the Red. Many years had gone by since Lysbeth found her love again upon the island in the Haarlemer Meer. The son that she bore there was now a grown man, as was her second son, Foy, and her own hair showed grey beneath the lappets of her cap. Fast, fast wove the loom of God during those fateful years, and the web thereof was the story of a people's agony, and its hoof was dyed red with their blood. Edict had followed edict, crime had been heaped upon crime. Alva, like some inhuman and incarnate vengeance, had marched his army, quiet and helpless as the tiger when he stalks his prey, across the fields of France. Now he was at Brussels, and already the heads of the Counts Egmont and Hoorn had fallen. Already the bloody council was established and at its work. In the Low Countries law had ceased to exist, and there anything might happen, however monstrous or inhuman. Indeed, with one decree of the Holy Office, confirmed by a proclamation of Philip of Spain, all the inhabitants of the Netherlands, 3,000,000 of them, had been condemned to death. Men's minds were full of terror, for on every side were burnings and hangings and torturings. Without were fightings, within were fears, and none knew whom they could trust, since the friend of to-day might be the informer or judge of to-morrow. All this because they chose to worship God in their own fashion, unaided by images and priests. Although so long a time had passed, as it chanced those personages with whom we have already made acquaintance in this history were still alive. Let us begin with two of them, one of whom we know, and one of whom, although we have heard of him before, will require some introduction. Dirk van Goorl and his son Foy. Scene: an upper room above a warehouse overlooking the market-place of Leyden, a room with small windows and approached by 2 staircases. Time: a summer twilight. The faint light which penetrated into this chamber through the unshuttered windows, for to curtain them would have been to excite suspicion, showed that about 20 people were gathered there, among whom were 1 or 2 women. For the most part they were men and of the better class, middle-aged burghers of sober mien, some of whom stood about in knots, while others were seated upon stools and benches. At the end of the room, addressing them, was a man well on in middle life, with grizzled hair and beard, small and somewhat mean of stature, yet one through whose pores exterior goodness seemed to flow like light through some rough casement of horn. This was Jan Arentz, the famous preacher, by trade a basket-maker, a man who showed himself steadfast to the new religion through all afflictions, and who was gifted with a spirit which could remain unmoved amidst the horrors of perhaps the most terrible persecution that Christians have suffered since the days of the Roman emperors. He was now preaching, and these people were his congregation. "I come not to bring peace, but a sword," was his text, and certainly this night it was most appropriate and one easy of illustration. For there, on the very market-place beneath them, guarded by soldiers and surrounded with the rabble of the city, 2 members of his flock, men who a fortnight before had worshipped in that same room, at this moment were undergoing martyrdom by fire. Arentz preached patience and fortitude. He went back into recent history and told his hearers how he himself had passed 100 dangers, how he had been hunted like a wolf, how he had been tried, how he had escaped from prisons and from the swords of soldiers, even as St. Paul had done before him, and how yet he lived to minister to them this night. He told them that they must have no fear, that they must go on quite happy, quite confident, taking what it pleased God to send them, feeling that it would all be for the best, yes, that even the worst would be for the best. What was the worst? Some hours of torment and death. And what lay beyond the death? Ah, let them think of that. The whole world was but a brief and varying shadow. What did it matter how or when they walked out of that shadow into the perfect light? The sky was very black, but behind it the sun shone. They must look forward with the eye of faith. Perhaps the sufferings of the present generation were part of the scheme of things. Perhaps from the earth which they watered with their blood would spring the flower of freedom, that glorious freedom in whose day all men would be able to worship their Creator, responsible only to the Bible law and their own conscience, not to the dogmas or doctrines of other men. As Arentz spoke thus, eloquently, sweetly, spoke like one inspired, the twilight deepened and the flare of those sacrificial fires flickered on the window-pane, and the mixed murmurs of the crowd of witnesses broke upon his listeners' ears. The preacher paused, and looked down upon the dreadful scene below, for from where he stood he could behold it all. "Mark is dead," he said, "and our dear brother Andreas Jansen is dying. The executioners heap the faggots round him. You think it cruel, you think it piteous, but I say to you, no, I say that it is a holy and glorious sight, for we witness the passing of souls to bliss. Brethren, let us pray for him who leaves us, and for ourselves who stay behind. Yes, and let us pray for those who slay him that know not what they do. We watch his sufferings, but I tell you that Christ his Lord watches also. Christ who hung upon the cross, the victim of such men as these. He stands with him in the fire, his hand compasses him, his voice supports him. Brethren, let us pray." Then, at his bidding, every member of that little congregation knelt in prayer for the passing spirit of Andreas Jansen. Again Arentz looked through the window. "He dies," he cried. "A soldier has thrust him through with a pike in mercy. His head falls forward. O God, if it be thy will, grant to us a sign." Some strange breath passed through that upper chamber, a cold breath which blew upon the brows of the worshippers and stirred their hair, bringing with it a sense of the presence of Andreas Jansen, the martyr. Then there upon the wall opposite to the window, at the very spot where their brother and companion Andreas, saint and martyr, was wont to kneel, appeared the sign, or what they took to be a sign. Yes, there upon the whitewashed wall, reflected, mayhap, from the fires below, and showing clearly in the darkened room, shone the vision of a fiery cross. For a second it was seen, then it was gone, but to every soul in this room the vision of that cross had brought its message, to each a separate message, an individual inspiration, for in the light of it they read strange lessons of life and death. The cross vanished, and there was silence. "Brethren," said the voice of Arentz, speaking in the darkness, "you have seen. Through the fire and through the shadow, follow the cross and fear not." The service was over, and below in the emptied market-place the executioners collected poor calcined fragments of the martyrs to cast with them contumely and filthy jests into the darkling waters of the river. Now, one by one and two by two, the worshippers slipped away through some hidden door opening on an alley. Let us look at 3 of their number, as they crept through by-streets back to a house on the Bree Straat, with which we are acquainted, 2 of them walking in front and 1 behind. The pair were Dirk van Goorl and his son Foy. There was no mistaking their relationship. Save that he had grown somewhat portly and thoughtful, Dirk was the Dirk of 25 years ago, thick-set, grey-eyed, bearded, a handsome man according to the Dutch standard, whose massive, kindly countenance betrayed the massive, kindly mind within. Very like him was his son Foy, only his eyes were blue instead of grey, and his hair was yellow. Though they seemed sad enough just now, these were merry and pleasant eyes, and the round, the somewhat childlike face was merry also, the face of a person who looked upon the bright side of things. There was nothing remarkable or distinguished about Foy's appearance, but from it the observer who met him for the first time received an impression of energy, honesty, and good nature. In truth, such were apt to set him down as a sailor-man, who had just returned from a long journey, in the course of which he had come to the conclusion that this world was a pleasant place and one well worth exploring. As Foy walked down the street with his quick and nautical gait, it was evident that even the solemn and dreadful scene which he had just experienced had not altogether quenched his cheery and hopeful spirit. Yet of all those who listened to the exhortation of the saint like Arentz, none had laid its burden of faith and carelessness for the future to heart more entirely than Foy van Goorl. But of his power of looking on the bright side of things the credit must be given to his nature and not to his piety, for Foy would not be sad for long. Dum spiro spero would have been his motto had he known Latin, and he did not mean to grow sorrowful. over the prospect of being burnt, for instance, until he found himself fast to the stake. It was this quality of good spirits in a depressing and melancholy age that made of Foy so extraordinarily popular a character. Behind these two followed a much more remarkable looking personage, the Frisian Martin Roos, or Red Martin, so named from his hair, which was red to the verge of flame colour, and his beard of a like hue that hung almost to his breast. There was no other such beard in Leyden. Indeed, the boys, taking advantage of his good nature, would call to him as he passed, asking him if it was true that the storks nested in it every spring. This strange-looking man, who was now perhaps a person of 40 years of age, for 10 years or more had been the faithful servant of Dirk van Goorl, whose house he had entered under circumstances which shall be told of in their place. Any one glancing at Martin casually would not have said that he was a giant, and yet his height was considerable; to be accurate, when he stood upright, something over 6 feet 3 inches. The reason why he did not appear to be tall was that in truth his great bulk shortened him to the eye, and also because he carried himself ill, more from a desire to conceal his size than for any other reason. It was in girth of chest and limb that Martin was really remarkable, so much so that a short-armed man standing before him could not make his fingers touch behind his back. His face was fair as a girl's, and almost as flat as a full moon, for of nose he had little. Nature, indeed, had furnished him with one of ordinary, if not excessive size, but certain incidents in Martin's earlier career, which in our day would be designated as that of a prize fighter, had caused it to spread about his countenance in an interesting and curious fashion. His eyebrows, however, remained prominent. Beneath them appeared a pair of very large, round, and rather mild blue eyes, covered with thick white lids absolutely devoid of lashes, which eyes had a most unholy trick of occasionally taking fire when their owner was irritated. Then they could burn and blaze like lamps tied to a barge on a dark night, with an effect that was all the more alarming because the rest of his countenance remained absolutely impassive. Suddenly, while this little company went homewards, a sound arose in the quiet street as of people running. Instantly all three of them pressed themselves to the doorway of a house and crouched down. Martin lifted his ear and listened. "3 people," he whispered, "a woman who flies and 2 men who follow." At that moment a casement was thrown open 40 paces or so away, and a hand bearing a torch thrust out of it. By its light they saw the pale face of a lady speeding towards them, and after her 2 Spanish soldiers. "The Vrouw Andreas Jansen," whispered Martin again, "flying from 2 of the guards who burned her husband." The torch was withdrawn and the casement shut with a snap. In those days quiet burghers could not afford to be mixed up in street troubles, especially if soldiers had to do with them. Once more the place was empty and quiet, except for the sound of running feet. Opposite to the doorway the lady was overtaken. "Oh, let me go," she sobbed. "Oh, let me go. Is it not enough that you have killed my husband? Why must I be hunted from my house thus?" "Because you are so pretty, my dear," answered one of the brutes. "Also you are rich. Catch hold of her, friend. Lord, how she kicks!" Foy made a motion as though to start out of the doorway, but Martin pressed him back with the flat of his hand, without apparent effort, and yet so strongly that the young man could not move. "My business, masters," he muttered. "You would make a noise," and they heard his breath come thick. Now, moving with curious stealthiness for one of so great a bulk, Martin was out of the porch. By the summer starlight the watchers could see that before they had caught sight of or even heard of him, he gripped the 2 soldiers, small men like most Spaniards, by the napes of their neck, one in either hand, and was grinding their faces together. This indeed was evident, for his great shoulders worked visibly and their breastplates clicked as they touched. But the men themselves made no sound at all. Then Martin seemed to catch them round the middle, and behold, in another second the pair of them had gone headlong into the canal which ran down the centre of the street. "My God, he has killed them," muttered Dirk. "And a good job too, father," said Foy, "only I wish that I had shared in it." Martin's great form loomed in the doorway. "The Vrouw Jansen has fled," he said, "and the street is quiet now, so I think that we had better be moving before any see us, my masters." Some days later the bodies of these Spanish soldiers were found with their faces smashed flat. It was suggested in explanation of this plight that they had got drunk and while fighting together had fallen from the bridge onto the stonework of a pier. This version of their end found a ready acceptance, as it consorted well with the reputations of the men. So there was no search or inquiry. "I had to finish the dogs," Martin explained apologetically. "May the Lord Jesus forgive me, because I was afraid that they might know me again by my beard." "Alas, alas," groaned Dirk, "what times are these? Say nothing of this dreadful matter to your mother, son, or to Adrian either." But Foy nudged Martin in the ribs and muttered, "Well done, old fellow, well done." After this experience, which the reader must remember was nothing extraordinary in those dark and dreadful days when neither the lives of men nor the safety of women, especially Protestant men and women, were things of much account, the three of them reached home without further incident, and quite unobserved. Arriving at the house, they entered it near the water gate by a back door that led into the stable yard. It was opened by a woman whom they followed into a little room where a light burned. Here she turned and kissed two of them, Dirk first and then Foy. "Thank God that I see you are safe," she said. "Whenever you go to the meeting place I tremble until I hear your footstep at the door." "What's the use of that, mother?" said Foy. "Your fretting yourself won't make things better or worse." "Ah, dear, how can I help it?" she replied softly. "We cannot all be young and cheerful, you know." "True, wife, true," broke in Dirk, "though I wish we could. We should be lighter hearted so," and he looked at her and sighed. Lysbeth van Goorl could no longer boast the beauty which was hers when first we met her, but she was still a sweet and graceful woman, her figure remaining almost as slim as it had been in girlhood. The grey eyes also retained their depth and fire, only the face was worn, though more by care and the burden of memories than with years. The lot of the loving wife and mother was hard indeed when Philip the King ruled in Spain and Alva was his prophet in the Netherlands. "Is it done?" she asked. "Yes, wife, our brethren are now saints in Paradise. Therefore rejoice." "It is very wrong," she answered with a sob, "but I cannot. Oh," she added with a sudden blaze of indignation, "if he is just and good, why does God suffer his servants to be killed thus?" "Perhaps our grandchildren will be able to answer that question," replied Dirk. "That poor Vrouw Jansen," broke in Lysbeth, "just married and so young and pretty. I wonder what will become of her." Dirk and Foy looked at each other, and Martin, who was hovering about near the door, slunk back guiltily into the passage, as though he had attempted to injure the Vrouw Jansen. "Tomorrow we will look to it, wife, and now let us eat, for we are faint with hunger." 10 minutes later they were seated at their meal. The reader may remember the room. It was that wherein Montalvo, ex-count and captain, made the speech which charmed all hearers on the night when he had lost the race at the ice carnival. The same chandelier hung above them. Some portion of the same plate, even, repurchased by Dirk, was on the table. But how different were the company and the feast. Aunt Clara, the fatuous, was long dead, and with her many of the companions of that occasion, some naturally, some by the hand of the executioner, while others had fled the land. Pieter van de Werff still lived, however, and though regarded with suspicion by the authorities, was a man of weight and honour in the town, but to-night he was not present there. The food, too, if ample, was plain, not on account of the poverty of the household, for Dirk had prospered in his worldly affairs, being hard-working and skilful, and the head of the brass foundry to which in those early days he was apprenticed, but because in such times people thought little of the refinements of eating. When life itself is so doubtful, its pleasures and amusements become of small importance. The ample waiting service of the maid Greta, who long ago had vanished, none knew where, and her fellow domestics, was now carried on by the man Martin and one old woman, since, as every menial might be a spy, even the richest employed few of them. In short, all the lighter and more cheerful parts of life were in abeyance. "Where is Adrian?" asked Dirk. "I do not know," answered Lysbeth. "I thought that perhaps—" "No," replied her husband hastily, "he did not accompany us there. He rarely does." "Brother Adrian likes to look underneath the spoon before he licks it," said Foy with his mouth full. The remark was enigmatic, but his parents seemed to understand what Foy meant. At least it was followed by an uncomfortable and acquiescent silence. Just then Adrian came in, and as we have not seen him since, some 24 years ago, he made his entry into the world on the secret island in the Haarlemer Meer, here it may be as well to describe his appearance. He was a handsome young man, but of quite a different stamp from his half-brother Foy, being tall, slight, and very graceful in figure, advantages which he had inherited from his mother Lysbeth. In countenance, however, he differed from her so much that none would have guessed him to be her son. Indeed, Adrian's face was pure Spanish. There was nothing of a Netherlander about his dark beauty. Spanish were the eyes of the velvet black, set rather close together. Spanish also the finely chiselled features and the thin, spreading nostrils. Spanish the cold, yet somewhat sensual mouth, more apt to sneer than smile. The straight black hair, the clear olive skin, and that indifferent, half-wearied mien which became its wearer well enough, but in a man of his years of northern blood would have seemed unnatural or affected. He took his seat without speaking, nor did the others speak to him till his stepfather Dirk said: "You were not at the works today, Adrian, although we should have been glad of you helping in founding the culverin." "No, father." He called him father, answered the young man in a measured and rather melodious voice. "You see, we don't quite know who is going to pay for that piece, or at any rate I don't quite know, as nobody seems to take me into confidence, and if it should chance to be the losing side, well, it might be enough to hang me." Dirk flushed up, but made no answer. Only Foy remarked, "That's right, Adrian, look after your own skin." "Just now I find it more interesting," went on Adrian loftily, and disregardful of his brother, "to study those whom the cannon may shoot than to make the cannon which is to shoot them." "Hope you won't be one of them," interrupted Foy again. "Where have you been this evening, son?" asked Lysbeth hastily, fearing a quarrel. "I have been mixing with the people, mother, at the scene on the market-place yonder." "Not the martyrdom of our good friend Jansen, surely?" "Yes, mother, why not? It is terrible, it is a crime, no doubt, but the observer of life should study these things. There is nothing more fascinating to the philosopher than the play of human passions, the emotions of the brutal crowd, the stolid indifference of the guard, the grief of the sympathizers, the stoical endurance of the victims animated by religious exaltation, and the beautiful logic of the philosopher with his nose in the air while he watches his friend and brother in the faith being slowly burnt to death," broke out Foy with passion. "Hush, hush," said Dirk, striking his fist upon the table with a blow that caused the glasses to ring. "This is no subject for word chopping. Adrian, you would have been better with us than down below at the butchery, even though you were less safe," he added with meaning. "But I wish to run none into danger, and you are of an age to judge for yourself. I beg you, however, to spare us your light talk about scenes that we think dreadful, however interesting you may have found them."
Adrian shrugged his shoulders, and called to Martin to bring him some more meat. As the great man approached him he spread out his fine drawn nostrils and sniffed. "You smell, Martin," he said, "and no wonder. Look, there is blood upon your jerkin. Have you been killing pigs and forgotten to change it?" Martin's round blue eyes flashed, then went pale and dead again. "Yes, master," he answered in his thick voice, "I have been killing pigs, but your dress also smells of blood and fire. Perhaps you went too near the stake." At that moment, to put an end to the conversation, Dirk rose and said grace. Then he went out of the room, accompanied by his wife and Foy, leaving Adrian to finish his meal alone, which he did reflectively and at leisure. When he left the eating chamber, Foy followed Martin across the courtyard to the walled-in stables, and up a ladder to the room where the serving man slept. It was a queer place, and filled with an extraordinary collection of odds and ends, the skins of birds, otters, and wolves, weapons of different makes, notably a very large two-handed sword, plain and old-fashioned, but of excellent steel, bits of harness and other things. There was no bed in this room, for the reason that Martin disdained a bed, a few skins upon the floor being all that he needed to lie on. Nor did he ask for much covering, since so hardy was he by nature that except in the very bitterest weather his woolen vest was enough for him. Indeed, he had been known to sleep out in it when the frost was so sharp that he rose with his hair and beard covered with icicles. Martin shut the door and lit 3 lanterns, which he hung to hooks upon the walls. "Are you ready for a turn, master?" he asked. Foy nodded as he answered, "I want to get the taste of it all out of my mouth, so don't spare me. Lay on it till I get angry, it will make me forget." And taking a leathern jerkin off a peg, he pulled it over his head. "Forget what, master?" "Oh, the prayings and the burnings and Vrouw Jansen and Adrian sea lawyer sort of talk." "Ah, yes, that's the worst of them all for us," and the big man leapt forward and whispered, "Keep an eye on him, Master Foy." "What do you mean?" asked Foy sharply and flushing. "What I say." "You forget. You are talking of my brother, my own mother's son. I will hear no harm of Adrian. His ways are different to ours, but he is good-hearted at bottom. Do you understand me, Martin?" "But not your father's son, master. It's the sire sets the strain. I have bred horses and I know." Foy looked at him and hesitated. "No," said Martin, answering the question in his eyes, "I have nothing against him, but he always sees the other side, and that's bad. Also he is Spanish." "And you don't like Spaniards," broke in Foy. "Martin, you are a pig-headed, prejudiced, unjust jackass." Martin smiled. "No, master, I don't like Spaniards, nor will you before you have done with them. But then it is only fair as they don't like me." "I say, Martin," said Foy, following a new line of thought, "how did you manage that business so quietly, and why didn't you let me do my share?" "Because you'd have made a noise, master, and we didn't want the watch on us. Also, being fully armed, they might have bettered you." "Good reasons, Martin. How did you do it? I couldn't see much." "It is a trick I learned up there in Friesland. Some of the Northmen sailors taught it me. There is a place in a man's neck here at the back, and if he is squeezed there he loses his senses in a second. Thus, master," and putting out his great hand he gripped Foy's neck in a fashion that caused him the intensest agony. "Drop it," said Foy, kicking at his shins. "I didn't squeeze, I was only showing you," answered Martin, opening his eyes. "Well, when their wits were gone, of course it was easy to knock their heads together, so that they mightn't find them again. You see," he added, "if I had left them alive. Well, they are dead anyway, and getting a hot supper by now, I expect. Which shall it be, master? Dutch stick or Spanish point?" "Stick first, then point," answered Foy. "Good, we need 'em both nowadays," and Martin reached down a pair of ash plants fitted into old sword hilts to protect the hands of the players. They stood up to each other on guard, and then against the light of the lanterns it could be seen how huge a man was Martin. Foy, although well built and sturdy, and like all his race of a stout habit, looked but a child beside the bulk of this great fellow. As for their stick game, which was in fact sword exercise, it is unnecessary to follow its details, for the end of it was what might almost have been expected. Foy sprang to and fro, slashing and cutting, while Martin, the solid, scarcely moved his weapon. Then suddenly there would be a parry and a reach, and the stick would fall with a thud all down the length of Foy's back, causing the dust to start from his leather jerkin. "It's no good," said Foy at last, rubbing himself ruefully. "What's the use of guarding against you, you great brute, when you simply crash through my guard and hit me all the same? That isn't science." "No, master," answered Martin, "but it is business. If we had been using swords you would have been in pieces by now. No blame to you and no credit to me. My reach is longer and my arm heavier, that is all." "At any rate I am beaten," said Foy. "Now take the rapiers and give me a chance." Then they went at it with the thrusting swords, rendered harmless by a disc of lead upon their points, and at this game the luck turned. Foy was active as a cat in the eye of a hawk, and twice he managed to get in under Martin's guard. "You're dead, old fellow," he said at the second thrust. "Yes, young master," answered Martin, "but remember that I killed you long ago, so that you are only a ghost and of no account. Although I have tried to learn its use to please you, I don't mean to fight with a toasting fork. This is my weapon," and, seizing the great sword which stood in the corner, he made it hiss through the air. Foy took it from his hand and looked at it. It was a long straight blade with a plain iron guard, or cage, for the hands, and on it, in old letters, was engraved one Latin word, silentium, silence. "Why is it called silence, Martin?" "Because it makes people silent, I suppose, master." "What is its history, and how did you come by it?" asked Foy in a malicious voice. He knew that the subject was a sore one with the huge Frisian. Martin turned red as his own beard and looked uncomfortable. "I believe," he answered, staring upwards, "that it was the ancient sword of justice of a little place up in Friesland. As to how I came by it, well, I forget." "And you call yourself a good Christian?" said Foy reproachfully. "Now I have heard that your head was going to be chopped off with this sword, but that somehow you managed to steal it first and got away." "There was something of the sort," mumbled Martin, "but it is so long ago that it slips my mind. I was so often in broils and drunk in those days, may the dear Lord forgive me, that I can't quite remember things. And now, by your leave, I want to go to sleep." "You old liar," said Foy, shaking his head at him. "You killed that poor executioner and made off with his sword. You know you did, and now you are ashamed to own the truth." "Maybe, maybe," answered Martin vacuously. "So many things happen in the world that a fool man cannot remember them all. I want to go to sleep." "Martin," said Foy, sitting down upon a stool and dragging off his leathern jerkin, "what used you to be before you turned holy? You have never told me all the story. Come now, speak up. I won't tell Adrian." "Nothing worth mentioning, Master Foy." "Out with it, Martin." "Well, if you wish to know, I am the son of a Friesland boor." "And an Englishwoman from Yarmouth. I know all that." "Yes," repeated Martin, "an Englishwoman from Yarmouth. She was very strong, my mother. She could hold up a cart on her shoulders while my father greased the wheels, that is, for a bet. Otherwise she used to make my father hold the cart up while she greased the wheels. Folk would come to see her do the trick. When I grew up I held up the cart and they both greased the wheels. But at last they died of the plague, the pair of them, God rest their souls. So I inherited the farm." "And?" said Foy, fixing him with his eye. "And," jerked out Martin in an unwilling fashion, "fell into bad habits." "Drink?" suggested the merciless Foy. Martin sighed and hung his great head. He had a tender conscience. "Then you took to prize fighting," went on his tormentor.
You can't deny it. Look at your nose." "I did, master, for the Lord hadn't touched my heart in those days, and," he added, brisking up, "it wasn't such a bad trade, for nobody ever beat me except a Brussels man once when I was drunk. He broke my nose, but afterwards, when I was sober—" and he stopped. "You killed a Spanish boxer here in Leyden," said Foy sternly. "Yes," echoed Martin, "I killed him sure enough, but oh, it was a pretty fight, and he brought it on himself. He was a fine man, that Spaniard, but the devil wouldn't play fair, so I just had to kill him. I hope that they bear in mind up above that I had to kill him." "Tell me about it, Martin, for I was at The Hague at the time and can't remember. Of course, I don't approve of such things," and the young rascal clasped his hands and looked pious, "but as it is all done with, one may as well hear the story of the fight. To spin it won't make you more wicked than you are." Then suddenly Martin the unreminiscent developed a marvellous memory, and with much wealth of detail set out the exact circumstances of that historic encounter. "And after he had kicked me in the stomach," he ended, "which, master, you will know he had no right to do, I lost my temper and hit out with all my strength, having first feinted and knocked up his guard with my left arm." "And then?" said Foy, growing excited, for Martin really told the story very well. "What happened?" "Oh, his head went back between his shoulders, and when they picked him up his neck was broken. I was sorry, but I couldn't help it. The Lord knows I couldn't help it. He shouldn't have called me a dirty Frisian ox and kicked me in the stomach. No, that was wrong of him, but they arrested you, didn't they, Martin?" "Yes, for the second time they condemned me to death as a brawler and a manslayer. You see, the other Friesland business came up against me, and the magistrates here had money on the Spaniard. Then your dear father saved me. He was burgomaster of that year, and he paid the death fine for me, a large sum. Afterwards, too, he taught me to be sober and think of my soul. So you know why Red Martin will serve him and his while there is a drop of blood left in his worthless carcass. And now, Master Foy, I'm going to sleep, and God grant that those dirty Spanish dogs mayn't haunt me." "Don't you fear of that, Martin," said Foy as he took his departure. "Absolvo te for those Spaniards. Through your strength God smote them who were not ashamed to rob and insult a poor new widowed woman after helping to murder her husband. Yes, Martin, you may enter that on the right side of the ledger, for a change, for they won't haunt you at night. I'm more afraid lest the business should be traced home to us, but I don't think it likely, since the street was quite empty." "Quite empty," echoed Martin, nodding his head. "Nobody saw me except the two soldiers and Vrouw Jansen. They can't tell, and I'm sure that she won't. Good night, my young master." Chapter 10. Book 2, Chapter 10 of Lysbeth, A Tale of the Dutch, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Adrian goes out hawking. In a house down a back street, not very far from the Leyden prison, a man and a woman sat at breakfast on the morning following the burning of the Heer Jansen and his fellow martyr. These also we have met before, for they were none other than the estimable Black Meg and her companion named the Butcher. Time, which had left them both strong and active, had not, it must be admitted, improved their personal appearance. Black Meg, indeed, was much as she had always been, except that her hair was now grey, and her features, which seemed to be covered with yellow parchment, had become sharp and hag-like, though her dark eyes still burned with their ancient fire. The man, Hague Simon, or the Butcher, scoundrel by nature and spy and thief by trade, one of the evil spawn of an age of violence and cruelty, boasted a face and form that became his reputation well. His countenance was villainous, very fat and flabby, with small pig-like eyes, and framed, as it were, in a fringe of sandy-coloured whiskers, running from the throat to the temple, where they faded away into great expanse of utterly bald head. The figure beneath was heavy, pot-haunched and supported upon a pair of bowed but sturdy legs. But if they were no longer young, and such good looks as they ever possessed had vanished, the years had brought them certain compensations. Indeed, it was a period in which spies and all such wretches flourished, since besides other pickings, by special enactment a good proportion of the realised estates of heretics was paid over to the informers as blood money. Of course, however, humble tools like the butcher and his wife did not get the largest joints of the heretic sheep, for whenever one was slaughtered there were always many honest middlemen of various degree to be satisfied, from the judge down to the executioner, with others who never showed their faces. Still, when the burnings and torturings were brisk, the amount totalled up very handsomely. Thus, as the pair sat at their meal this morning, they were engaged in figuring out what they might expect to receive from the estate of the late Heer Jansen, or at least Black Meg was so employed, with the help of a deal board and a bit of chalk. At last she announced the result, which was satisfactory. Simon held up his fat hands in admiration. "Clever little dove," he said. "You ought to have been a lawyer's wife with your head for figures. Ah, it grows near, it grows near." "What grows near, you fool?" asked Meg in her deep, mannish voice. "That farm with an inn attached of which I dream, standing in rich pasture land with a little wood behind it, and in the wood a church, not too large, no, I am not ambitious, let us say 100 acres, enough to keep 30 or 40 cows, which you would milk while I marketed the butter and the cheeses." "And slit the throats of the guests," interpolated Meg. Simon looked shocked. "No, wife, you misjudge me. It is a rough world, and we must take queer cuts to fortune, but once I get there, respectability for me, and a seat in the village church, provided, of course, that it is orthodox. I know that you come of the people, and your instincts are of the people, but I can never forget that my grandfather was a gentleman," and Simon puffed himself out and looked at the ceiling. "Indeed," sneered Meg, "and what was your grandmother? Or, for the matter of that, how do you know who was your grandfather? Country house! The old red mill where you hide goods out there in the swamp is likely to be your only country house. Village church, village gallows more likely. No, don't look nasty at me, for I won't stand it, you dirty little liar. I have done things, I know, but I wouldn't have got my own aunt burned for an Anabaptist, which she wasn't, in order to earn 20 florins, so there." Simon turned purple with rage. That aunt story was one which touched him on the raw. "Ugly," he began. Instantly Meg's hand shot out and grasped the neck of a bottle, whereon he changed his tune. "The sex, the sex," he murmured, turning aside to mop his bald head with a napkin. "Well, it's only their pretty way. They will have their little joke. Hullo, there's someone knocking at the door." "And mind how you open it," said Meg, becoming alert. "Remember, we have plenty of enemies, and a pike blade comes through a small crack." "Can you live with the wise and remain a greenhorn? Trust me." And placing his arm about his spouse's waist, Simon stood on tiptoe and kissed her gently on the cheek in token of reconciliation, for Meg had a nasty memory in quarrels. Then he skipped away towards the door as fast as his bandy legs would carry him. The colloquy there was long, and for the most part carried on through the keyhole. But in the end their visitor was admitted, a beetle-browned brute of much the same stamp as his host. "You are nice ones," he said sulkily, "to be so suspicious about an old friend, especially when he comes on a job." "Don't be angry, dear Hans," interrupted Simon in a pleading voice. "You know how many bad characters are abroad in these rough times. Why, for aught we could tell, you might have been one of these desperate Lutherans who stick at nothing. But about the business—" "Lutherans indeed," snarled Hans. "Well, if they are wise they'd stick at your fat stomach. But it is a Lutheran job that I have come from The Hague to talk about." "Ah," said Meg, "who sent you?" "A Spaniard named Ramiro, who has recently turned up there, a humorous dog connected with the Inquisition, who seems to know everybody and whom nobody knows. However, his money is right enough, and no doubt he has authority behind him. He says that you are old friends of his." "Ramiro, Ramiro," repeated Meg reflectively. "That means oarsman, doesn't it? And sounds like an alias. Well, I've lots of acquaintances in the galleys, and he may be one of them. What does he want, and what are the terms?" Hans leant forward and whispered for a long while. The other two listened in silence, only nodding from time to time. "It doesn't seem much for the job," said Simon, when Hans had finished. "Well, friend, it is easy and safe, a fat merchant and his wife and a young girl. Mind you, there is no killing to be done if we can help it, and if we can't help it, the Holy Office will shield us. Also, it is only the letter which he thinks that the young woman may carry that the noble Ramiro wants. Doubtless it has to do with the sacred affairs of the Church. Any valuables about them we may keep as a perquisite over and above the pay." Simon hesitated, but Meg announced with decision, "It is good enough. These merchant women generally have jewels hidden in their stays." "My dear," interrupted Simon. "Don't 'my dear' me," said Meg fiercely. "I have made up my mind, so there's an end. We meet by the Boshhuysen at 5 o'clock at the big oak in the copse, where we will settle the details." After this Simon said no more, for he had this virtue, so useful in domestic life: he knew when to yield. On this same morning Adrian rose late. The talk at the supper table on the previous night, especially Foy's coarse, uneducated sarcasm, had ruffled his temper, and when Adrian's temper was ruffled, he generally found it necessary to sleep himself into good humour. As the bookkeeper of the establishment, for his stepfather had never been able to induce him to take an active part in its work, which in his heart he considered beneath him, Adrian should have been in the office by 9 o'clock. Not having risen before 10, however, nor eaten his breakfast until after 11, this was clearly impossible. Then he remembered that here was a good chance of finishing a sonnet, of which the last lines were running in his head. It chanced that Adrian was a bit of a poet, and, like most poets, he found quite essential to the art of composition. Somehow, when Foy was in the house, singing and talking, and that great Frisian brute, Martin, was tramping to and fro, there was never any quiet, for even when he could not hear them, the sense of their presence exasperated his nerves. So now was his opportunity, especially as his mother was out, marketing, she said, but in all probability engaged upon some wretched and risky business connected with the people whom she called martyrs. Adrian determined to avail himself of it and finish his sonnet. This took some time. First, as all true artists know, the muse must be summoned, and she will rarely arrive under an hour's appropriate and gloomy contemplation of things in general. Then, especially in the case of sonnets, rhymes, which are stubborn and remorseless things, must be found and arranged. The pivot and object of this particular poem was a certain notable Spanish beauty, Isabella d'Ovanda by name. She was the wife of a decrepit but exceedingly noble Spaniard, who might almost have been her grandfather, and who had been sent as one of a commission appointed by King Philip II to inquire into certain financial matters connected with the Netherlands. This grandee, who, as it happened, was a very industrious and conscientious person among other cities, had visited Leyden in order to assure the value of the imperial dues and taxes. The task did not take him long, because the burghers rudely and vehemently declared that under their ancient charter they were free from any imperial dues or taxes whatsoever, nor could the noble Marquis's argument move them to a more rational view. Still he argued for a week, and during that time his wife, the lovely Isabella, dazzled the women of the town with her costumes and the men with her exceedingly attractive person. Especially did she dazzle the romantic Adrian, hence the poetry. On the whole, the rhymes went pretty well, though there were difficulties, but with industry he got round them. Finally the sonnet, a high-flown and very absurd composition, was completed. By now it was time to eat. Indeed, there are few things that make a man hungrier than long-continued poetical exercise. So Adrian ate. In the midst of the meal his mother returned, pale and anxious-faced, for the poor woman had been engaged in making arrangements for the safety of the beggared widow of the martyred Jansen, a pathetic and even a dangerous task. In his own way Adrian was fond of his mother, but being a selfish puppy he took but little note of her cares or moods. Therefore, seizing the opportunity of an audience, he insisted upon reading to her his sonnet, not once but several times. "Very pretty, my son, very pretty," murmured Lysbeth, through whose bewildered brain the stilted and meaningless words buzzed like bees in an empty hive. "Though I am sure I cannot guess how you find the heart in such times as these to write poetry to fine ladies whom you do not know." "Poetry, mother," said Adrian sententiously, "is a great consoler. It lifts the minds from the contemplation of petty and sordid cares." "Petty and sordid cares," repeated Lysbeth wonderingly. Then she added with a kind of a cry, "Oh, Adrian, have you no heart that you can watch a saint burn, and can come home to philosophize about his agonies? Will you never understand? If you could have seen that poor woman this morning, who only 3 months ago was a happy bride." Then, bursting into tears, Lysbeth turned and fled from the room, for she remembered that what was the fate of the Vrouw Jansen today, tomorrow might be her own. This show of emotion quite upset Adrian, whose nerves were delicate, and who, being honestly attached to his mother, did not like to see her weeping. "Pest on the whole thing," he thought to himself. "Why can't we go away and live in some pleasant place where they haven't got any religion, unless it is the worship of Venus? Yes, a place of orange groves and running streams, and pretty women with guitars who like having sonnets read to them, and—" At this moment the door opened and Martin's huge and flaming pole appeared. "The master wants to know if you are coming to the works, Heer Adrian, and if not, will you be so good as to give me the key of the strong box, as he needs the cash book." With a groan Adrian rose to go, then changed his mind. No, after that perfumed vision of green groves and lovely ladies, it was impossible for him to face the malodorous and prosaic foundry. "Tell them I can't come," he said, drawing the key from his pocket. "Very good, Heer Adrian. Why not?" "Because I am writing." "Writing what?" queried Martin. "A sonnet." "What's a sonnet?" asked Martin blankly. "Ill-educated clown," murmured Adrian. Then, with a sudden inspiration, "I'll show you what a sonnet is. I'll read it to you. Come in and shut the door." Martin obeyed, and was duly rewarded with the sonnet, of which he understood nothing at all except the name of the lady Isabella d'Ovanda, but Martin was not without the guile of the serpent. "Beautiful," he said, "beautiful. Read it again, master." Adrian did with so much delight, remembering the tale of how the music of Orpheus had charmed the very beasts. "Ah," said Martin, "that's a love letter, isn't it, to that splendid black-eyed marchioness whom I saw looking at you?" "Well, not exactly," said Adrian, highly pleased, although to tell the truth he could not recollect upon what occasion the fair Isabella had favoured him with her kind glances. "Yet I suppose that you might call it so, an idealized love letter, a letter in which ardent and distant yet tender admiration is wrapped with the veil of verse." "Quite so. Well, Master Adrian, just you send it to her." "You don't think that she might be offended?" queried Adrian doubtfully. "Offended?" said Martin. "If she is, I know nothing of women." As a matter of fact, he didn't. No, she will be very pleased. She'll take it away and read it by herself and sleep with it under her pillow until she knows it by heart, and then I dare say she will ask you to come and see her. Well, I must be off, but thank you for reading me the beautiful poetry letter, Herr Adrian." Really, reflected Adrian, as the door closed behind him, this is another instance of the deceitfulness of appearances. I always thought Martin a great brutal fool, yet in his breast, uncultured as it is, the sacred spark still smoulders. And then and there he made up his mind that he would read Martin a further selection of poems upon the first opportunity. If only Adrian could have been a witness to the scene which at that very moment was in progress at the works. Martin, having delivered the key of the box, sought out Foy, and proceeded to tell him the story. More perfidious one, he handed over a rough draft of the sonnet which he had surreptitiously garnered from the floor, to Foy, who, clad in a leather apron and seated on the edge of a casting, read it eagerly. "I told him to send it," went on Martin, "and by St. Peter, I think he will, and then if he doesn't have old Don Diaz after him, with a pistol in one hand and a stiletto in the other, my name isn't Martin Roos." Of course," gasped Foy, kicking his legs into the air with delight. "Why, they call the old fellow Señor Jealousy. Oh, it's capital, and I only hope that he opens the lady's letters." Thus did Foy, the commonplace and practical, make a mock of the poetic efforts of the high-souled and sentimental Adrian. Meanwhile Adrian, feeling that he required air after his literary labours, fetched his peregrine from its perch, for he was fond of hawking, and setting it on his wrist, started out to find a quarry on the marshes near the town. Before he was halfway down the street he had forgotten all about the sonnet and the lovely Isabella. His was a curious temperament, and this sentimentality, born of vainness and idle hours, by no means expressed it all. That he was what we should nowadays call a prig we know, and also that he possessed his father's, Montalvo's, readiness of speech without his father's sense of humour. In him, as Martin had hinted, the strain of the sire predominated, for in all essentials Adrian was as Spanish in mind as in appearance. For instance, the sudden and violent passions into which he was apt to fall if thwarted or overlooked were purely Spanish. There seemed to be nothing of the patient, phlegmatic Netherlander about this side of him. Indeed, it was this temper of his, perhaps more than any other desire or tendency, that made him so dangerous, for whereas the impulses of his heart were often good enough, they were always liable to be perverted by some access of suddenly provoked rage. From his birth up, Adrian had mixed little with Spaniards, and every influence about him, especially that of his mother, the being whom he most loved on earth, had been anti-Spanish. Yet were he an hidalgo fresh from the court at Escurial, he could scarcely have been more Castilian. Thus he had been brought up in what might be called a republican atmosphere, yet he was without sympathy for the love of liberty which animated the people of Holland. The sturdy independence of the Netherlanders, the perpetual criticism of kings and established rules, their vulgar and unheard of assumption that the good things of the world were free to all honest and hard-working citizens, and not merely the birthright of blue blood, did not appeal to Adrian. Also, from childhood he had been a member of the dissenting church, one of the new religion. Yet at heart he rejected this faith with its humble professors and pastors, its simple and sometimes squalid rites, its long and earnest prayers offered to the Almighty in the damp of a cellar or the reek of a cow-house. Like thousands of his Spanish fellow countrymen, he was constitutionally unable to appreciate the fact that true religion and true faith are the natural fruits of penitence and effort, and that individual repentance and striving are the only sacrifices required of man. For safety's sake, like most politic Netherlanders, Adrian was called upon from time to time to attend worship in the Catholic churches. He did not find the obligation irksome. In fact, the forms and rites of that stately ceremonial, the moving picture of the Mass in those dim aisles, the pealing of the music and the sweet voices of hidden choristers, all these things unsealed a fountain in his bosom, and at whiles moved him well nigh to tears. The system appealed to him also, and he could understand that in it were joy and comfort. For here was to be found forgiveness of sins, not far off in the heavens, but at the hand upon the earth, forgiveness to all who bent the head and paid the fee. Here, ready-made by that prince of armourers, a church that claimed to be directly inspired, was a harness of proof which, after the death he dreaded, for he was full of spiritual fears and superstitions, would suffice to turn the shafts of Satan from his poor shivering soul, however steeped in crime. Was not this a more serviceable and practical faith than that of these loud-voiced, rude-handed Lutherans among whom he lived, men who elected to cast aside this armour and trust instead to a buckler forged by their faith and prayers, yes, and to give up their evil ways and subdue their own desires that they might forge it better? Such were the thoughts of Adrian's secret heart, but as yet he had never acted on them, since, however much he might wish to do so, he had not found the courage to break away from the influence of his surroundings. His surroundings, how he hated them, how he hated them! For very shame's sake, indeed, he could not live in complete idleness among folk who were always busy. Therefore he acted as accountant in his stepfather's business, keeping the books of the foundry in a scanty and inefficient fashion, or writing letters to distant customers, for he was a skilled clerk, to order the raw materials necessary to the craft. But of this occupation he was weary, for he had the true Spanish dislike and contempt of trade. In his heart he held that war was the only occupation worthy of a man, successful war, of course, against foes worth plundering, such as Cortez and Pizarro had waged upon the poor Indians of New Spain. Adrian had read a chronicle of the adventures of these heroes, and bitterly regretted that he had come into the world too late to share them. The tale of heathen foemen slaughtered by thousands, and of the incalculable golden treasures divided among their conquerors, fired his imagination. Especially the treasures. At times he would see them in his sleep, baskets full of gems, heaps of barbaric gold, and guerdon of fair women slaves, all given by Heaven to the true soldier whom it had charged with the sacred work of Christianizing unbelievers by means of massacre and the rack. Oh, how deeply did he desire such wealth, and the power which it would bring with it, he who was dependent upon others that looked down upon him as a lazy dreamer, who had never a guilder to spare in his pouch, who had nothing indeed but more debts than he cared to remember. But it never occurred to him to set to work and grow rich like his neighbours by honest toil and commerce. No, that was the task of slaves, like these low Hollander fellows among whom his lot was cast. Such were the main characteristics of Adrian, surnamed Van Goorl. Adrian the superstitious but unspiritual dreamer, the vain sybarite, the dull poet, the chopper of false logic, the weak and passionate self-seeker, whose best and deepest cravings, such as his love for his mother, and another love that shall be told of, were really little more than a reflection of his own pride and lusts, or at least could be subordinated to their fulfilment. Not that he was altogether bad. Somewhere in him there was a better part. Thus he was capable of good purposes and of bitter remorse. Under certain circumstances even he might become capable also of a certain spurious spiritual exaltation. But if this was to bloom in his heart, it must be in a prison strong enough to protect from the blows of temptation. Adrian tempted would always be Adrian overcome. He was fashioned by nature to be the tool of others or of his own desires. It may be asked, what part had his mother in him? Where in his weak, ignoble nature was the trace of her pure and noble character? It seems hard to find. Was this want to be accounted for by the circumstances connected with his birth, in which she had been so unwilling an agent? Had she given him something of her body, but not of that which was within her own control, her spirit? Who can say? This at least is true, that from his mother's stock he had derived nothing beyond a certain Dutch doggedness of purpose which, when added to his other qualities, might in some event make him formidable, a thing to fear and flee from. Adrian reached the Witte Poort and paused on this side of the moat to reflect about things in general. Like most young men of his time and blood, as has been said, he had military leanings, and was convinced that, given the opportunity, he might become one of the foremost generals of his age. Now he was engaged in imagining himself besieging Leyden at the head of a great army, and in fancy disposing his forces after such fashion as would bring about its fall in the shortest possible time. Little did he guess that within some few years this very question was to exercise the brain of Valdez and other great Spanish captains. Whilst he was thus occupied, suddenly a rude voice called, "Wake up, Spaniard!" and a hard object, it was a green apple, struck him on his flat cap, nearly knocking out the feather. Adrian leapt round with an oath, to catch sight of two lads, louts of about 15, projecting their tongues and jeering at him from behind the angles of the gate house. Now Adrian was not popular with the youth of Leyden, and he knew it well. So, thinking it wisest to take no notice of this affront, he was about to continue on his way, when one of the youths, made bold by impunity, stepped from his corner and bowed before him till the ragged cap in his hand touched the dust, saying in a mocking voice, "Hans, why do you disturb the noble hidalgo? Cannot you see that the noble hidalgo is going for a walk in the country to look for his most high father, the honourable Duke of the Golden Fleece, to whom he is taking Cockly Bird as a present?" Adrian heard and winced at the sting of the insult, as a high-bred horse winces beneath the lash. Of a sudden rage boiled in his veins like a fountain of fire, and drawing the dagger from his girdle, he rushed at the boys, dragging the hooded hawk, which had become dislodged from his wrist, fluttering through the air after him. At that moment, indeed, he would have been capable of killing one or both of them if he could have caught them, but fortunately for himself and them, being prepared for an onslaught, they vanished this way and that up the narrow lanes. Presently he stopped, and still shaking with wrath, replaced the hawk on his wrist and walked across the bridge. "They shall pay for it," he muttered. "Oh, I will not forget, I will not forget." Here it may be explained that of the story of his birth Adrian had heard something, but not all. He knew, for instance, that his father's name was Montalvo, that the marriage with his mother for some reason was declared to be illegal, and that this Montalvo had left the Netherlands under a cloud to find his death, so he had been told, abroad. More than this Adrian did not know for certain, since everybody showed a singular reticence in speaking to him of the matter. Twice he had plucked up courage to question his mother on the subject, and on each occasion her face had turned cold and hard as stone, and she answered almost in the same words, "Son, I beg you to be silent. When I am dead you will find all the story of your birth written down, but if you are wise you will not read." Once he had asked the same question of his stepfather, Dirk van Goorl, whereupon Dirk looked ill at ease and answered, "Take my advice, lad, and be content to know that you are here and alive with friends to take care of you. Remember that those who dig in churchyards find bones." "Indeed," replied Adrian haughtily, "at least I trust that there is nothing against my mother's reputation." At these words, to his surprise, Dirk suddenly turned pale as a sheet and stepped towards him as though he were about to fly at his throat. "You dare to doubt your mother," he began, "that angel out of heaven," then ceased, and added presently, "Go, I beg your pardon. I should have remembered that you at least are innocent, and it is but natural that the matter weighs upon your mind." So Adrian went. Also that proverb about churchyards and bones made such an impression on him that he did no more digging. In other words, he ceased to ask questions, trying to console his mind with the knowledge that, however his father might have behaved to his mother, at least he was a man of ancient rank and ancient blood, which blood was his today. The rest would be forgotten. although enough of it was still remembered to permit of his being taunted by those street louts, and when it was forgotten the blood, that precious blue blood of an hidalgo of Spain, must still remain his heritage. Chapter 11